Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there it is. But there it is. Good day to you. Good to see you. Welcome. So there it is. Welcome. Good day to you. Good to see you. Welcome. So welcome to you all. Another day, another dollar, as they say, stateside. So there it is. Another day, another dollar. Well, another day, another series of wayward goings on within the Nigerian space. So we shall be holding the fruit of the Nigerian nation and the indigenes of it to the coal and sweating them hard to explain why they are the way they are. So there it is. That's what we will be doing. So good day, good to see you. Welcome. When I ramble in the opening phase, I'm actually trying to get myself into gear to see actually where I'm going with all of this. But good day essentially is what I'm saying. So the usual protocol: click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Just be clicking on the like button straight away. So do that right now and immediately. So click on the like button. And if you're not already subscribed, what are you doing? Just do that now. That helps with the YouTube algorithm. You spend a lot of time with the space, so you can't resent it that much, or however you like to tell yourself that you resent it. You actually enjoy being around the space. So do the right, fulfill all righteousness. Click on the like button and make sure you're subscribed as well. We're looking at an ambitious 100,000 subscriber this year. So you can set us on that journey. So that's the target. So now you know. So if If you click on like and subscribe, and then if you really want to push hard, share the link to the session now. You can share it in your WhatsApp groups. I think you're allowed to send about 5 WhatsApps. So you can do that as well. If you're really feeling that, yes, I am really a member of the team, you can do that as well. So share the link just as widely as you can on your WhatsApp spaces, your Facebook spaces, all of those funky spaces that you go to. So share the links in funky spaces. And then the invitation for you to come and join us on the screen is ever present. We're desperately looking to hear from you. So if you have never been on the screens before, come join us. As you have seen, whenever somebody joins us new, we try to ease them in gently. So it'll be a gentle process to ease you into the cut and thrust of the conversations we have here. So if you're a new voice, we desperately want to hear from you. If for no other reason, just to expand our conversation, because the conversation continuously gets enriched with new and divergent voices, a different form of intelligence coming to, that is what makes it that's the magic of it. So constant variety is what we really need, so that we can continue to luxuriate in our company. I don't know where I'm going with that. Let me abandon that. So click on like, click on subscribe. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to come and join. And of course, your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. I invite you to do that every day. You ignore me every day, but I invite you still to do that. So that's the righteousness. So fulfill all the righteousness. Having fulfilled all the righteousness, let me remove this from the screen. Whoever wants to buy the coffee will do it, no matter what I say. And whoever doesn't want to buy the coffee will not do it, no matter what I say. So let me remove that. So now, what will we be contending today? So as we're going forward, you'll be having more of the panelists introducing talking points that they have been reflecting on in the course of the day. It's because we have moved past the heavy cut and thrust of politics. So the new space has somewhat petered down into the mundaneness of every day. So is Akpabio going to be Senate president or not? All of that, that's where we are now. And that's an aperitif. That's not a dish. That's an aperitif. That's just a little bonbon to keep you steady before the main meal comes. So we'll be inviting the panelists to introduce talking points and even people in the comment section. But the talking points we will be contending with here with this session. So we kick it off with this one. A bill to regulate the practice of Christianity in Nigeria passes second reading. So there it is right there. There it is right there. If there is one space within Nigeria that needs to be regulated, it is certainly religion. So religion needs to be regulated quite heavily. In Rwanda, people, they say that, don't quote me on this because I heard this just in passing, but they said in Rwanda, you cannot build a church within X amount of kilometers from another, and you cannot own a church unless you've done some sort of theology study. So they regulate that space tightly because they know the danger that portends within that space. So that regulation now coming to the Nigerian space, bill to regulate the practice of Christianity in Nigeria, passes second reading. Now, this is something we want to hear, but the obvious go-to question is that what about the rest of the other religions? Why is Christianity being regulated to the exclusion of Islam? So all of that, we'll dive into that to see what we're making of it. So that comes into play. The bulk of the conversation will wrap around this now next headline. So the bulk of the conversation almost starting to wrap around this now next headline. Organ harvesting. Ekweremadu bags over 9-year jail term in the United Kingdom. And some clever photo editing there now puts the former deputy Senate president behind bars. Well, this may be Photoshop, but the reality of his life is certainly going to be like this for the next, for quite a long time, for several years. So a lot of that space we'll explore. So now, yes, organ harvesting, Ekweremadu bags over 9 years jail term in the United Kingdom. So we spend time in that space. So we will spend time in that space. But what landed what landed Ekweremadu in this situation that he has found himself is the question. So what did land Ekweremadu in the situation that he finds himself is this. I worry for my safety in Nigeria. Victim in Senator Ekweremadu's organ harvesting case begs for UK stay. So there it is, begs to stay in the UK. So there it is, and it lands finally where it was always intended to land. So a lot of people speculated that the totality of this boy's agenda was to use that window to secure himself a permanent residency in the UK. So the script now plays as people anticipated, but the price that he has to sacrifice, the price, he's not paid the price, but the price that other people have had to pay for him to now land in this situation. And there's a compelling argument, by the way, for them to give him indefinite stay in the UK, which you're almost certain to get, but at what price? I worry for my safety in Nigeria. Victim in Senator Ekweremadu's organ harvesting case begs to stay in the United Kingdom. So there it is. It runs full circle and it lands where the boy had always intended. So there it is right there. And there it is right there. So now this next headline is one that we have been waiting in anticipation of for quite a few months now. But is he going to deliver everything that we had hoped to hear? Is he going to deliver to the fullness of the expectation? That's the question. Osinbajo spokesperson reveals real reason why vice president contested against Tinubu others. So yes, a lot of people will argue that the biggest treachery of this electoral cycle was Osinbajo contesting against Tinubu at the APC primaries. A lot of people would argue that, because if you look at the impact on that Tinubu had on his life, Osinbajo's life, if you remove Tinubu's impact from Osinbajo would just be another, poor but conscientious law professor, just dusting around in shoes, holes in his shoes, kind of, it'll just be another dusty professor talking big grammar at the back ends of some university. But Tinubu plucked him from obscurity, made him the Attorney General or whatever it was of Lagos State, propelled him through that to make him the vice president of Nigeria. He sacrificed an ambition for that, and the price for that was what we saw play out at the APC primaries. But why? Osinbajo's spokesperson reveals real reason why vice president contested against Tinubu others. So quite why, I hope now this lives up to the billing. I hope this lives up to the billing. So there's that. So this now the last headline for the moment. I may well bring you more, I may well not, but this now the last headline for the moment. Over the last couple of sessions, we've been going back and forth if Nigerians are instinctually criminally minded or not. Yes, I got the words out. So over the last few sessions, we've been reflecting if Nigerians are instinctually criminally minded or not. A lot of people recoil in outrage when you say that. How dare you? You this, that, and the other, and then they will cite you example of some do-gooder doing good as an example then of Nigerians not being criminally minded. But that question, if you look at the data both in our country globally and both in our country and globally, there is the suggestion that the average Nigerian is instinctually criminally minded. So what is this long-winded essay that I'm saying? I'm saying it off the back of this. United Kingdom Nursing Council to probe 512 Nigerians over fraudulent exam results. So anywhere and everywhere we go, we always seem to take our behavior with us, and even to the United Kingdom. So there it is now. And if even half of these people are found wanting, subsequent Nigerians would then be cast in the same mold because they tend to wrap one single negative story around you. United Kingdom Nursing Council to probe 512 Nigerians over fraudulent exam results. So there it is. Are we criminally minded? Some people will suggest that we're not. So are we criminally minded? Reflect on that and let me know in the comment section. So there it is. Plenty more still to come through, but we open up with those at the moment. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. As I said, click on the like button just as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to come and join me on the screens. And of course, you are always invited to buy me a cup of coffee. So whilst you are reflecting on all that and doing all that, let me take another micro musical intermission. And then when I get back, we delve straight into the throes of it. But first, of course, you know where we're going. The Kegites. Egbelemu. The Kegites.
Only water, where is Sima? Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chifu Faila ti keke elemu re o. Eruku lele elemu de. Eruku lele egbe elemu dodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de everybody o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹlá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà àgbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuku Neru Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friend. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to speed read through the talking points because I know that you people are a lot more interested in the conversations than anything else. So I'll speed read through the talking points, play you a couple of video clips, and then we get straight into the conversation. Still quite a few spaces left on the studio. So the hyperlink there, if you are intended to join us, don't leave it to the last minute, and then the thing starts to bounce you back that the room is full. Bill to regulate the practice of Christianity in Nigeria passes second reading. A bill to create the National Center for Christian Education that will regulate and set standards for the practice of Christianity in Nigeria has passed the second reading at the Senate. The federal lawmaker said the bill, when passed, would properly strengthen religion as a source of strength and national solidarity, which is why the bill to establish the Center to create a curriculum for Christian education is very necessary. Senator Moro, hopefully he is a Christian, Senator Moro emphasized that there was no denying that the misinterpretation of the Bible and the Quran has a contributing factor in some of the country's problems. After the discussion, Senate President Ahmed Lawan, who presided over plenary, put the bill to a vote, and it passed second reading. However, for additional legislative input, Senator Lawan referred the draft to the Committee on Education. So well, that seems to be the gist of that. But so then the bill to regulate Christianity yes, Christianity must be regulated because just too many charlatans in that space, too many lives destroyed within that. I will call it an industry because the way it's often instances run in Nigeria is not run as a religion but run as an enterprise. So too many lives destroyed within that space. So I, for one, I will align myself with this bill. But the only clause there, of course, is why Christianity, not religion. So that is it. Bill to regulate the practice of Christianity in Nigeria passes second reading. So there it is. So there is that. I wonder what our opinions are on that. So let me bring you the next one fairly quickly as I steam through it. So let me bring you the next one fairly quickly. Organ harvesting. Ekweremadu bags over 9-year jail term in the United Kingdom. A United Kingdom court on Friday sentenced former Deputy Senate President Ike Ekweremadu to 9 years and 8 months in jail for plotting to harvest a man's kidney for his sick daughter. Meanwhile, Ekweremadu's wife Beatrice was handed 4 years, 6 months sentence, whilst Obeta, a medical doctor, got a 10-year sentence for the same offense. Recall that the trio of Ekweremadu, Beatrice, and Obote were convicted of conspiracy to arrange the travel of a young Nigerian man who was identified as David Nwamini to Britain in order to exploit him for his kidney. The organ was needed for Ekweremadu's daughter, Sonia. Their trial lasted for 6 weeks, and conviction at the Old Bailey, London's Central Criminal Court, is expected today. The prosecutor, Hugh Davies, told the jury that the behavior of Ekweremadu showed entitlement, dishonesty, and hypocrisy. So there it is. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. I've got a couple of video clips to play you on that. So we wait till the end of the readouts and then we'll play you those clips. But still staying within that space, what's led to all this the antics of this boy. I worry for my safety in Nigeria. Victim in Senator Ekweremadu's organ harvesting case begs to stay in the UK. So this was what it was all about all the way through. The victim of Senator Ike Ekweremadu's organ harvesting trafficking case, David Nwamini, has pleaded to remain and work in the United Kingdom, expressing fear that they will arrest or kill me in Nigeria. Nwamini's impact statement was read in court on Friday at the sentencing, where the former Deputy Senate President Ekweremadu, his wife Beatrice, and the doctor middleman Obeta were sentenced to 10 years, 8 months, 4 years, and 6 months, and 10 years imprisonment, respectively. The former federal lawmaker and his cohorts were convicted of organ trafficking at the Old Bailey Court, United Kingdom. They were also found guilty of conspiring to arrange the travel of the victim with a view to exploiting him for his body parts. You know, anytime you read these things, it just reads grim. There's no time you come across this story that it doesn't read grim. Nwamini had told the United Kingdom court that he was approached with an opportunity to work in the United Kingdom, which he had always dreamt of, but never thought would happen. He said, Dr. Obeta, did not tell me he brought me here for this reason. He did not tell me anything about this. I would have not agreed to any of this. My body is not for sale. So that almost sounds like an invitation to, it sounds like a prostitution deal when you hear that. My body is not for sale. I worry for my safety in Nigeria. Those people can do anything. I think they could arrest or kill me in Nigeria. My plan now is to work and to get an education and to play football, David said, adding that he does not want to claim compensation from the bad people, as it will be cursed and bad luck. The victim further said that someone visited his father in Nigeria and asked the father to get him to drop the case. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. So and by the way, yes, the cynical mind will conclude that it had always been this boy's plan that he will use this window to get a permanent stay in the United Kingdom. But his argument that his life is at risk if he goes back to Nigeria, you can't discount that. We all know that there's a high possibility that he may well come to some harm if he makes his way back to Nigeria. On to the next and on to this one. Osinbajo spokesman reveals real reason why vice president contested against Tinubu others. Laolu Akande, the spokesperson of the vice president, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, on Friday, May the 5th, said his principal contested for the All Progressive Congress APC presidential ticket in June 2022 in the interest of the public. Speaking during an interview with Channels televisions monitored by correspondents, Akande said Osinbajo contested because he has the character, competence, and experience to lead Nigeria. Akande said, the level of understanding that you have acquired in terms of what has to be done and the capacity he has demonstrated when he had the opportunity to act for the president. And he has inspired tens and scores of millions of Nigerians with his style of leadership. People see him as a representation of a new Nigeria. All of these can't be in place and he will just walk away. He did what he needed to do and the party made the decision and he just has to move on after doing the right thing. So there it is. Unbelievable. Correspondents recall that the president-elect Bola Tinubu emerged as the winner of the APC presidential primary in June 2022. The former Lagos State governor obtained 1,271 votes to defeat his closest rivals, ex-minister Rotimi Amechi and Osinbajo. Whilst Amechi scored 313, Osinbajo scored 235 votes. Osinbajo was a long-time loyalist of Tinubu before the relationship between the two men became apparently strained. The reason for their perceived sour relationship remains unclear. I think the reasons are quite clear. He had ambitions beyond the station. That's what he did. The vice president formally joined the presidential race early 2022, surprising many Nigerians who swore he would not run against Tinubu, who brought him into politics and nominated him as running mate to President Muhammadu Buhari in the run-up to the 2015 elections. Meanwhile, pardon me, Listen seems to have skipped. Where have they skipped to? Right. Meanwhile, correspondents had previously reported that Temi Okesanjo, a public affairs analyst, celebrated a year anniversary of Osinbajo's declaration for presidency on the platform of the ruling party APC. According to Okesanjo, Osinbajo's bid to succeed President Buhari was a monumental day for Nigerian political scene. It goes on, it says, international role proposed for Osinbajo post May 29th. Our correspondents also reported that a veteran Nigerian journalist, Etim, advised Osinbajo to transition into an international statesman after he leaves office on Monday, May the 29th. Etim made the recommendation in a statement on Tuesday, May the 8th. So I think that is really the only that's the only pathway open for Osinbajo. There's no other pathway open for Osinbajo. But I'll be inviting recommendations for how Osinbajo's political journey should go off the back of now this election. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. Let me give you this now, our final readout, and then we'll kick off the conversation. Let me give you this final readout. So this now speaks to that what we have been contending on this platform. If Nigerians are instinctually criminal or criminal-minded, as we termed it. UK Nursing Council to probe 512 Nigerians over fraudulent exam results. So, and those practices, they've brought it again from Unilag, OAU, LASU to the United Kingdom. The registration of a total of 512 nurses and midwives, around 5% on the register of the Nursing and Midwifery Council in the United Kingdom, who passed a computer-based test center, could be fraudulent or incorrect. This is according to a press statement posted on the website of the NMC. The NMC said it was writing to them to set out what happened and to tell them it was opening cases to determine whether or not they gained fraudulent or incorrect entry to the registry. The NMC uses a test of competence to assess the skills and knowledge of people applying to join its register from overseas. This has two main parts: a multi-choice computer-based test known as CBT, which applicants usually sit in their home country, and a practical test known as OSCE, which people take in the United Kingdom. The CBT is split into two parts. Part 1 covers numeracy, and Part 2 covers clinical questions for nursing and midwifery. A company called Pearson VUE runs the CBT. They have been the NMC's test provider since 2014, when the test was introduced. Pearson alerted the regulators to anomalous data at one of its third-party CBT centers in Ibadan, Nigeria. The NMC Chief Executive and Registrar, Andre Sutcliffe, said data from one test site in Nigeria is unusual and concerning. We have regulatory processes which we will now follow, and if necessary, we can refuse registration or remove people from our register to protect the public and people who use health and care services. We know the public and people who use services may find this worrying. This affects just over 500 out of the 700,000 professionals on our register. They will all have passed the practical test in this country before they were accepted onto the register, and to date, no concerns have been referred to us about their fitness to practice. We should remember that thousands of nurses and midwives who were educated overseas have safely joined our register recently and continue to provide safe, effective, and kind care across the United Kingdom. The NMC said a total of 1,970 candidates, etc., etc. So there it is. Nigerians and their way. So this is it again. So they've been rigging exams in Ibadan. They've been faking exams in Ibadan, and that's now landed them in all manners of what's it. So there it is. Are Nigerians instinctually criminally minded? Thomas joins us from Australia. Rational mind somewhere in the United States. Zita, location unknown. Adanle Koko, the Lord of Tennessee. Bishop, almost certain to be in a car somewhere. And that seems to be the panel so far. So there's still spaces for whoever wants to join us. But as you reflect on joining, let's kick it off with these clips. So this was when the verdict came in for Ekweremadu.
After taking account of the aggravating and mitigating factors in your case, I impose a sentence of 9 years and 8 months imprisonment. Subject to allowing for the time which you have spent remanded in custody, you will serve 2/3 of the sentence in custody and will be on licence thereafter for the rest of the sentence. You can sit down. Dr. Beatrice Ekramadu, would you stand up? Involved with its important charitable work. Much of the character evidence I have read applies also to you. You were also motivated by the desperate plight of your daughter and by maternal love. Further, in your case, I accept that although Sonia is an adult, you have substantial caring responsibilities towards her. Your incarceration will have a significant impact on her, in that she will no longer be able to rely on your presence as a source of care and support. Having regard to those factors, I impose a sentence of 4 years and 6 months imprisonment. You have spent 234 days on an electronically monitored curfew between 9 p.m. and 7 a.m. I specify that the credit period for the purposes of Section 240A of the Criminal Justice Act 2003 is 117 days. So that period shall count towards your sentence. Subject to that, and subject to allowing for the time you have spent remanded in custody, you will serve 1/2 of your sentence in custody. In your case, I adopt a starting point of 6 years custody. I do not consider that the aggravating factors that are present in the case of your co-defendants apply to you. You were not directly involved in the identification of the donor, and the evidence does not show that you were directly involved in the attempts to identify a further donor after the transplant did not go ahead. I take account of all the mitigating features that Mr. Mahindra KC has identified, and the content of the thorough and helpful pre-sentence report prepared by Jessica Stephen of the Probation Service. You are a person of good character. You helped set up the ECOA Foundation with your husband, and you have been closely... In your case, I adopt a starting point of 6 years. The applicable starting points are custodial sentences of 10 years in the case of Abina Abeta, 10 years and 6 months in the case of Ike Ekramadu, and 6 years in the case of Beatrice Ekramadu. Abina Abeta, stand up, please. There are aggravating features in your case. You deliberately targeted a victim who was particularly vulnerable due to his young age, his isolation from his immediate family, and his poverty. After the conspiracy to exploit C was thwarted, you continued to try and find another person to be exploited in the same way. As against that, you have no previous convictions, and you are a person of good character.
So there it is, and there it is. So that was the sentencing then of Ekweremadu. So let's kick it off with you, Zita. Your first reaction to that was justice served first. Start from there. Zita, good to see you. Are you there, Zita? Can anyone hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah.
All right. Let's kick it off. Let's kick it off with you then, Ajan Lekoko. So the first question was justice served. Has justice been served?
Well, I think greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. I think a lot of fact evidences prove that Ekweremadu is the driver of that crime. He is the brain behind everything. And the judiciary system in Great Britain, as we know, refused to compromise to all pressure from the former head of state, Olusegun Obasanjo, the Senate president, the Archbishop of Dalsey, Enugu, and the Speaker of the House. However, in that judgment, that judge did not mention federal government, but he mentioned all those names I just mentioned now that wrote letters and begging for,
clemency.
Yeah. So, but the evidences were so huge against him, and I think they cannot compromise, in delivering that heavy sentence on him.
Do you think the sentence was excessive? Approximately 10 years, and is to serve 2/3 of that, and the rest on license. So that's a good words. At least 7 years thereabout in prison, and then on license means he will wear an ankle brace, like you call it a tag in America. Do you think it's excessive?
Well, British law is British law. It might look excessive to us that because Ekremadu is a big man in Nigeria, is one of the top man that serve at the top level of government in Nigeria. But it happened to ordinary men in Britain, and nobody knows, nobody heard about it. And the law is law. Law have no friend, and the moment you done something against the law have to take its full course, and I think that is what.
Yes, but there are several factors that's usually considered in sentencing. So first, so what instigated the act? That's one. And then what is the history or in terms of criminality of the person? That's two. So this is a crime of passion. These are desperate parents looking to rescue the life of their child. So I think any and everybody on this planet understands what that means. And this guy, they don't have, at least within the United Kingdom, a history of criminality. Do you think they were looking to make an example of them? Do you think the United Kingdom is signaling to Nigeria with this sentencing, which seems a bit excessive?
Well, look, let me tell you, one man. It looked excessive, but as far as I'm concerned, I think law is law, and law must surely take its full course on anybody that violated it. So Ekeremadu violated the law. According to the judgment, is the driver behind, is the brain behind everything. He he seized that guy passport, so that guy cannot have free movement when he got to Britain. He paid him. They were able to establish that, looking for his bank account. And they were able to establish a lot of things, that this guy is a highly corrupt person, because in that judgment, that guy mentioned that he have over 40 houses around the world. And he was making like maybe £600,000 in every 4 months or something like that. So I think the they were able to establish strong evidences against him that prove beyond reasonable doubt that this guy is a criminal. So
but do you think they were punishing him outside of the crime that he committed? Because like you are saying, they established that where he even gets $600,000 from every 4 months. That's another narrative. 40 houses all over the world. So are they punishing him for being just another criminal African politician that has fallen into the hands of of proper law? Are they punishing him outside of this crime? Are they punishing him to include these?
They are not punishing him outside the crime. They are punishing him within the crime. The law is very clear, and the punishment for what he did is what they delivered on him, and it's just that because he's a top politician in Nigeria and haven't sentenced for 9 years. We are looking at it as if it's too harsh. It's just the law of the land, and they have to effect the law no matter what. It's a criminal on the face of the law, and the law have to punish him for his criminal act. So however, if the federal government had intervened very quick, try to lobby strongly, use diplomatic channel to lobby the ambassador and the foreign minister in Britain, maybe it will have been maybe they will have not given up to 9 years. But I believe the man, the judge, he established that this guy committed this offense, that this is a criminal offense that is against the law of the land. So human trafficking. He was charged for human trafficking. He was charged for many other offenses. So and the evidences established against him was still huge. Even the wife, they were able to establish that the wife used the same style for his own kidney transplant in maybe 2020 or 2021, and the same. Huh? What?
Just, I want to interject. Is it possible?
All right, go ahead.
Okay, it's not the wife, just to correct you. It's the Dr. Obeta, that did a kidney transplant. It's not the wife.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't. Maybe the wife. Okay. The doctor. Okay. So, sorry. So,
Ajale Koko, you listen to the fullness of that court delivery. I've only really seen the snippet, but I'll go back and listen to it fully. Did the judge say that he acknowledged the letters from Obasanjo and all the notable names?
Did he mention it in his judgment? Yes. He acknowledged the letter of the president. He acknowledged the letter from the Senate president, from the speaker, and from the Archbishop Diocese of Enugu, and some other people.
And also the federal.
Hold on. Yeah, make that point and then let Ajale Koko carry on.
No, and also the federal government of Nigeria, the Attorney General and the Minister of Justice wrote on behalf of the federal government.
All right. And Ajale Koko, did that influence the sentencing in any way, or did he acknowledge it and then disregard it?
I think he just acknowledged. I don't think that it influences in any way, because if the guy has taken into account all those people that intervene, maybe he should have lowered the sentence You should have minimized it to like maybe 2 or 3 years, and you should have mentioned in that, deliverance of judgment that, well, for the reason that these people that intervene, I temper justice with mercy. We try to do this, but I mean, 9 years is not a joke, man. The guy did not take into account all those letters and people that wrote a lot of good recommendation or good how do I say it? Good report.
References, yeah.
Good references, yeah, on Kremadu. A lot of people did that. So, but maybe federal government.
The judge said he was going to spend 2/3 of the sentence in custody. So we're looking at a minimum of 6, certainly 7 years. If you are looking for Ikweremadu, go to Belma. She's there at cell block H. I think it's excessive. I think the sentencing goes beyond the crime. For a first-time offender and all that, I think it's excessive.
Look, one man, if we are to be ordinary Nigerians that were caught in this act, how do you think they would have done? What do you think they would have done? Do you think that they would have given that person higher number of years? Or
I don't think so. I think if it's an average person, they would have probably, yeah.
Yeah, so it's a criminal. He committed crime against the state, against humanity. This is a crime against humanity. you know what it means when you commit crime against humanity. That was what he was trying to do. He was trying to commit crime against humanity. And, people that engages in this kind of criminal deserve to be punished severely, so that others can serve a deterrent to others that are thinking of doing such the same thing, of thinking of committing the same crime. It's a crime against humanity. That is why he is sentenced for so much, 9 years. It's a crime against humanity. It's just like somebody that order the killing of people, because he's in position of power, and he believes he can use his position to molest or humiliate and commit extrajudicial killing of people. It's the same crime. It's a crime against humanity. That is why, So we don't want to. We don't want to. I personally, would have loved to see him given, maybe maximum of 30 years. But having listened to the full judgment, I mean, what they established against this guy was so huge that, if you listen to it, one man, you will be convinced that this judge have his own integrity at stake, and he cannot do less than what he did. And this will send signal to Nigerian leaders, this crooked, wicked, and criminally minded Nigerian leaders, that look, there's no place for you, there's no hidden place for you, particularly in Western world. If you think you can commit crime in Nigeria or in any part of Africa for that matter, but here on our land, this is no place for crime. So you need to listen to the full judgment. I'll send a copy. I'll send it to you on your Instagram. Maybe you want to.
Yes. I got the copy. Yeah, but it's from Sky TV. So
It's from Sky TV. Yes.
Yes, but I've not yet I've not yet checked to see if they've embedded copyright something. I would have played it.
Okay.
I don't know if they've embedded some copyright something on it, but
Yeah.
so
If you listen to it, I mean, you will just hands off. You just say, when I first saw the headline, I said, "Oh my God, why so much?" But when I watched the video and listening to that full judgment, I said, "This is too much. This is too much." The integrity of that judge is at stake, and I think he has to balance. He has to do his job in such a way that he will not put his credibility. He will not put the credibility of their judicial system in question.
you know that even ECOWAS wrote in to say let this guy go.
Yes.
Even ECOWAS wrote in.
ECOWAS wrote him. So, but they've established. So he's the driver behind the whole thing, and he lied. They are able to establish that he lied all the way. A lot of things that he said that he didn't know, I didn't do. They were able to establish that he was behind it. He did it. I think that is why the way he paid money through somebody, trying to make it look as if he didn't pay the money, but they were able to establish how the money went out from a bank account via somebody else and to this guy. They were able to establish everything. They got everything. So it's just too much. They got him. The way when they caught Saddam Hussein, and when that minister of what's the name? Maybe ambassador to Iraq was trying to make that announcement before the media house. You know what?
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
In Jeopardy, I think it delivered that judgment. Delivered that in accordance to the law of the land in Britain.
All right. I was actually playing that clip. You didn't hear it probably. The ladies and gentlemen, we got him. As you were saying that, I just clicked on it. But what led us to this space is now the question. So now this next headline on your screen, Ajale Koko. I worry for my safety in Nigeria. Victim in Senator Ekweremadu's organ harvesting case begs to stay in the UK. So everything started, of course, when this guy escaped wherever he was, walked out of the door, and calmly strolled into a police station nearby. So when this story broke, everybody felt that this guy was actually permutating on how to get a permanent stay in the UK. So now that the case has reached its crescendo, he's now playing this card now that everybody suspected that this is what it was all about. I worry for my safety in Nigeria. Victim in Senator Ekweremadu's organ harvesting case begs to stay in the UK. So was this all it was all about from the get-go, Ajanle Koko?
Look, that guy, I think is you know what they call Omo Ijoba in Nigeria.
Government became.
Yes, it's Omo Ijoba in Britain now, and I believe they will give him all the necessary assistance for him to succeed, because the reason he gave that why he doesn't want to go back to Nigeria, I think is very, very logical, and his safety is important. Even the judge acknowledged that he's a poor guy from village, where there was no water, where there was no light. Where there is no light, there is no water. That came to Lagos to struggle, was selling phone part, using wheelbarrow to push it around the street to make ends meet. So, on the face of the law, that guy deserved to be given assistance because somebody wanted to use him anyway for kidney transplant without telling him all the medical consequences behind it. So this is a vulnerable guy. They can't let him go back. And Kedemadu with a huge political influence in Nigerian supporters is not safe. So it's not safe. So the guy.
Ajali Koko, one man. Can I please ask Ajali Koko one question?
Oh, carry
Do
on.
you think? Yeah, good evening, good evening, everyone. Do you think the guy knew that they are coming to harvest his organ from Nigeria from the get-go?
Oh yeah, they told him. They told him, and they said they're gonna
So
pay him.
what is the bone of contention of the guy saying? The guy is just trying to. It's unfortunate one Ajali Koko. I feel for the daughter. I don't feel for a Kolomadu. They can jail him from 100 years. It's just the daughter I'm feeling for. Yeah.
Look,
Thank you.
let me tell you, Thomas. You see, if a Keremadu if he had announced that, look, Nigerians, I need your help. My daughter is going through pains. This is the situation. If anybody is ready to help me, if anybody can come out to help our family, we will so much appreciate it. Public announcement. People will come out and do it voluntarily. That is what is required, voluntarily, without involvement of money or financial inducement. But this guy, who is that, Kev?
That's Dewale and his daughter. That's Dewale and his daughter. Eh? Who wants to interject? Dewale, is it you or the little girl? You're babysitting.
I just wanted to speak to what he said just now. But if you do think if he had, cried out, the public would have exploited.
There's a lot of background noise where you are, so we can barely make you out. Yeah.
Okay, I'm actually using a Bluetooth. Can you hear me now?
Oh, all right, carry on.
Now, I was just saying, trying to speak to what Baba Dennis just said, that he had cried out.
Oh, no. The background noise is a lot.
Okay, all right.
All right. If you get to a quieter place, carry on, Ajan Lekoko. Ajan Lekoko.
Okay,
can they not hear me? Yeah, carry on.
Oh, okay. All right. So if he had made a public announcement that his father is going to, and whoever that want to help the family, we will so much appreciate it, or talk to the family, close relative, that will have been different. I believe if he has called his relatives, the wife, his own, and somebody will have offered to do it voluntarily without money, financial inducement. But what he did, he induced somebody financially to come and do this for them. And that is the crime. You don't have to do that. So, but this guy, he has got what he wanted. And because he's a poor guy, they were able to establish that it's a guy that doesn't know the consequences of what he's getting into or what he agreed to do because of the money. It was because of the money that they were able to establish that Ekweremadu paid him, that got Ekweremadu into problem. So this guy, he cannot go back to Nigeria. It's not safe. He will live in Britain for a very, very long time. So congratulations to that guy. It's his destiny. God has, destined him to
come back,
like
Ajan Lekoko, come back and see the guy in 3 to 4 years' time. And the way he'll be speaking English now, you think he's Prince Charles. He would have turned into he would have turned into Ine. Everything is Ine. You know, he would have turned it
Oga
into
Woman,
an
can I come in
Ine.
small? Can I come in small?
Only after Alexander Gomez, who joins us. Alexander, you make your cameo appearance. Alexander.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
this
I greet
is
Oga.
you know
I greet Oga.
Oh no, hold on. Yeah, sorry, carry on,
you
Alexander.
know I've said it. Hello, everybody. I've said it before on this platform that there's something about a very successful, prominent person that gets himself into trouble and gets humiliated that rubs me the wrong way. This is one of those things that I've always talked about. I feel sorry for him. God knows, I feel very sorry for him because as much as we know that he was doing something or he did something according to the legal dictates of the United Kingdom, considered extremely something illegal. I think that as a father, it was done between a hard place and a rock, quite frankly. I'm saddened by it. This saddens me. It's humiliating, but he did it out of love. But I'm going to say something very controversial here. I wanted to carefully pick my words, but I'm going to just say exactly the way I feel about this. This Igbo boy had a plan from day one. He knew what he was going to do. He knew he wanted to play this kind of stunt, and he played it to the T. And he might be able to get the reason why the whole thing was done in the first place, which is exactly to get a stay, green card. They call it in America, we call it a stay in England. They call it green card in America, a stay in England, and that's the plan from day one.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you very well. Yeah.
No, I was only really going to agree with you that it's almost a certainty that he will get a stay in the United Kingdom.
Yeah.
Because they've used him to test this case, and they know the profile of the person that he has gone up against. They know the Nigerian landscape, and if anything happens to this boy, then it falls on the United Kingdom. So they will ensure that nothing happens to him, and he's not going anywhere. They probably give him a nice apartment in Chelsea somewhere.
That's sad. That's very, very sad. It's I think the sentences was way too harsh. I think that snooty justice as a racist man. It's not like he cares about the boy or a Karamada. They're just bloody Negroes who have come to take advantage of the British system. That's all it is. They don't care. If you think they care about us, they don't care about us. I was born and raised in that country. I know what I'm talking about. They don't care. It was just using a Karamada to as a scapegoat, really, at the end of the day. And I feel bad because we understand that what he did was illegal. But as a father, I'm asking myself, if I'm in that kind of position, would I probably do the same thing too? And the answer that comes to my mind regularly is yes. I might have done it in a different way, in a more legal manner, but I would do it. I mean, if you can't find a match in the family, and that surprises me that amongst the family members they couldn't find a match for the senator's daughter. And also, I don't understand why the Nigerian government didn't intervene in this episode. It doesn't make any sense. I can't see any country in the world allowing their Senate deputy president to be jailed in such a humiliating manner. What country do we come from? This wouldn't have happened under Obasanjo if Obasanjo was president of Nigeria. They would have put some diplomatic strings to have him brought back to Nigeria, and then they do whatever they want to do with it. You could do that. The law allows you to do that. So It's very upsetting. It's very upsetting. But what upsets me more than anything else is that this young man knew exactly, because I know the mindset of kids of this nature. He's a Lagos boy. He knew exactly what he was going to do. He knew what was going to happen, and he set him up. He got to Kedemadu's money, and now he's going to be a resident of the United Kingdom. And like you said, probably a beautiful apartment in St. John's Wood or Chelsea. I prefer St. John's Wood. I'm a North London boy myself, so I don't do West London. I'm a Northwest London boy. So that's that. You know, that's why I called in. I'm very upset about it. I'm extremely upset because for the love of his daughter, he's going to jail. I know he's corrupt. I don't know why a senator would have 40 homes all around the world, and I don't think he's much liked in the Senate in Nigeria because I don't think they handle this matter diplomatically properly. So that's my take, woman. That's why I came in.
Alexander, in some instances, when the sentence has been passed, they can deport you or allow you to go and serve the sentence in your home country. So do you think that will play out? Do you think the Nigerian state should push for this, that they should let him come back?
I think the government of the United Kingdom want to make an example of this dude. You know, that's what 9 years for what? For what? For what? The act hasn't been done yet. He was in the act. He hasn't been committed yet. For what? That they need to appeal that judgment. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know the kind of lawyer this guy's using, but they need to get a good QC to come represent him because that doesn't fit the crime. That's excessive and it's too harsh. And it is damn right racist as far as I'm concerned. You know, I guess if it was a black and white crime, they would have given Kedemadu 100 years in prison. You know, doesn't make any sense. Well, man, let me let you go on with. Let me let you go on with your show. You want to ask me another question?
No. I was just going to say that the organ harvesting. You know, when they say organ harvesting, there's a certain connotation to that. But if you say kidney transplant, it's a different connotation because everybody can relate to kidney transplant, and everybody knows that it's not a life-threatening operation for the donor. So even what the boy was brought into the United Kingdom to do is a routine operation.
Yes,
but
yes.
that's not reflected.
And they were still in the process. The process hasn't been carried out. They were still in the process. So that should be taken into cognizance at the end of the day. I don't know what the maximum sentence is for this kind of crime, but I bet my life this man slapped him. The maximum sentence available on him. I bet my life on that. But when Ogbeni comes on the platform, maybe you need to ask him to do research on that and see what the British law says on it, because I don't know what it says on it. Because this is a new act. This used to happen all the time. This is a new act. This law is a new law. I don't think I've ever heard this before. This has never happened before. I've never read this kind of thing before, so it must be a new thing. I don't know what's going on, you know. But your country, United Kingdom, is changed now. Anything goes now. You have a black prime minister, a black mayor of London. So you know the whole country smells of curry. So this is why people are upset with black people now.
Yes, yeah. You know, just to divert a little bit, every by-election now, the Conservative Party, they are losing seats and losing seats. So the country cannot wait to get rid of the Indian guy. But it's an excellent prime minister in terms of the economy.
No, he is. He is.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, he came to the world in the wrong skin color. But he is a wonderful prime minister.
Yes.
Yeah. But he's not going to get
if you remove the age, the intellect, the education, the background, if you removed him from India and placed him in Oxfordshire, he could have ruled this country forever.
Yes. Oh yes. But you know, the English will always be the English. So whatever you see, you take.
There was a time he went on a walkabout somewhere in the Shires, one of these something Shire sort of places, and they were throwing rotten eggs at him. Yeah, go back to your country. Go back to your country.
A whole prime minister.
Yeah.
No, they're tired of us over there. We've taken over that country. I mean, I remember back in the day, man. Let me say this in passing. You see a black police officer in England, in London, probably you see one every 2 years. You just marvel of the fact that you see a black person in. Now you have police chiefs who are black people. The country is just no man's land these days, and the original inhabitants don't like it. So that's the way it is. Anyway, Woman, let me let you go with your show, man. Thank you for having me.
All right, brilliant. Thank you for dropping by, Alexander. So back to you. You wanted to interject, Tony? Yeah.
Yes, sir. I greet you, Oga, Alexander.
Yes, stay with the topic though. But let's hear from you.
Yes. Very, So, on the contrary, to my Oga, my father, my baba there. So, I was expecting 21 years and above. So you know why? Because this crazy thing that they have been doing in Nigeria, stealing our money, buying houses that they are not going to sleep, in, and then everything is now affecting the England. That's why people are trying to cross the English channel every day. It's now affecting them. That's why they don't care about. They don't give a damn about whether they are coming to bank the money in foreign country or whatever. But at the end of the day, many people are suffering in Nigeria, and then they try to escape. Many are dying in the desert. So we not forget that. So and then.
No, but that's not what the center. It was for organ trafficking. Now, it wasn't
I know. But this judge, that you see, like even right now, my rating for Obasanjo, you know that I've been talking about. My life is Awolowo and then a little bit of Obasanjo. Now I've already taken that out. I don't like Obasanjo any longer for trying to stop this guy from being sentenced now. But Awolowo remain my prophet and my God. So then. This guy is a very wicked guy, like what Ajanikoko was saying. Like if a senator in USA or in Germany or in England is now said that, oh, I need some donor for my daughter's something, I will even volunteer. You will volunteer because they are doing their job well. So you remember that the time of coronavirus is 3 years already, when there was no medical facility to take care of our people, and then they say, okay, we're going to do something, we're going to do something. I don't even know the name of the health minister right now. I never see him. Apart from the Lagos commissioner for her that time that will do something, this Soyinka, So just imagine that kind of country, sir. Look at the condition of our roads, no employment, and then you see the judge also made mention of the vulnerability of that guy, a poor guy, using wheelbarrow to sell something on the street to survive. As a result of this money that they have stolen, this Ekweremandu, and the rest is it 99 senator? I don't know how many 100 senators you have in Nigeria. So they ought to have go to Nigeria and arrest all of them and come and jail them. I was expecting like 100 years. If we're to be in America, America, they don't give a damn. They will sentence this guy accordingly. For those people that are intervening, that please temper justice with mercy. That is the most stupidity. That's the most negative thing that I've had, about Obasanjo, apart from growing up when I hear that he stole 2.8 billion, from Fela's music. But this one now, it made me to just forget Obasanjo now. All the things that he did, the GSM or whatever.
Okay. I thought you wanted to talk about Kuremadu, but let's get back to about.
Yeah. Let me round up now. So, like as I was saying, sir. So if this guy were doing their job well, and then the judge have seen that he has tried to get a donor from, within the family, because usually the family first. You understand me, sir? They have to the family first, and then the cousin.
No, thank you. Sorry, let's hear from you, Deboale. I'm not sure what you were talking about. Sorry about that, Tony. I thought you wanted to speak to the topic.
Yeah, I was trying to speak to what Baba Dalekuku was saying earlier, but I think I forgot what it was then. I was talking about. I don't know. I was trying to excuse my mind. Maybe when I remember.
I think I was saying that if he had make a public announcement or within his extended family or his village people, maybe somebody will have volunteered to help. But he went and looked somebody else, one of these sovereign guy in the street of Lagos, paid money through another person. He falsified affidavit in that respect for him to get visa And all these things were established that, he was the brain behind everything. So, and that is why they are so angry with him. And what it did is a crime against humanity, So that was what I was saying. I thought you wanted to interject.
Yeah, yes, thank you, sir. I was actually trying to speak to that. That if he had cried out and speak out to the public, do you think the public would have exploited his position, his status in the society?
Do you think they will have exploited it in what way?
Him crying out, saying that he needed, his daughter needed a kidney and stuff like that, and people would have exploited his position by, trying to get money from him and all that.
No, he will have told them. That will have been, there will have been accounts that he met people. He begged for people who is willing to do it voluntarily. Voluntarily, and that will have helped him. For a better defense. That look, I cried out. The person said this, and we are he they and he agreed on the basis of helping me voluntarily, helping the family. I didn't pay the person. You understand what I'm saying? But this one, he paid. They got his account. How he paid through his brother or somebody's else to this guy, to that poor guy account. They got everything. so they caught him red-handed, So maybe one of his brother or somebody else will have offered to do this, and they will have talked it among themselves as a family, and that they will have explained, this is the thing, and the I'm not paying you if you are ready to help. No, I'm not paying. And later, if you want to pay that person after the this thing, that will be a different, say, okay, a form of gratification and helping and supporting him, while recovering, while aftermath treatment and everything, and that is a different thing. But if you had make it clear that I'm not paying because it's against the law, if you want to do it voluntarily, I'm telling you, some people are ready to do it for their political leader in Nigeria. They are ready because they know that it's not going to be, they will surely get something after the whole thing. They are ready. Some are ready to die for their leader. He's a political leader in Nigeria, but he got it wrong. He violated the law, and the law caught on him and punished him. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate on one mind. It's unfortunate, but the evidences they are able to establish against him was still huge. And that is why that judge, did what he did. It's unfortunate, but but federal government, Buhari, it didn't do much. It didn't do much.
Oh, I was
Maybe
about
if he
to
had
speak on that. Yeah.
you can say something if you want to say something.
No, go ahead, Governor. Go ahead.
If he had put his, presidential weight and the weight of his government to lobby some power that be in Britain, I believe they will have listened. They will have cut down this long-time sentence to a short-term sentences on them. It's not a joke. 9 years, and after that they will carry this thing, bangu, on his ankle to walk around after 6 years. So they'll be watching him as monitoring his movement. That is not easy. One man. It's a big disgrace to him and his family, and to all of us as Nigerians. All Nigerians. This is a big disgrace to us. Though it is Ekremadu, but let me tell you, as a former Senate or Deputy Senate President, his position carry a very big weight. It's a position, his position carry a very big weight. It's a position that is a position of authority, a position that he represents Nigerian people. So
Oga Johnny Coco. That is one thing I'm working.
Hold on, Tony. I was waiting for Janle Coco to land so I can take the topic round. Sorry, Tony,
so,
but
yeah. If any other person, what he has done now, the British authority and in their hospitals, if any Nigerians come up tomorrow voluntarily to donate his organ for his relative, man, they will scrutinize that person like mad. They will scrutinize that person so bad. They will make it very tough now in Britain because they've already established that Nigerians are criminally minded people. And for this kind of thing, if any other person is coming up to say he wants to donate, they will perceive that it's been paid, and they will want to investigate. Doing that will cause a delay for that, transplants to take effect. It will take a longer time than usual now by Nigerians. If any Nigerians want to do this, they will stand up, they will do their investigation because they don't want problem for themselves too. Remember, the medical authority there won't want problem for themselves. They want to investigate. They might want to commit some what do you call it? This the police department to carry out investigation. So that they can really establish that whoever that is coming up to donate his kidney is doing it voluntarily and not money behind it, so that they won't get into trouble. So he has destroyed our reputation, and it's going to make it hard for Nigerians to go and do kidney transplant in Britain. It's going to make it harder for Nigerians to do it because they'll be waiting for any Nigerian that is coming to do it to really carry out a very tough investigation on them, and possibly they might reject it. Even some people that want to do it voluntarily, they might reject. They want to say, well, because they don't trust Nigerians. They don't trust us.
All right. Thank you, Ajanleko. So thank you, Ajanleko. So Ajanleko, I want to take that topic round because it's the main topic of the day. Hopefully Zita is ready for us now. We came to you first. Maybe you've gone to bed again. Zita, are you ready?
Hey, one man.
Good to have you, Zita. So good to have you. We seem to be getting you regularly now. So
hello, one man.
Yeah.
Is it possible to let, if Madam Say will agree, I said I can do some other things and I will come back. I don't mind. I will spend more time just to comment with.
All right, brilliant. Zita, stay as you are. Let's hear from Dewale, who's under time pressure. So Dewale, let's come to you then. Alexander Gomez came in to suggest that there was somewhat of a racial undertone to that judgment. I feel it was excessive as well, because if you look at the circumstances that has led to all this, a crime of passion, parents under duress, the operation itself, not a life-threatening one. The boy claimed that he did not know why he was brought to the United Kingdom, but there are sufficient enough to suggest that he did know. So now, people feel that this crime, Alexander certainly feels that it has racial undertones. This sentence that is, Alexander feels it has racial undertones. I feel it has political undertones. But do you think the punishment fits the crime, Dewale?
Going by the year that he was sentenced and his wife, I think they were being lenient enough. I mean, that crime, I believe, it attracts almost 20 years, if I'm not mistaken. I think this is the first time that law will be tested in the British court, if I'm not mistaken. So I think to some extent they're trying to, strike a balance in between. But the crime was committed. Oh, before I go further, Madam Sita, please forgive me if I jump the queue. I just trying to, make the statement and get out so that I can do some other thing. But I'll be right
That's
back.
okay. That's okay. Go on.
I appreciate you in this. However, I believe that federal government left this man out to dry. You know why I say that? There is a crime. I know you travel to UK without diplomatic passport or any immunity, to that effect. But in instances like this, where there's no financial crime, there's no more or less like a criminal charges. This is, like you said, like a passion crime where, I mean, any parent will go to any length for their child, right? But the mistake he made was that he got involved. He was neck deep in a situation where you know what you want to do. It's going to be against the law of the country you are going to. I expect you to have somebody who will be doing the runaround, who will be, involved instead of you two. But I guess he used his position as a number 4 citizen of the country to obtain travel document for this particular individual, and then took him to Britain. Now, the harm of God, of court, caught him. Now, the federal government could as well use that might, use that power. So there's a way. I mean, I've never seen. Is it possible? Somebody said, well, justice was served that he were to be in Nigeria, that this man will go scot free. It's possible, but I tell you what, if any other national come to Nigeria and commit crime, our justice system will work the same way it works in the Britain, except you are a powerful individual, highly connected, and the government of your country also have a very good relationship with our country. That's when they can work things out and make sure that you never, get arrested or spend your life in prison. But federal government decided, I want to believe because this man belongs to opposition. If we are to be in APC, I strongly believe and I'm convinced that APC will want to do everything within their power to make sure this guy have at least, if not spend time in the prison, but be given some level of maybe something you can equate to not particularly a warning, but not going to prison per se, maybe house arrest or something like that. But then any parent would do this, and that we can blame a
sorry, Dewale, you were saying that the federal government could have and should have interceded more. But yes. there was a letter going in from the leader of the House of Representatives. There was a letter as well as a delegation going in from the Senate, and then the Attorney General of the Federation wrote in as well to plead Ekremado's case. Even the former president of the country, Obasanjo, wrote in. Commonwealth wrote in. So outside of Buhari picking up the phone and phoning Rishi Sunak, I'm not sure that the government could have done more.
One man, we have the front door and we also have the back channel. When government is trying to solve issues, they don't go on the pages of newspaper and broadcast it to the entire world that this is what they are doing. They have a way. Every country have a back channel where they reach across to the other countries. Now, when they want to do that, they do that quietly without you and I even knowing what is going on. Look at America. America secured freedom of one of the female a basketballer from America being jailed in Russia. Russia of all countries. But guess what happens? They went behind that, they went through that back channel and they got this lady released. However, there's still another American journalist already in a Russian prison, right? And they are still trying to work it out because they believe the crime that basketballer, committed was less than what that journalist was being committed for. So every country knows how to do that.
Are you insinuating that criminals should go scot-free?
It's not about criminals should go scot-free. This man was trying to save his daughter.
But they don't
Whether
care. He went to the wrong way.
Can I put in
He
a word?
went to the wrong way.
yes, he went the wrong way, but I tell you what he did has nothing to do with Nigeria. He was doing it for himself and his family. Corruption aside, he was caught doing it and it was against the law of that land. However, I still strongly believe that the country Nigeria should have done more to help him in the situation that he found himself. But all they were doing was just a lip service, trying to show that, they are trying to show solidarity to one of the Nigerians. But writing a letter, sending House of Parliament to go to Britain to do what? To go and prostrate for them. But they should have used the back channel to at least get to some level of maybe some house arrest or something more lenient. Not being given he's going to spend almost 4 to 5 years in prison. So I still expect for someone who, whether we hate him or like him as a corrupt politician, he's still a Nigerian. And I expect that government to have done more. Sorry?
Can I have a quick interjection?
Go ahead.
Yeah. While I understand your passion and emotion about what has happened, let's remove emotions from the facts. The fact is that Ekweremadu, unfortunately, because of his daughter, because of the child, as it gave me, had committed an offense in another land, in another man's land. He broke their law, and there is a process. I'm really surprised that a lot of people are saying that the federal government should use its might to intervene, not just intervene now, to subvert the cause of justice. There's a word that's in my head, I can't put it out. To subvert, to just, because it is Ekweremadu. There are quite a few things that other offenses that have been committed. You should have come in is after the judgment. Maybe the president approach the king or the prime minister and plead for clemency, which I know they can do, and I'm encouraging that they should do. But the fact that we actually want them to intervene in a case that is already in court and is standing trial, and that you say, okay, because this one is our own, no, not that they have established that he did not commit the offense. When this case started, it is the Nigerian diplomatic, what do you call it now? Embassy in the UK, I don't know what you call them, that got a lawyer for him, defense, and the rest, and they did quite a few things for him. They don't do this for all Nigerians. So I'm kind of a little bit, surprised that we are saying that we should have looked officially pervert, or how do I call it now, the cause of justice for someone. Remove emotions, remove passion, remove sentiment. Someone that broke the law of a foreign land. That is the fact. Those are the facts. The emotions of how and why he did it, they are different things. That one can be pleaded a prerogatives of mercy. At the end of the day, oh, this man is good. The judge said that much. But the fact that majority of us wanted the government to intervene and pervert a cause of justice, to me, that's I'm surprised at that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So Dewale has had to go attend to matters more immediate to him. He will rejoin us later. If we almost certain will still be here. But let's come to you then, Zita. So I was suggesting that the sentencing was somewhat excessive, and I'm suggesting that because the status of the man, the nature of the crime, the circumstances that has led to it, and also what that man represents is not just Ekweremadu, it was the former deputy president of the Nigerian state. So there's an element of sovereignty to all of this as well. But what do you make of the crime and the punishment, Zita?
Okay, thank you, one man, and thank you, everybody, for giving me opportunity to speak on this. One man, I'll first of all say what happened. I will say, what is the law? What law are they using? Then I will say what happened. Then I will come to the judgment. I hope you don't mind.
Carry on.
Okay. international instrument concerning trafficking in person, Article 3 and 5, as amended in 2000, was adopted by over 150-something countries and still counting. What did they do? They made it so broad that it became confusing, and you have to be careful when you are traveling with somebody. They include in the Article 3, I think they included even harboring. So transporting, harboring, paying, all those things were included. You know, as at 1953, the thing they have been amending it and amending it and amending it and amending it. And now they've gotten to a point where every other country is adapting it. Maybe this is the first time in the United Kingdom somebody is being caught, or maybe because Ekweremadu is a high-profile person, we thought that is the first time they caught somebody. All over the world, people have gone into prison for this. Now, the sentencing is 12 to 20 to life imprisonment. The least minimum sentencing on this crime is 10 years. I don't really think they convicted him on organ harvesting, which is a crime that has not happened, as all of you have been saying. They convicted him on the Article 3 and 5, which is human trafficking. Now, what happened? Let me discuss what happened. Ekweremadu, the boy is a grown man. Ekweremadu wouldn't have involved himself in transporting him, going to get his visa, going to get this. They would have allowed him to find his way to the United Kingdom. Actually, you say a crime of passion. I quite agree with you guys, but I am surprised that Ekweremadu is a lawyer. When you want to do things like this, you should know what is in it, because this thing is an international crime. It's not a local crime, the way we are seeing it on this platform. He committed an international crime, which the whole world, including the United Nations, are holding very strongly. As that judge was passing out that sentence, the whole world was watching. They want to know how they're going to take on it. Now, I don't know, Ekweremadu made a lot of mistakes. And then, if you read the whole thing, it's like they caught him lying here and there, which is actually not necessary. He would have allowed the boy to come by himself, lodge in a hotel. They wouldn't have taken him to his house. And then let him go to the doctor by himself and decide not to do it again. That way, the money they gave him would have ended 1 month, 2 months in the hotel, and he will find his way back to Nigeria. But if you look at the video, this one that's saying walk down the street, it wasn't walk down the street. The guy walked down from somewhere. I don't know if you people saw the CCTV footage of that guy when he walked into the place. Two things are bound to happen. It's either the boy pre-planned it in Nigeria, or somebody helped him out in the UK. I don't know why Ekweremadu didn't want to spend so much money trying to treat his daughter. For those people who said it's a crime of passion, if you are that passionate, you won't be talking to a boy like this in the first place. So it is what it is. They did not, saying there is a racial undertone. I don't think there is a racial undertone. In fact, those letters those people wrote from Nigeria, I think it worked, because they handed him the least, the minimum penalty, jail time for that kind of offense. But I think everybody should understand that we should learn from this. This is, in as much as I feel sad that this boy did this, I still feel sad that Ekweremadu did not take enough precaution. I feel sad for the sentencing. I feel sad for somebody who has worked his way to that level to find himself in the prison. But saying that that boy will stay in the UK If I am a relation of Ekweremadu, I know the law to enact in that same UK. Even if that guy is not going to go back to Nigeria, he will not live in the UK. It's as simple as APC.
Do you think this was the boys? Because people, right when this story broke, a lot of people were speculating that, like you were saying, a lot of people concluded that this guy had orchestrated this plan all the way from Lagos, where he was picked up. The first thing that was, they said it was a minor when the story first broke, but then we discovered that he was 21 when the facts began to emerge. They said he did not know the intentions, but then the letter came out that the Ekweremadu wrote to the British Embassy for this guy's visa, and on that letter, it was stated explicitly the reasons why this guy was being brought to the United Kingdom. So a lot to say that this guy knew. Maybe the financial inducement might well be where the law was flouted because of
in the Article 3 and Article 5 of this, the harboring and transportation, and then the compensation either by kind or by cash, I think is where the whole thing is hooking Ekweremadu. That is actually the main human trafficking. Is that place. That's why I said, some people say he would have announced in Nigeria. How else would you have announced if you find somebody and you write a letter to the British High Commission that you need a visa because somebody is willing to donate for your daughter? That is enough. Ekweremadu would have ended it there. The rest in the boy should have taken it from there because he's a grown man. At that level, Ekweremadu would have, if he actually is a seasoned lawyer, at that level, hands off. Let him go for the visa himself. Let him pay for his flight ticket. You can give him cash through somebody, not transfer. Give him the bundle. After all, in Nigeria, we do a lot of cash. Give him the bundle of notes. And then let him fly himself. Let him be the one to put it in his account and fly himself. He get there, he should go and lodge in a hotel. You remove the harboring, you remove the transportation. And then whatever agreement you made with him, or less recorded, that you are going to help him, if he can prove that, no problem. But then, that one wouldn't have been existing. So that when he gets there and then find out that he's no longer interested, he has his way back to Nigeria. His entry will expire and he has to leave. Bringing him to his house, claiming, and now, the offense is even adding maltreatment. You get the point? And these are all the things that is written in Article 5. So, I don't know, but Ekweremadu messed up big time.
Zita, what you're looking at on your screen was Ekwuremadu's letter to the UK embassy. It says, Senator Ike Ekweremadu, PhD, CFR, etc. All these details. Visa section, British High Commission, Abuja. Dear Sir, Madam, re-medical visa application for Ukpo Nwamini David. I am writing in support of the visa application made by Mr. Ukpo Nwamini David, who is currently having medical investigations for a kidney donation to Miss Sonia Ekweremadu. David and Sonia will be at the Royal Free Hospital, London, and I will be providing the necessary funding. I have enclosed a statement of my bank account. Please do not hesitate to contact me if you require additional information. Please accept the assurance of my highest regard. Yours sincerely, Senator Ike Ekweremadu. So there is absolutely categorically no reason to say that both the boy and the British establishment were not aware of what the intentions were. It's stated in clear terms here.
That is what I'm saying now. I am saying when you want to do something, read the consequences of what you want to do. More so when you are a lawyer. Ekweremadu made mistakes. He left loopholes and they cashed on it to deal with him. With this letter, that's enough. He would have hands off. He stated that the boy has applied for a visa by himself. So, why other carry body, carry him, enter airport, and what is all that? He should fly himself, pay for him transport from his account, go to the UK, lodge in a hotel. Then from there he goes, spend that money. He said a crime of passion. Is that not what you people call it? Keep him far away from you. So he applied for visa. He told me he's going to help my daughter. He applied for visa and he was scared the visa will not go through. I wrote to them telling them, look, this man said he will help my daughter. I support his application. And here he is. And he said he's not going to donate again. He should leave. I mean, I don't even see the reason why all these things. But the important thing is that somebody made a mistake and somebody cashed on it. That's it. It's either the boy planned it with somebody in Nigeria before, because the in this judgment, I don't really see the organ harvesting there. It's just the human trafficking part. That's what they used to send them, and which is the one that the minimum is 10 years. So it's either somebody helped the boy from Nigeria, told him how to act, or while he was in the UK, somebody spoke to him. Or the third option, he has gone to the police for maltreatment to report how he was sent out and how he was, according to him. You know, police, too many questions, too many answers. He entered an investigation. So these are the three things that are bound to happen. But to me, if I am a member of Ekweremado's family, I know how to deal with this kind of thing, but this is a global platform. In that same United Nations article, I know what to enact, and that boy will not live in that UK. Because this is the boy made it seem as if it's a murder case. Ekweremadu, yes, he has no reason. If he kept the boy in his house and was maltreating him, for what? Must you force him? If he changes his mind, fine, let him go. I don't even know why they should pick a random boy in the streets. You know, all these things are what they call hablabu or bulaba.
Bulabalu.
So I don't. What man really is disheartening. I am not supporting Ekweremadu, but I hate when somebody uses another person's stupidity to catch on him. I don't really like it. It's not necessary. You see, that's why I always say I cannot talk now. Let me forget it. A woman, it's just the amended 2000 article. That was what they're using. So many countries, which include Nigeria. So that question they're saying they would have brought him to Nigeria, or Nigeria should have, or they should have released him. Even in Nigeria, everybody will be watching because Nigeria adapted it too. That 2000 amendment, Nigeria adapted.
No. I was suggesting that maybe they should send him back to Nigeria to go and carry out his sentence.
No.
Because a British jail is no space for a senior Nigerian. There's an element of.
Woman, what does that mean now? What does that mean that they should send him back to Nigeria?
No, I don't think so. It's an international crime.
Here? Woman, what are we saying here?
No, they do it in instances now when they sentence you in a foreign country.
Woman, Ekweremadu is a human being, just like me and you now. Somebody committed a crime. What are we saying here?
Yeah, but it was the former deputy. Do you not see that? Do you not feel that an element of Nigerian sovereignty is being jailed?
Come on, woman.
But,
What are you saying? Somebody committed a crime.
No, he committed a
But a
crime.
woman,
let
you
me
don't
tell
always
you.
let me to speak. These people, they are not doing their job
Yeah,
correctly in Nigeria.
but you don't speak to the topic. That's the thing.
I'm
No?
speaking to the topic. Like these people,
Woman, let me
they don't deserve
interject now.
they don't deserve any sympathy because they have, it's due to their failure. We have no medical facilities where you could have performed this something at home, and that guy is vulnerable. He's poor because of you see this money that they are stealing to go acquire houses that they will not live in. So no employment, somebody is suffering, and you go and pick him.
Woman.
That man also belongs to somebody's mother, father, or
Woman.
All right, Zita, but that space though, that an element of Nigerian sovereignty is being jailed.
No, woman. International crime is an international crime. See, there are two crimes here. The second part the boy is begging for is obtaining by trick. You see, if I am to step in, I will use this second part to throw that boy out of UK. Because you see, it's like obtaining by trick. You know you were coming. You know this harboring transportation. Yes, I'm going to jail because of it. Agreeing to pay you some money. I'm going to jail because of it. But you too have some responsibility. You committed a crime too. So I won't let him go scot-free. That's what I'm saying. If I'm to be a member of a Ekweremadu's family, since he wants us to do it legally, we're gonna do it legally.
I don't think the British state will allow the Ekweremados to go after that boy.
No, let me tell you. The thing is that the boy put Ekweremadu and the British judiciary to a tight corner. The next thing is to put him and the British judiciary to another tight corner too. Justice will be served.
No, sorry, Patrick. There'll be an element of vindictiveness to that, which I don't think the law will facilitate for.
No. From what he anyway, never mind. I don't need to say it here.
All right. I think Simba and Patrick wanted to come in. Simba, you wanted to come in.
Yes. Woman, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah. I think my own. The two of them are at fault, both the Kurumadu family and this guy. I was privileged to witness a case like that about a child that needed kidney transplant in India, that a guy willingly volunteered himself to donate kidney to this girl. He collected 4 million naira in Nigeria, followed them to India, and the guy, actually he did not report them to the authority in India. He absconded in India, and the girl died in India. The problem here is that the guy knew what he wanted to do. He wanted the money, he wanted to relocate, and he used them as a pivot to achieve his aim. I agree with Zita, but if you want to do that, it's also amounted to another type of criminality. Because I don't think there's any way you can maybe sue this guy and get a favorable outcome from the case. So even the Kurumadu should thank him, because if you look at the British Act on the United Kingdom Modern Slavery Act 2015, it actually gave the maximum sentence is life imprisonment. So it's even lucky that they gave him only 9 years. And he should serve his jail in India. In United Kingdom. We don't want him in Nigeria. He should serve his jail because we have so many centers.
A Nigerian senator.
Well, forget about that. Forget about that, woman. Forget about that, woman. Woman, are you playing to the gallery or you are serious?
No. No. He's not the guy himself, but the position that he occupied
Forget about the
within what
position.
is the 25th largest
Let me
economy.
tell you, in his home state, there are centers that are doing kidney transplants. You know, sometimes when we talk about, say, we have very, very bad health facilities, there are so many good hospitals in Nigeria. You know why our politicians, the only reason why they run away is for confidentiality. They don't want people to know what is wrong with them. That's why they run abroad to go and seek medical help. It's not as if our health facility is so bad that they cannot be treated for some of these ailments, but they want secrecy. And that was why most of them run abroad to seek medical care. In fact, they are doing everyday kidney transplant, organ transplant in Nigeria. He wanted confidentiality. He doesn't want people to know what is wrong with his family. And at the same time, just because he has looted money, he has so much money, that was why he decided to go to Britain, and God has caught with him. He's just, to me, he's a nemesis that have caught up with him, and he should face it. So I don't want you to be saying Senate president, whatever. He's a criminal. A criminal is a criminal. I don't know why we wanted Nigeria to improve. At the same time, we'll be speaking from both sides of the mouth. The same thing that we did yesterday about this police thing. I don't know why. I don't know what it's like. Even on this platform, we don't even know what we wanted. I don't know. One man. I think sometimes we just don't play to this gallery. Let us be serious sometimes and address issue the way it is. There's nothing. What is so special about him being an ex deputy Senate president?
Okay.
Real quick, please.
Yeah. Okay, go on, Zach.
Okay, one man. See, we cannot build a nation based on emotions. We cannot build a nation based on the fact that we refuse to punish people for bad behavior. The reason why UK is strong today is because of their laws. The reason why America is one of the top in the world is because of their laws. They enforce their laws. And when you have a society or a country that politicians can behave anyhow they like, and they will tell you to go to court because they know that the courts are weak, the judges are weak, the lawyers are weak, they are all corrupt. That if you have a country like that, the country will never ever progress. They punish a Kerimadu for bad behavior, period. If we are living in a country that is lawless, now we cannot go to the Western world and be behaving in a lawless way. If we do that, the law will caught up with you and they will deal with you and you will pay the price. Period. A Keremadu is a human being. That boy is a human being too. So what a Keremadu did is bad, and he performed that crime in a country that believes in their laws, and they'll tell you that you cannot come here and behave like this. You can do that in your own country, but when you come to our own country, they will deal with you. There's consequences for bad behavior. So let's forget about emotions, and you cannot build a nation based on emotion. Your laws have to be strong. When somebody performs, when somebody behave in a bad way, the law should caught up with the person, no matter how big the position
so you
is.
don't see an element of third world judgment in this.
I don't see it. This is
okay. If it was an American senator, would it apply the same?
Woman, like I said before, the problem we have in Nigeria is these our leaders. If we have strong law that constantly punish these guys will straight up, they will do the right thing. You understand? The reason why we are not doing that is that's the reason why Nigeria is where Nigeria is. All of them, they will learn from this. So I support it. He should pay the price. Period.
Woman, please let me chip in this.
Yeah, come in now.
The reason why the European countries are the way they are, become great, is not because they keep to law. It's because they have collective national self-interest. Margaret Thatcher's son went to one of these East African countries, committed a crime. The British lobbied to bring the boy back to UK.
Yes, he was planning a coup. He was planning a coup
So it is. I'm not supporting the crime, do you understand? But for the integrity of our country, we are not a pushover. Let them bring him here and let him come and be jailed here. Let him serve his sentence here.
And you think Nigeria court will jail him? Do you
So
believe
you
that
don't
Nigeria court
trust?
will jail him?
Yes. No, he's
That
already
is not
jailed.
possible. That will
He's
not happen.
already jailed. Wait now. He's already jailed. And we are applying to them that look, we don't want to have our boy outside. Bring him here, let him come and serve his jail term. He will serve it. It's already a damaged goods already. You understand what I'm saying? It's already a
Patrick,
damaged good.
Patrick,
No,
it's not the first
sorry,
one. It's not the first
Patrick.
one to be jailed. Oh. It's not the first. There was one ex-governor that was also jailed, and he served his jail term in UK.
James
Under
Ibori.
yeah, but what I'm saying is that we can bring him here and make him serve his jail here. We have jailed big people here now. Mrs. Ibru was in jail. You understand? People go to jail here now. Dasuke Prince was even jailed without conviction. So going to jail is not the big deal. He will come and be jailed here.
Even there's another thing that we don't know. Excuse me.
That's
you
not
know,
possible.
it is actually Nigerian money, our own government money that they are actually spending on this lady for this organ transplant. That's another thing that we don't know.
How so? How so?
It's government money now.
How so now? How so?
He is still a senator. He's still a senator. There was a time I went to India, one man, and I was just standing in the VIP lounge. Then I saw this man. He came with his son, and he came with his wife and three other children. And I was not wondering that you came with your son is sick, and you are coming with the whole family. So I started interrogating the guy. We had started chatting, and he said he was a farmer. Until like 2 weeks after, I saw this guy. He was a member of House of Representatives, and he came with the whole family. And if you see the hotel, this guy launched, because he was spending government money. And that was why he came with the whole family. No reasonable person would just go for health care and you go with a whole family. So this guy is still spending our money, and we are busy rationalizing. He should not be jailed. He should be this. He should be that. I don't understand.
Simba, this is not about money now. Another story.
I'm not talking about money alone, but I don't think. Okay, so if it is somebody like me, I should be jailed, Abby.
Yeah, but you are not a VIP now. You are not a VIP.
So somebody like one man will just say to hell with me, Abby.
No, I will fight for you, but you are not a.
It's not about the people. It's not about whether it's you or not. There are bigger issues. There are bigger issues involved.
Sorry, Fatai. Do you see where I am coming from? And I think Patrick understands where I'm coming from as well.
One man,
very well.
One man, I hate with a passion. I hate bullies. You know, I always love the David against the Goliath. So, whatever happened between them, I think at some point Ekweremadu was trying to bully the boy. I think when maybe whatever happened, I'm not there, nobody's there. At a point in time, I think the boy probably said no. No, everybody is a hustler in that game. So I think at some point the boy said no. Ekweremadu is a rich guy, right? He can leave him. Fine. I mean, if you are that rich, you could have substitute for that kind of situation. You could have multiple arrangements, right? So if one fails, you go for the next one. Say if person no buy na lie, you know go buy na true one day, right? So the boy wanted to opt out. Let him. How much money did you spend? You can spend a lot more money, right? So those ones are there. So, and I also organ whatever is a very serious situation around the world. So I have sympathy for that as well. But what I don't like is I listened to that judgment. I was disgusted. I shut it down at some point. So I see a Snow White guy, right, trying to So I think I look at the countenance of that judge. I think he was a little bit ashamed, right? So this Snow White guy, right, from a country that committed maybe they were part of the biggest slavery the world has ever known, slavery operations, right? So they were part of the operation that destroyed Gaddafi. Do you know how much slavery is going on in Libya? What about what they did in Iraq? And so this Snow White guy sit down there, and before him is this black guy, and this Snow White guy from a country of slave owners is being charged under modern slavery. So there were like two sentences he tried to mention slavery, but I think they've kind of taken it out and focused it on the human trafficking. Well, you could have charged him originally with human trafficking rather than some whatever they call it, modern slavery. That the first person they will be convicted under modern slavery is a black guy. I don't know what we have thought. We should not have allowed that to have ever happened, right? They should charge themselves for slavery first, whether modern or ancient, before they come and charge the black man for under modern slavery. The organ trafficking, I don't have an opinion either way. I don't know. Only when you get to Rome, you behave like Romans, right? If the law in their land says it's not allowed, well, I don't know what is the law. I think Kurumadu, also being a lawyer, was a little bit. It seems to me that there were a lot of stupid moves going on there. But if you remember, one man, you were reading that letter from the British Embassy. I think the judge. I don't know. I seem to sense a contradiction. The judge was saying that Ekuremadu made a statement to the embassy that the guy was the cousin of Soya, of the daughter. That letter that you read didn't talk anything about cousin. So when we look at all these things, we look at it both ways. So if Simba was a poor guy from the street of Lagos and he applied to the British Embassy for a visa, for a visa to go and study in the UK, they will never give you a visa. So some guy, because he's a senator, write to them. They are part of the whole scheme. They are part of the corruption. They will not give that poor guy that they have sympathy for the poor guy. If that guy applied for a visa to go and study in the UK, they will not give him. But because Ekuremadu apply and write a letter, they gave him visa. And now they start talking. If you look at all this statement, he was trying to link. Oh, the boy is a poor boy. He grew up without electricity. Well, there are millions of Nigerians who don't have electricity, who don't have drinking water, right? These are extraneous to the charge itself. Oh, he's a poor guy. Oh, being a poor guy is not the okay. I understand the angle, like okay, the powerful guy against the powerless guy. But it was so stretching it. Oh, so poor. Oh, so this. All to find a way to land the justification for everything being charged under Slavery Act. This act with trafficking, I stand to be corrected. I think there is two sides to it in the UK. I think there is something one they call organ tourism or something like that, which if you are a UK citizen, that's what they charge you for, right? But the foreigners, you guys get charged under modern slavery. But they charge their citizen. They charge their citizen for what is it called? For organ tourism. But they charge
I know. I think this is a new law. It's
new. Yeah. They are all new. Even the tourism, whatever, also is new. Right? Actually, I think it began, around 2014 or thereabout, 2004. I think it was called Human Tissue Act 2004. Then it extended to, I don't know, one tourism or trafficking or whatever, and the other one modern slavery and everything like that. So all of that was there. My own disgust is the government of Nigeria. No, they are writing a letter after the conviction, right? Why didn't they write the letter before the conviction? And say
they've always mounted. Okay. They've always mounted pressure, but I think the British government, they were intent on.
One of the biggest problem of Nigeria and Nigerians is this sucking up to foreigners as if they are better human beings. They will treat you like shit in their country. In your own country also, they will treat you like shit.
But
Can
the
you tell me
bargaining chip
one
is on
man?
their side now, Fatai. The
No,
real
no, I
bargaining
know. Okay,
strength is on their side in this case. You
I
understand? You don't have a
yeah,
weight
no.
to, yeah.
No, yeah.
Assuming we have British in our jail, we have Britons in our jail. Because okay, give us this guy, we'll give you 2 British, or we'll give you 1. They
No,
will
that
rather
wouldn't
they'll
work.
just take it now.
No, that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work, right? That wouldn't work. It's the way when they come to our country, right? They are expatriate, right? When they come to our country, they go to be director of companies. When you go to their country, you start from cleaner, and you are immigrants, illegal most of the time illegal immigrants. But they come to our country, they take all our money, right? They treat our people like shit. When we go to their country, they still treat us like shit. And then we are supposed to have a government. We don't have a government. It's a disgrace. Our government, from the beginning, not after they convicted, then Obasanjo is writing letter, Eddie is writing letter, temper justice with mercy. No, you tell them what you charge him under is called modern slavery. Our country, our continent
Is
frowns
that what rankles you? That modern slavery? Is that what? Yeah.
I tell you one man. I can't stand it. I can't stand it. Look, you cannot whitewash slavery. You listen to that judge. It's a disgrace. The way he was trying to whitewash slavery, like, well, it's a poor guy against a rich guy against a poor guy, is essentially slavery. Is he kidding me? Is that supposed to be a joke? That is a rewriting of history. That is a rewriting of a... No, they should be ashamed that they had the guts to charge a black man under slavery. It's a disgrace. I don't know about the trafficking. They probably could. Yes.
The judge was doing his job within the confines of the law.
No, he was not doing his job. I listened to that decision. Up to a point, I just turned it off. What is his job?
Can I interject?
Do you agree? Yes.
Did you say the boy?
Oh, hold on, Zita. Ajaneko is interjecting. Karen Ajaneko, yeah.
Well, Fatai, do you agree that there's a law in Britain against human trafficking?
They didn't charge him for human trafficking. They charged him under modern slavery.
Yeah, that law.
Okay, no. They should charge him standalone human trafficking, not modern, that modern slavery includes everything. If they catch you as a black man,
modern slavery too now, Fatai.
How is that modern slavery? That is a whitewashing of slavery. That is a whitewashing of
Fatai. The prosecutor has a prerogative on how to charge a criminal, a suspect. The dimension you are taking is a new thread to the argument, and you are not totally wrong. That does not support or does not justify or does not condemn the approach that the British took in this case. And the fact that they did that does it's a new thread, my brother.
My brother. If I was a Kuremadu, the first time I appeared in that court, it would be a drama. I am not guilty. You cannot charge me under slavery. I tell you, it will be a drama in that church. Whatever, you can do a new charging for organ trafficking. You're not going to charge me under slavery. You're not going to charge me under slavery. You, the great slave owners, are going to charge us under slavery.
Can I interject,
Fatai?
Oh no, hold on. Let's Zita come in now, Zimba. Yeah.
Fatai, you said the boy cannot get visa on his own. Please, can you clarify?
No. I mean, if the boy walks to the British embassy, right? As poor boy, because the judge was making a whole mountain out of, he's such a poor boy. And I asked, if as poor, if you write to them, I don't have electricity, I grew up without electricity, I don't have money, I want to go and study in the UK, I am very brilliant, but would they give him a visa? Would they have given him a visa?
No, they wouldn't give him a visa now, but in these
So because
circumstances, a letter was...
Ekweremadu,
No.
Exactly. So because of Ekweremadu, they gave him a visa. And then they are supposed to be telling us that some corruption. They are corrupt too. They are corrupt.
Just a clarification, can I?
Sure.
Okay, to just get the facts correct, Ekweremadu was not involved in the in the application for the visa for the young man. It was the Dr. Obeta that facilitated it with a
brother. No. Your fact is wrong. Ekweremadu wrote a letter to the embassy. Even the judge said it. The only thing that I don't understand, the letter which was read now on this platform by one man, I didn't hear there that Ekweremadu claimed that the boy is a cousin of Sonia, of the daughter. The judge said that.
And it may well be subsequent.
The judge said that the doctor put up an affidavit to claim that David is a cousin to buttress the fact that they are related.
We have the letter on your screen, Bishop. The letter that Ekweremadu sent to the embassy. But carry on, Fatai.
What do I even say? Well, that's what I mean. Obongbo Boponi. Thief, they pursue thief. Oh, corrupt. Everybody's saying corrupt. Are they not corrupt? They are who are the West? The West is so corrupt. It's unbelievable. You know, the whole of Iraq was destroyed. Why? For what? Because they were angels searching for a missing puppy. What? Everybody is corrupt in this life. They are all corrupt. Only that we are corrupt stupidly. That's all. They are corrupt smartly. That's the difference. It's not the corruption. And I don't speak to corruption. I don't speak even to the organ trafficking. I don't know. I wasn't personally there, but I think it's a disgrace that we allow some Snow White people to be charging us for slavery. I think it's a disgrace that we even allowed it to go through. I think
when you say we allowed it, it's as though we had some leverage to stop it. What leverage do we have to stop it? Are we still essentially slaves to these people? Are we not?
No. Well, a journey of 1,000 miles starts with one step, right?
But the black deputy senate president go to the Snow White man land to seek medical help when she could have done it with Simba's colleague in Nigeria. That's the problem now. So the guy is not just a slave owner. The man is a slave by himself.
Brother, I'm not on that wavelength. Those are arguments that anybody can make. It doesn't.
Yeah, that's why I'm also saying this argument is also another wavelength to choose to call it to the main issue. You understand?
Look,
it's
brother,
just like
look. The truth also be told, right? If you have a working country, there will be a little respect shown to the country. But okay, whatever they claim, they are so law abiding. There's no UK politician that commits a crime, even either in the UK or in foreign land. They hold everybody accountable, everything. They are so splendid. They take crime seriously. Everything is so fantastic. Okay, fine. All right. Okay, whatever. But everybody, we are all in this life. We all know what goes on everywhere. But okay, if that's it. But if we have a strong country, at least they will show us a little bit of respect with regard to whether it's a senator or whatever. Whether
I have a question for you.
Okay. I'm not arguing there. I know it's not. Neither everybody with their own take. I'm not saying because Simba will tell me now because he's a senator. If me, I'm Simba, I'm not a senator. Would you say that? But I'm not really going there. I'm just.
I want to just ask a question.
Take the question, Fatai, and then we go on to Rational Mind to get his take. Take the question, Simba.
Fatai, maybe in 2 or 3 sentences. So, what did you want? How did you want them to go about this case? Should they release him and allow him to go free, or he should be sent back to Nigeria? I don't know. What do you want?
I think they should apologize for charging a black man under modern slavery. For modern slavery, I think that's what they should do. Whatever they do with their law, I think they should apologize. that's not my issue. I don't know. I
don't
don't know
seem
the
to
details
get
of the
you
law.
honestly. Are you saying that a black man cannot do slavery?
Well, if he did slavery, is that slavery? That is a whitewash of slavery.
That's not slavery.
And so why are they charging all that slavery? But why is it slavery? Why is the crime slavery?
It was not charged for slavery.
Are you kidding me? Modern slavery.
It was charged for human trafficking.
Hold on. The original charge was modern slavery. Which that's the umbrella law under which that human trafficking is then an element. So I think they charge him with that.
Human
and that seems to
trafficking
be
and organ harvesting. Human trafficking and organ harvesting. That was what he was charged for.
No, Fatah is saying that he could get a conviction. Fatah is saying he could get a conviction, that whatever, but
exactly. You can charge him for you can charge him for anything you want, but I think it's a disgrace, the slavery part. I think that slavery part is
Fatai.
Yes, madam.
Actually, the people that started slavery in the world, in black man land, in Africa, is black man. They sold their people to the whites for nothing. So it's not actually the whites that is the slave masters. It was the black man. So I don't
Madam,
no, that's a different narrative. You are taking us into new territory.
Just a quick response to that. Well, everybody was selling everybody to slavery in that regard, in their own spaces, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So, but when it became corporate, big, these chain carrying us over the Atlantic, across the Atlantic, these that is established as what is now is what is designated as slavery. This institution designated as slavery. It is them.
Oh, no,
it is them. And
let me place a scenario here. You are selling okra locally, and I came to participate in the business of okra, and I made it internationally. So I'm the only one selling okra.
So madam, in the larger space of slavery, right? The most of the slavery, right? Can you hear me?
If we can now, carry on. Yeah, we can now, carry on. But we are hearing you, but I don't want us to go into heavily into slavery and whatnot.
No, I will not.
I want us to,
I will not.
Go on.
No, I will close it up. Even they don't argue it, right? So okay, you can look it in both ways. There is a buyer, there is a seller, right? But not all of it was buying and situations. What about the exploitation? What about the intention? They intentionally came in most cases came with religion to deceive us. Connie. Many of these people said that were sold to slavery, right? Many even some that passed through the Arabia, many even thought they were going for religious tourism. There were many things involved there. It's not just a simple narrative or where somebody sold, right? For the amount of slavery, if they were actually selling, Africa should have been rich for the money they should have made from it, right? And then what they did in this space of the exploitation is also another story. Many of those stories were not just buying. There was a lot of things involved in the slavery. So much trickery. Not many people, they claim that they sold to us. How many were sold to them?
But Fatai,
can I make a quick comment real quick, man, if you don't mind?
Fatai,
coming after Janle Koko. Yeah, Prince. Coming after Janle Koko, and then we go to Rational Mind, and then go on Janle Koko.
Yeah, Fatai, would you agree with me that there's similarity between human trafficking and slavery?
There is a similarity between. Of course, there is similarity between everything in the world.
No,
Like everything in the world has similarity.
Let us focus on that too.
This,
Because
I know. In the in the big picture,
slavery.
in this context, this is not slavery.
Oh, hold on. I will tell you the similarity.
Okay.
Which I will agree with them that it's a form of slavery, because under human trafficking and slavery, I mean the difference between them. Okay, slavery, you forcefully take somebody and sell that person, right? Sell him off. But human trafficking, it is either you forcefully take that person, sell him off, one, or you bargain with that person, lure him with money for him to surrender himself for a particular purpose. In the case of Ekeremadu, lure that guy, induce that guy with money that come and go and donate your organ to save somebody. You understand?
No, but the definition is wrong.
Hold on now.
Is
Hold on.
slavery is making somebody subservient to you against their own wish. That's simple.
Not
Making
telling
somebody,
him.
it doesn't have to be buy or sell. Making somebody subservient to you against their own wish is slavery. Even if you don't maltreat them.
Yes. So you see that similarity. The two are
Babajaleko, you haven't established the similarity. Babajaleko, you haven't established the similarity.
Okay, the similarity. Slavery, you forcefully take somebody and sell.
This was not forcefully. This one was not forcefully.
Oh, hold on. Okay. Now, this is not forcefully, but you took advantage of him because he is a poor guy, a vulnerable guy. So you use a financial inducement to buy him over, to surrender himself and use his own body part to save another person. And not
the body part
him,
is it part of the slavery definition?
Well, when you induce somebody, a vulnerable person that doesn't know the consequences of what he's doing, what he wants to do.
Every employee, most
that's deceit now. That's deceit.
Most billionaire employers, they will fall in that category.
Look, so that similarity, that both of them are intertwined, and it's hard.
Not really. Not really. It's easily separate. It's separable, right? This is not
because
slavery,
in modern world,
the
modern reality. Hold on, Fatai. The modern reality is that you cannot forcefully take anybody anymore. So you either use, financial inducement to buy that person and then sell him to another person, or use him, his body part, to save another one's life. You understand? Which is against every medical, which is against humanity, any integrity or anything that you want to, anything that for humanity's sake, it is totally against it. So
I listen to you. I don't really see the similarity.
So slavery,
but I take one thing.
Slavery is against humanity, same as
but slavery, slavery.
Yeah, both of them against humanity.
But what is different here is that, right? So the organ itself, it was not supposed to be bought or something. It was supposed to be voluntarily donated. right?
Yes.
It was supposed to be voluntary. Everybody know, right? So, and here there was inducement. Okay. So because it's a serious issue, this organ situation in the world is a serious issue. So it's easy to see why it is made to be illegal, right? But this is not slavery. The boy is totally aware, right? They wrote a letter to the embassy. That is not how you do slavery. You write a letter to the embassy give a visa. Because he's a senator, if it is slavery, the UK embassy is a complicit in the slavery. They are complicit. A letter was written to them. They facilitated the slavery. If this is slavery, they facilitated it. Everybody is aware. Everybody is fully aware.
Fatai, when they make law, they coin it in such a way that it will capture everything that is a core and every other thing that related to that particular law. So that's
Baba
why
Danle Koko. I saw that, George.
They are interrelated, and that is why
they are not interrelated.
They are now.
They are not interrelated. I saw that, George. I was watching that, George. It was struggling so hard to make it feels like slavery. That is why he was mentioning all those things. He's a poor guy. They grew up and don't have electricity. The crime itself is straightforward. Then you have to go all this, make a big picture, how to make it serious, expand it, do stretch it. There was so much stretching. I got sick of it. Anyway, thank you, woman.
All right. No. Take an interjection from Prince Daddy, and then we'll hear from Rational Mind and Prince Daddy, and then we'll move to another topic. Prince Daddy, you wanted to say, Prince?
Oh yeah, thanks, woman. Yeah. Now I was just gonna make a comment earlier. When it comes to slavery, I mean the Arabs, they were also big into slavery up to right now. So it's not just a man that looks like snow that was involved in slavery. I mean, slavery happened all around the world from ancient
I don't
times.
disagree. I don't disagree.
Okay, good. No, I was just making a comment. I know, but with the Ikuru situation, it's law relative. It's relative based on the jurisdiction of the country where the law is passed or instituted. Um, Many people may not find anything wrong with what Ikuru did, but nonetheless, he committed a crime in the British jurisdiction. So whichever way, especially I think it kind of goes to things we've discussed in the past, right? The British legal system, just like America's, and I think Nigeria also is like it's mostly based on common law as opposed to civil law. So the judge may go into the courts based on information gathered and the presentation by the lawyers and determine that, hey, this was somewhat of a slavery, and the person, the young man involved was in many ways disenfranchised because of the situation. Because keep in mind there was an exchange of money between the two parties, so it was totally up to the judge to determine that. And many things that happen to us as Black people or in Nigeria is simply the way we deal with ourselves. Um, Unless we're claiming that Kuremado's action was totally okay, that anyone would be willing to give up their son or daughter for such a transaction, then that's another thing. Okay, but we ourselves generally do not treat each other the best way possible. So, yeah, in the term of slavery, there has to be buyers and sellers, and because one part of the transaction, let's say the buyer was able to grow the slavery business and make it more corporate and make it more bigger and lucrative, doesn't make the other side that didn't do likewise any less guilty. So slippery slope kind of a situation. But to one man's point, I don't know why a career matter should be jailed in Nigeria when the crime was committed in England. But of course, if you have I think if Patai said it or somebody else did, if we have a bargaining chip to say, hey, we got a couple of your people here in prison, Nigeria, let go ours. Of course, anything when it comes to such things or any transaction for that matter, anything can be done. We can always make deals. Deals are there to be made. But again, I don't think we have a bargaining chip. I mean, we go to their country and beg for everything. If they don't approve our loans, we can't do
No,
nothing.
brother, with regard to the bargaining, right? Where we just basically, when we see foreigners, we kiss their ass, right?
I
Before
agree.
the case started, if they that is when they could get involved and not let it go. But once it gets to court, once the court is adjudicating, like the bar is kind of high for you to then it will affect the system of justice in the country. A serious country will get involved before, not after the fact. You now say, oh, okay, let tender justice with mercy be
Well,
lenient. What is
I
that to
agree
do
with you.
What
Maybe
is that to do? Before it started, that's where you get involved. You can call them both. And settle it in-house. Make the boy a rich boy and say, Kuremadu, don't do it again. We'll settle the onidodo. You can settle it in-house. The
well,
Nigerian
sure.
government before, not after he went to court. Once he went to court, I mean, what do you expect them to do? I'm not speaking to the law, to the crime, to the whatever. I'm just disgusted at the whitewashing of slavery. We shouldn't allow the crime of slavery to be so whitewashed that if you pickpocket, it can be under the slavery. If you pick somebody's pocket, it's a slavery against that person. If you steal in a store, it's a slavery against whatever. That law is so watery.
Well, I see the
Even the
point.
attempt, even this decision, right? Basically, was convicted for the intent. It's not harvested the organ. So some people saying, it should be mercy, it should be thankful because it's not life imprisonment. Well, it didn't harvest the organ. Yeah, that's what will attract life
Well,
imprisonment.
sometimes most of the punishment are based on intentionality. So it did not have to harvest the organ.
No. It hasn't. The actual stuff hadn't happened yet.
I
But
know it did not have to
he was
happen.
intent on doing it. So
You
Yes.
he
can't
was
you
intent
can't
on
jail, you
doing it.
can't try
So there is
convict a man for intention now.
Well, yes,
this is
yes, you
what they just
can.
convicted him for
Well,
now.
yes, you
He
can.
didn't. This is what
That's
they
what.
No,
convicted him for now.
What did
no,
you
He
not?
didn't
it's
do
not.
it yet.
No,
Hold on.
no, 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 no.
Did they not charge people? Did they
It's
not
not an
charge people?
intention.
Did they not charge people based on attempted murder? Did they not charge
You're
people for
supposed to.
that?
You see
Yeah,
what
they
you said
charged him
now.
for attempted
Attempted.
murder.
That's an action.
All right.
Yeah,
Let's
this
bring
also is an attempted whatever. This also attempted.
That's
Hey,
an
thank you.
action. So
Attempted.
when you
Well,
say
I
intention, you can't.
attempted organ transplant or whatever it was trying to do,
Yeah.
harvesting. That's also a crime in the land of the
No,
British
I don't
people.
say
It's a
it's not a
crime.
crime. I'm just
Okay.
saying, like people saying, oh, it could be life imprisonment. Life imprisonment
Well,
for what?
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
All right, let's bring Rational Mind into the conversation if it's there. It's been unusually quiet. Rational Mind, are you there? Rational Mind. What about you, Simba? Simba, are you there?
I'm around.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Okay, let me come to you then, Simba. But let me come to you off the back of this clip. So Ikweremadu's daughter has been speaking to what happened to her parents post the conviction and sentencing. So listen to her and then give us a response.
Me and my brother and my sister were at home and the doorbell rings. I think it's our parents, but it's a bunch of police at the door. They tell me this is, what they arrested me for. My first reaction was shock. It was difficult, especially seeing, not even just for me, because if it was a situation where it was just me, I think it would have been easier to handle. But seeing my parents in that situation as well was a lot.
What are your thoughts on your parents' conviction?
It's sad. It's been really hard to really wrap my head around it.
Do you understand the conviction and why they were found guilty?
I understand the conviction. Personally, I disagree with it. However, that's from a very biased perspective as their daughter, and I would obviously always back my parents. However, the law has taken its course, and we just have to now move forward as a family. Apart from the case and the trial, I'm also having dialysis.
What's the name of the condition that you have?
Okay, it's called nephrotic syndrome, FSGS. Basically, my kidneys are like small and they have like loads of big holes in it. Either I stay on dialysis for the rest of my life or I get a transplant. These are my two options.
Was it not possible to get a donor from within your family?
I had the APOL1 gene. So to us, that kind of meant that, kind of excluded the family, especially on my dad's side, because they have quite a history of kidney conditions. In August of 2021, when obviously I found out that it was a possibility that I would need a transplant, that's when we kind of reached out to people.
How involved were you in finding a donor, in particular this young man?
I wasn't involved at all. It was mostly my family that handled everything to do with my medical side.
Were you aware that your parents were trying to bring someone from Nigeria to the UK?
I mean, I was aware that someone did come forward. I had just come over to the UK, I believe, with my uncle. My mom and I wanted to thank him for that, and the picture was basically for memories.
It was mentioned in court that this man was portrayed as your cousin. Did you know that? Was the case?
No, you should answer
that. Yeah. I mean, I can't answer that.
Were you aware that's the narrative that they were going for?
To an extent, but not really. I didn't really know anything leading up to it. I don't feel anything towards him. I, wish him all the best. And that's really it.
There were some texts between you and your parents, and they offered a couple of people, or they showed you a couple of people who could be donors. Was that not some sort of involvement from your side?
I wouldn't say it's an involvement. They just wanted me to see the progress that they had made.
Have you been able to find someone else?
Well, shortly after that, I had put out an appeal and a lot of people came up. But we weren't really able to do anything with that as of now because I'm still on dialysis. Hopefully, I would be able to, get the transplant soon. But as you know, our family is still in the middle of a trial. I would like to also use this opportunity to apologize to them for the way everything has played out.
You've been seeing them, visiting them in jail all this time. Mm-hmm. Where are their heads at? What are they kind of thinking about the whole situation?
They're quite calm, surprisingly. Yeah.
Do they feel remorse?
I can't really speak on what they are feeling. This is just from an outside perspective, seeing them. They're okay. They're just neutral.
What's sort of been your lesson from all this?
Life is just so dynamic. Like one day you're in your house chilling, the next day your whole life is turned upside down. So that is my main focus, try and help specifically people with kidney conditions, just to show that they don't need to be scared. Obviously there's the support of my siblings and obviously my parents' siblings as well. However, I don't think it would ever be the same. I feel guilty because I feel like all this has happened because of me.
All right. So there it is. So that's the girl at the heart of all of it. That was Sonia Ekeremadu. So in the course of that interaction with the BBC, you could hear at some point somebody asking her not to answer a question. So was there elements of that girl now? Sorry, mute yourself now, Patrick.
Yeah.
So was there elements of that girl not wanting to implicate herself, not giving forward as much as she knew about the process? What did you make of Sonia Ekweremadu coming out into the public space to tell her what she knows, to tell us what she knows?
Yeah, thank you, one man.
Yeah.
Yeah, in as much as Alice is, I sympathize with her for her condition, because that kind of nephrotic syndrome that she has, even after transplant, she can only survive for some years. It's not a lifetime thing, because that focal FCGS, you call it focal segmental glomerulonecrosis, is going to affect the transplanted kidney. So even after this one, she will still need another continue to survive. I think she's very lucky for having a father who is very rich, because if this thing happened to a child of a poor person, even an average income earner, she will have been dead by now, because the average costs of running 3 sections of dialysis every week, I think, is beyond an average earner. Be that as is me, she is actually concealing some information, because if you want to get involved in a kidney transplant, they need to inform her, because they will take some sample from her, and then the sample from the donor also, to make sure that they match HLA, we call it HLA. So that is when, in fact, this one has been done even before the guy left Nigeria. They made sure that the guy actually has some HLA, and it match with this lady's kidney. That was why it was trafficked to London to donate his kidney for money. So, and as you said, there are so many things that she's concealing, because if she actually volunteers some of this information, it can actually worsen the case for her parents. And but
Or maybe even herself, because depending on how much she knows, she may well even be complicit. And a kidney problem or not, the UK, they will give her a medical treatment in prison, but she was protecting herself, I suspect, in that piece.
Yes, I agree with you. Because she's an adult too. If he's a child, we might say, okay, but she's an adult, and whatever information she volunteers, she might actually, because I didn't even know why he was actually excluded from this case. I don't know how they just remove him from this case. It's supposed to be one of she's supposed to be involved in this case. I don't know why they exempted her from the case. So
Simba, now
I
what
think
for
it's
you?
no. Let me tell you, Mrs. Zita, that there are a lot of people that are being actually molested, because what I can see in most cases is that they exploit some people vulnerability because of poverty. A lot of people, even some people, let me tell you, I'm in the Middle East. You see some of our people that are coming to do all these what they call it? They call it shigala here, to do the work as housemaid, and some of them, unknowing to them, they will remove their organ. I'm very sorry to say this, and no, there's nothing they can do. There was a story of a Kenyan that they actually remove her organ, and then after she fell sick, they deported her back to her country. And so it's a very serious situation.
Simba,
I think
that your word is the story is not complete. How long does it take for somebody to be operated on to remove an organ? And how can they remove your organ without you knowing?
Okay, let me tell you what happened.
But Madam Zita,
I
it
don't
is
know.
possible.
It was the stage an accident, and she was admitted, and she was supposed to undergo an operation, and she was sedated, and that was how the whole thing actually took place. So she had they feigned an accident. Maybe it was a stage accident. She had some injury. They took her to hospital, and she was sedated. She was given anesthesia, and yes. So that was what happened, Madam Zita. So some people are doing it voluntarily because of poverty, but there are a lot of people that are actually they're exploiting to get this organ removed. So I think I don't have much to say about that woman.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Does anyone else have just a very brief commentary on Sonia Ekweremado's interaction with the BBC? And then we'll move on to a different topic.
Yeah, let me say something. You could see in that interview when that lady asked her that was that guy a cousin to him. You see how her voice was shaking.
No. A voice came in saying, "Do not answer that." Did you hear that voice? It said, "Do not answer that."
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, he wasn't. She wasn't, confident to even say it clearly. You can see the way her voice was shaking. She was kind of wanted to say yes and no. She was at the middle. She didn't know what to say. She didn't want to commit herself. She didn't want to. She was struggling to answer, and maybe like you said, somebody said don't answer that. So she man, and when they asked her that, did you communicate or did you have a text conversation or anything with her?
Ajale Coco, please,
She
I
was
have a question
struggling
for
to.
you, please.
Yeah.
I have a question for you, please. Mama, if you don't mind, please.
Carry on.
Don't you think this girl should have went about this whole thing by herself? Because what I think before is that he was incapacitated, she was on the sick bed, dying.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yes.
It never happened like
Hold
that.
on now. Hold on now. Let me finish, please. So don't you think she should have went about his own thing? She's an adult and she's still healthy to me as I see her. She could have went about her things by herself. Don't you think you should have much better? That's just my question to you. That's for Ajale Coco, please.
Yes, you see, she looked pretty healthy. She doesn't look like somebody that is going through a serious health problem like that. And like you said, I think if she had handled it herself, because in her statement when she was talking to that lady, she said after the incident happened, she make a public appeal to people, and a lot of people responded that wanted to do it. That is what they should have done, and that is why I was saying Ekweremadu should have make a public announcement or talk to the villager, his people, his relative, extended family, and relative. One will have volunteered to do this for the family. But look at her. She said that.
Baba Ajale Coco, don't you think that because they have money, they think that they will rather use somebody else? They will rather use somebody else rather than using their family member.
Yes, they believe that is their way of doing things in Nigeria. The rich men, they believe money can do everything, and what should not be kept as secret. Let's keep it as secret and use our money to buy our way. That is their style. They uses their money to buy everything, buy people, buy themselves to power, bribe people to secure whatsoever. So it's their mentality, and it's so unfortunate. But the lady said her daughter, confirmed that she make a public appeal, and a lot of people responded. So that's to tell you that they make a blunder, and that is what brought them in this. So this lady,
but the appeal that she made was after the arrest, not
that's what I'm
when
saying.
she needed the kidney.
Yeah, after the arrest. And I believe if Ekremadu did not even handle it, if herself make a public announcement, people will have still, responded to help. People will have volunteered.
To help her, to donate for her.
Yeah, to donate for her. It's just, man. Well, what's gonna be?
It's a pity all the way through. You have to have some sympathy for everybody in the equation, and maybe not so much for the boy. I'm not sure how sympathetic I am to the boy, but I'm certainly sympathetic to the Ekweremadu family.
Yes, what's gonna be?
One man, since this case started, we didn't hear anything from that guy. Just like he's alone. We didn't hear anything from his own family.
His family, he comes from poverty now. Nobody wants to hear from poor people now.
No,
who wants to hear from poor people? Nobody wants to hear from poor people.
Can I interject?
Okay, have that interjection, and after that we must move on to another talking point. But I'll have the final word on that space.
I heard from somewhere that he said they threatened the dad in Nigeria to ask him to drop the case. That's what he said.
But he does not even have the power to drop the. But he doesn't have that jurisdiction. He can't say he wants to drop the case. He's not the one that.
No, he can't. He can't.
He's not the one. He's not the one that complained. He's not the one that. He's not the one that.
Hold on. What they actually did was they pressured the father to ask him to drop the case. So now
he couldn't have done that. He doesn't have the right. He can't do it.
No, if he doesn't cooperate with the prosecution, then the case will collapse.
Can I interject?
All right. I was trying to move on but we must make this the last one. But let's move
on.
All right. I wanted us to move to this space, and I wanted Prince Daddy to take this on. We've been waiting to find out just what underpinned this guy's move, and it looks as though he's now speaking to the space. Now, Osinbajo's spokesman reveals real reason why Vice President contested against Tinubu others. So the first person that nobody actually expected, in fact, Thomas is here. We all recall what Thomas said, that they're not born and well to even try.
They're not born and well.
Yes. So the last person everybody expected to be contesting against Tinubu was Osinbajo, only because of the impact that Tinubu had on this guy's life, taking him out of complete obscurity and making a man of him. If you removed Tinubu from his life, he would just be another random professor in a law school somewhere. So now, when that primaries was going on, even though he had taken the ticket, the first person that you were expecting to step down was him. But he did not step down at all. So what underpins all that? Osinbajo's spokesman reveals real reason why Vice President contested against Tinubu. So let's find out why. Laolu Akonde, the spokesperson of Vice President Professor Yemi Osinbajo, on Friday, May the 5th, said that his principal contested for the All Progressive Congress APC presidential ticket in June 2022 in the interest of the public. Speaking during an interview with Channels Television monitored by correspondents, Akonde said Osinbajo contested because he has the character, competence, and experience to lead Nigeria. Akonde said, the level of understanding that you have acquired in terms of what has to be done and the capacity he has demonstrated when he had an opportunity to act for the president. And he has inspired tens and scores of millions of Nigerians with his leadership style. People see him as a representation of a new Nigeria. All of these can be in place, and he just walks away. He did what he needed to do, and the party made the decision, and he just has to move on after doing the right thing. Our correspondents recall that the President-elect Bola Tinubu emerged as the winner of the APC presidential primary in June 2022. The former Lagos State governor obtained 1,271 votes to defeat his closest rivals, ex-minister Rotimi Amechi and Osinbajo. Osinbajo was a long-time loyalist of Tinubu before the relationship between the two men became apparently strained. The reason for their perceived sour relationship remains unclear. The vice president formally joined the presidential race early 2022, surprising many Nigerians who swore he would not run against Tinubu, who brought him into politics and nominated him as running mate to President Buhari in the run-up to the 2015 election. So there it is, Prince. The level of understanding, essentially his ego got the better of him, is what his spokesperson is saying. What are you then making then of this now excuse for treachery by the little man from Ikene?
Well, yeah, perhaps his ego got the best of him. Yeah, we did talk about it the other day. Well, he had to. I mean, it's unlike kind of like Peter B. He has a lot of internet sensationalists online that think is good for the job. And quite frankly, I don't think myself. I don't doubt it. I think he's solid. He's smart. He's capable. When he temporarily took over from Buhari, right, when he was on medical leave, I think he did it exceptionally. He did very well. He knows the system. He knows how the system works. So it was befitting, of course. But in this case, it's not about without Tinubu, right? There was no way you could have had the opportunity to become the VP. And in politics, loyalty is key. It is kind of the currency in politics. He knows better because, apart from him being capable of doing the job, he does not have the political capital. He doesn't have it. So if you
Sorry, Prince. Do you think he is capable of doing the job? Because having a 3-month cameo whilst Buhari was in the hospital is not sufficient enough to then conclude that he has any capacity. When has he ever shown capacity for leadership, Osinbajo?
Well, a good question. Well, sometimes we project, right? Like in sports, sometimes they draft these kids from high school or college, and they pay them millions of dollars because of their potential of what they could do. And I strongly believe that Shibanji is like that too. I believe, though he only spent 3 months doing the job, I think he has the great potential to become a great president. I think he has all the tools and the skills and the leadership ability to do so. Yeah, I believe that. I think he would do a great job. Better than Tinubu, I doubt it, because Tinubu is more international in his thinking, and Tinubu is a consummate Nigerian, meaning that he traverses from the south to the north and everywhere across the country. I don't think Osinbajo has that political capital. He doesn't have it. So can Osinbajo? Do I believe he can do the job? Absolutely, I believe he can do the job. Better than Tinubu? I don't think so. And also, I think yeah, I don't think he can do a better job than Tinubu for sure. But yeah.
People call him Yemi, or Yemi Iscariot or Osinbajo. Yemi is Iscariot after the Judas Iscariot. So they call him Yemi Iscariot or Osinbajo. Is that justified?
I'm sorry, I missed that again. What did you say?
No, I was saying people call him Yemi Iscariot or Osinbajo after Judas Iscariot, and I'm inviting you is that justified?
To me, it's like a stretch. It has the appearance to be so, but it is a stretch. It is a stretch. And I said it before. I think the part of the reason why he had to do it was like, hey, it's almost like almost a slap in the face to not to even attempt it. Maybe you should have had a conversation with Tinubu just to, like many of the contestants too. They knew they didn't have the political capital or the wherewithal to compete against Tinubu or to be chosen. But nonetheless, they threw their ad into the game. Maybe you should have done the same thing and kind of to save face. do the same thing, have a talk with Tinubu, but hey, sir, this is what I intend to do at the end of the day, and that'll be fine. But for him to go there with like he has an S on his chest, like a Superman, that he can actually compete with Tinubu, that was a no. So yeah, I won't call him Yemi Iscariot, but but
Can I interject? Is there any way we can interject as we speak?
Yeah, you can interject, but just to what Prince Daddy was saying right there, BC Akonde called several meetings with both of them. They even had locked in the room meetings with both of them, inviting Yemi Iscariot to step down. That look, this window of opportunity opens for the Yoruba space, and if one of you don't step down, and you likely the most to step down. There are other candidates because Rotimi Amechi was pushing hard then to the point that he built a railway in the north to cut through Katsina for Buhari to go home back and forth between his two homes. So he did a lot. They gave him a chieftaincy title in Daura, one of the most senior chieftaincies. So Rotimi Amechi was primed and ready. Ahmed Lawan was orchestrating, and there was a lot of speculation then that the North did not want to give up the power. So if the game in the South, in the Southwest, was not 100% perfected, then that opportunity could have escaped. They spoke to Yemi Osinbajo endlessly, but he obstinately stuck to that space because he was just consumed by all this internet praise that he was getting. Abozita, you wanted to come in?
Yeah.
Before Zita, can I have the quick interjection if it's possible?
I want to ask Prince Daddy a question because he said something that struck me. He said that Yemi Osinbajo would have done a better job. And he's not the first person that is saying that on this platform. And anytime they say it strikes me. Can you explain what you mean by that? On what capacity? What has he actually done? And if you say that, that means you are concurring that Buhari did a perfect job.
Madam Zita. Actually, I don't know if one man heard me correctly. I said there was no way he could have done a better job than Tinubu. I said for what he did, okay, but he did perform very well. He has the potential to do well, and I said clearly that. But in comparison to Tinubu, no, Tinubu he can't do a better job than Tinubu. Tinubu, I believe, is more superior because why I said he has international exposure. Is the only candidate, the only person that I know, even in all the parties, that's been able to traverse from the southwest to the northwest and northeast and even southeast. Tinubu is the only candidate. So to your question, yeah, I didn't mean that.
Okay, because anyway, never mind. When it gets to my turn, I'll say what I want to say. Continue.
Sure. So yeah, I think one man said well, Akande had some meetings with Osinbajo to throw in the towel and let Tinubu go so they can be unified, so they can have a unified front. Well, of course, I didn't hear about that to now, to today. But again, I've always known that somehow, some way, Osinbajo was trying to save face. And again, it was, it has a lot of support on the internet and some few people. I think it has more support from not so much from the political powerhouse or the juggernauts. It has support from the mostly common people, people in academics and such. But in terms of him being able to to win the hearts or the minds of the Nigerian people as a politician, it didn't have that, and it should have probably known better to step down, because if you look at it, Tinubu sees him as being a traitor, somewhat. It was being disloyal, and that could be painful. That could be painful for someone that you brought into the game, and now like like the mafias do. You can't disrespect the Godfather. They don't do it. There's
Prince
a big
Daddy,
price. There's a big price
can
to
I
pay for it.
interject?
Sure, go ahead.
I think Osinbajo was deceived. And then earlier when you were talking, I don't think he even have the capacity. Whatever whatever he achieved, maybe during 3 months, 2 months of Buhari absence, he was riding on Buhari whatever. He doesn't have the political clout. He doesn't have the means. He doesn't have anything to become the president of that country. To be a president of a country is beyond speaking English and all those academic things. I'm very sorry to say. Okay, look at what
Now,
we
why
are
you speaking
experiencing
my
now.
mind now?
No,
Speaking English. Why you
yes.
say speaking English now? The guy say now by speaking grammar they take the continue, my brother.
So, look at the kind of respect Tinubu is commanding now. Look at the way people are rallying around him. Do you think Osinbajo will be able if Osinbajo contested and even if Tinubu did not contest, and you would think that we can field Osinbajo will wasted that opportunity. Believe me, he wouldn't even have won the primary, talk less of winning the presidential election. He doesn't have anything
Well,
that he can.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's what I said earlier. For Osinbajo to become the presidential candidate, it has to be Tinubu again, just like he did for him as the vice president, to put him there and push him forward. So you're right. I agree with you. But I think it's a little bit kind of harsh to say that he would not have done a decent job or a good of a job. I don't know, man. I think the man is a smart man. He does not have that what you call it, that political sagacity and that toughness. I don't think he has that toughness to move things when there's opposition. I don't think he has that political.
Prince,
I want to disagree.
go on, Adele Coco.
I want to decide who told you that it doesn't have that toughness. When the Daura or what
I'm
is
sorry, Angelico, the man sells ice cream. What do you think?
come on, man.
I'm just kidding.
Look, when they fired the DSS chief, was that? I mean, how would you describe that action? Is that not a tough action to do?
He did it on the background that he was acting for somebody. If he was the president, he wouldn't have been able to do that. Let me tell you, Baba
What do you
Koko.
mean?
There are
What do
so
you
many
mean? Why
things. Let
wouldn't
me tell
be
you, Baba
able to
Koko. To be a president of a country, you need that respect from people. You need that popularity for you to take certain. The kind of decision Obasanjo was able to take. Good Lord, I could not take it. That's what we are talking about.
Right. Say yeah. They say like if you
let me
fight
say
if you fight the swamp, the swamp fights back. We have the swamp also in Nigeria. If he pushes hard against those people, what we call the cabals, they push back at him, and they'll push him to the corner. That's the reality.
Okay, let me say this. I don't know the way you guys like to disparage other people and want to uplift Tinubu all the time as if Tinubu is smarter than everyone else in that country.
I want batty fire ni Baba Dale Koko. I want batty fire.
So look, if not for Osinbajo today, the Lagos State judiciary that is number one in the country, technologically driven, transformed by Osinbajo, you won't have it. It is not Tinubu that did it.
Who did it? So you want to tell me?
Hold on, man.
Baba Yellow Coco. You are telling me that somebody who work under Tinubu was the one that did it, not Tinubu.
Hold on, listen.
So,
listen now. It's not Tinubu that transformed the judiciary in Lagos. It's Osinbajo. And before he took the appointment, he gave condition to Tinubu that please, if you want me to do the job, you don't interfere with the way I want to run the judiciary. And Tinubu concurred with him. He said, yes, transform it the way you want to do it. Do it. I trust you. Osinbajo, I mean, Tinubu saw the talent in him. And he exercised that talent when he occupied when he was the Attorney General of Lagos State. He transformed the judiciary of Lagos State. He transformed it to be the best in the country. The judges in Lagos State make more money, earn more money than any other judges around the country, even than those at the federal level. They work under a very conducive atmosphere, transformed, technologically driven, force of its kind in the country. That was by the goodness of Osinbajo. But you guys don't want to give this guy the credit.
You just said something now. He said he work under a conducive atmosphere. Who provided that atmosphere for him? And you think he will have that atmosphere at the federal level?
I said he transformed him to be a judiciary where judges work under a conducive atmosphere than any other state in the federation. Even the Lagos judges, they make more money than the other state. He's the one that did it. It transformed me technologically driven, force of his kind, even better than that of the federal government.
Because he was given opportunity. Because he was given opportunity. He was given that opportunity.
What do you mean opportunity?
He was given that opportunity by his governor.
What do you mean opportunity? What do you mean by opportunity?
When somebody is given a job, quickly. One second. Hold on. One second.
If everybody at his own position of leadership work hard and transform and deliver well across the country, that country will be the best place to live in. That is what Osinbajo did when he was Attorney General of that Lagos State. So forget that he worked under this thing. Tinubu did not do the job. He did it. He make Lagos State a proud, and Lagos State judiciary a proud something to be proud of.
Well, I don't dispute. See,
but you don't want to give him his credit. You want to just say rubbish him as if he doesn't have no capacity. What are you talking about? This guy handled. He was the vice president, and he did a very good job when Buhari was there. Everybody acknowledged it today.
Osinbajo has never held a chief executive position.
He did when Buhari was outside the country
for 2 weeks.
But president of the country, he did.
He did not. Sorry, apologies, Fatai. You know that narrative of him sacking the DSS governor, which a lot of people say that it was an alpha move on his part. Before he sacked him, he phoned Buhari to tell him that, look, I want to and have to sack this guy. So he still had to revert to a superior authority before he could make that. It wasn't. He didn't make the decision by himself, So
well, the initiative of firing him was made by him, and he contacted Buhari that, look, what this guy has done, I think it should be decided. It should be fired. And Buhari said, go ahead, do it. So,
Baba Jolly Coco, can I interject?
Yeah, let me land. If he is a weak person, it will not. It wouldn't have made that initiative to fire him in the first place. It would have chicken out and be so scared that, oh, this is an appointee of the president, I cannot do it. But he took that initiative, strong initiative, to say, no, I am not going to tolerate this. This is a threat to democracy. As the acting president, I will act and act well, and it did contact the president.
And then they contacted Daddy, and then they had to take permission from Daddy.
It's a show of respect. It's a show of respect. because the
Yes,
president has
And he's your
it's not
savior.
respect.
He
And he's
wouldn't.
your
It's
He
a show.
wouldn't have done that. He wouldn't have
It's
done that without Buhari's acceptance. He wouldn't have done that.
It's a show of respect, and the president is a very, I mean, and the president accepted his initiative and gave him go ahead to do it because that was the right thing to do. So you can know people.
You know, in many ways, Osinbajo, in many ways, is politically is no more than an Instagram babe. That's all he is politically. He's just an Instagram babe. Eh?
Well,
Mama, you have
you
started with
you want to come with your own, you want to come with your own. Girls, okay, with that.
Can I interject on that?
Okay, Mama Zita, interject.
Zita, before you interject, let Kashim Shetima interject before you.
Had any option. What about Osinbajo? Does the name sell? The VP. Osinbajo is a good man. He's a nice man. But nice men do not make good leaders. Because nice men tend to be nasty. Nice men should be selling popcorn, ice cream, and balabogologo. But he's a very decent person. I
This
can't
guy is
doubt
crazy,
that.
man.
And he's my
Stupid
personal
guy.
friend. And I would rather not comment on his person. But he's a very decent man.
This guy is a stupid guy. It's not fit for that position.
Okay. I think he meant
One man.
Agbado more.
One man.
Yeah,
Can you play it again, please? Can you play it again?
All right.
Have any option. What about Osinbajo? Does the name sell? The VP. Osinbajo is a good man. He's a nice man. But nice men do not make good leaders. Because nice men tend to be nasty. Nice men should be selling popcorn, ice cream, and balabogologo. But he's a very decent person. I can't doubt that. And he's my personal friend. And I would rather not comment on his person. But he's a very decent man. That I can tell you.
Simba,
You know
this guy,
what killed
one man
me?
make your day
Is
now.
the
What you
pause.
call about that? Salad, buburu.
One man. What killed me? What killed me? The delivery is the pause. The way he paused, like he wanted to say something serious.
You know, but that's why I like the guy. It's such a sharp wit. It's so sharp, you know.
Yeah, he paused. He's a nice man.
But that
He's
is
a
not
nice
sharp.
man.
Boy. You can't call that sharp. It's ridiculous. It's stupid. I mean, hide the display of stupidity. That is what he did. How can you call vice
For
president?
Babajane Koko. But one thing, Babajane Koko, but there is something, what you said about Lagos, right? Osinbajo operated under the vision of the governor. It's not only the judiciary that was transformed, right? Many areas were transformed. The bond market was transformed. Even federal government copied from Lagos for bond market. There was this local government, whatever. So there was this broad. He keyed into the broader vision. It's not, and also whatever he did, it was a teamwork. It was not. I don't like to put people down. I think I agree with you, Babajane Koko, to a lot of extent that he contributed greatly to the transformation of Lagos State judiciary. But I mean, but it's not to the extreme. Like he just woke up and it was his baby's dream, his dream from the womb or something like that. But indeed, you were right, he tried under his leadership. He did some transformation.
And
you know, Fatah, we didn't say Osinbajo is a dump. We didn't say he's a dump, but he doesn't have the. It doesn't have the capacity, doesn't have the required ingredients.
Yeah, but you are about the fire now. But you are about the fire now. You are about the fire now.
You can see that you go and be selling popcorn.
and one man, he even used that position as the head of judiciary to save Tinubu from all legal problem that he had with his certificate and every other thing then. This guy stood for him. He did everything to defend him and, help him out of the problem. So, look, he did, Tinubu appointed him because Tinubu saw that talent in him and he used that talent to develop the judiciary of Lagos and even used that talent to save Tinubu out of legal problem that Tinubu that Tinubu was facing back then. So look, don't
So
condemn
he
because
changed
of
the
your own
law of the
candidate.
country for Tinubu, or what did he do?
No, he
So
used his expertise. He used his expertise and his instrumentation of the law to save Tinubu out of the legal tussle that Tinubu was going through. So look, he has done a lot for Tinubu as well. He has helped Tinubu a lot. And don't say because Tinubu appointed him and because of that, Tinubu is better. No, there are many people that can serve some political leaders that are smarter even than the political leaders. So let us don't rubbish this guy as if he has nothing in his brain. He's a smart guy.
No, it is
brilliant, smart,
leadership quality.
brilliant, and he have all the leadership quality. Give him that power, you will know that he can put a better thing together than even Tinubu.
But Koko, I don't know too much about whether he saved somebody, he saved Tinubu, or maybe Tinubu can get. I'm sure Tinubu also has a lot of lawyers or whatever it is, or whatever, or the strength of whatever Tinubu was facing. I don't know a lot about that. But he already got rewarded. It's a privilege to be vice president. He was picked out of other people that were equally brilliant. Yemi Cardozo was part of the people that were being pushed to be taken as vice president. That's a big reward. He was pushed to be vice president. And that's a big reward for whatever it is that he did.
Tinubu saw him as a better choice than any other person because according to Tinubu,
it's possible,
but
it's a big reward. That's what I mean. He got paid nicely.
He said he was asked to submit three names, but he looked at them. He said, "Look at these people. No, I am submitting one name, and the only one name is Yemi Osinbajo because it was the smartest, brilliant, intelligent, a man that can deliver at any time. So that's why, that's why he submitted his name. So you guys do not rubbish this guy. Leave him alone with his own. He did what he got to do. It is the ambition of everybody that is vice president to become president as well, and that is what he did. What has he done wrong against Tinubu that some of you want to call him Iscariot? You guys should just leave this guy alone.
Iscariot no do Babajale Koko. Iscariot no do Babajale Koko. Iscariot ìkan tó pè yín nìyẹn Babajale Koko.
Wọ́n máa pe bàbá ní bàbá ní Iscariot. Wọ́n máa pè ní
Iscariot.
All right. Let's bring Bishop into the conversation.
No, Zita want to talk. Zita want to talk.
No, yeah. Zita come in. And then from Zita, we go to Bishop.
I'm just doing interjection. I'm not speaking on this unless you want me to speak on it. Babajale Koko, I just wanted to interject. Two things you said. You said he's smart, he's a good leader, possesses leadership quality. I don't really think I know about that because if someone has leadership qualities, when you are under a leadership that is doing things that are wrong, according to the way you have consistently in this platform said that Buhari's government is one of the worst Nigeria has experienced. So if somebody is assistant to Buhari and that government is the worst Nigeria has experienced, I keep wondering why was he still there if he has a very good leadership quality and he's a smart guy? That is one. Two, you said that people are putting a lot of heap on Tinubu. Tinubu is not the best Nigeria can offer as a president, but among the 18, I will say it again, without fear or favor, if they have presented anybody that is better than Tinubu among the 18, yes, we would have been heaping that person. Why do I say this? If you look at 18 of them, most of them have not done anything in their life in terms of leadership, except for their own small companies they have. The rest that have done things in terms of leadership, when you put out their legacies, Tinubu is on top. So it's not that somebody is trying to heap on Tinubu. People are talking based on what they saw. So Osinbajo having the best leadership quality, I keep wondering, when people say that, I keep wondering what he was doing under Buhari, who happened to be the worst. Why did he resign? Thank you.
Osinbajo has not demonstrated any leadership quality. He may well have it, but he has not. He has not held an executive position, so I'm not quite sure how we are able to make that judgment. But Bishop, hopefully you're still there. Bishop, unmute.
I am there, except that I was expecting an answer to Zita's question. I mean, very frankly.
Okay, you give us an answer to it then. Yeah.
No, I'm not going to. But having said that, what's my view? Let's start from Osinbajo Tinubu's case. As long as 2019, I projected an Osinbajo El Rufai presidency and vice presidency. I think Yoruba used to say something that is Jaludi Lunido way. Maybe he has some little weaknesses here and there, as every normal human being. So maybe he has, Osinbajo has, but when he was nominated, rightly so by Tinubu, Asiwaju Tinubu knew what he knew and what he saw in him to have nominated him. I had my reasons for looking forward to an Osinbajo El Rufai presidency. And these are premised on several factors. Maybe I will not have enough time to enumerate on them or elucidate on them or expatiate on them. So my area of disagreement or disappointment with Osinbajo is this. Yoruba used to say, there's an adage in Yoruba, and my apologies to people that don't speak Yoruba here, that erin o ki fon ki omo e fon. With the kind of understanding I expected to have gone on behind the scene after Tinubu had declared, I was not expecting Osinbajo to declare. Like I said, Osinbajo was my candidate, and there are several factors that support that. What we are saying today is very plausible and possible if Osinbajo does not have the support of Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu going into the contest, the primary, and the proper election itself. And if I were him, and I expected him to have done that, the first person he should have consulted was Tinubu. And immediately Tinubu was showing or indicating interest in the race. Honestly speaking, I did not expect him to throw his heart into the ring. Now, why did I prefer Osinbajo at the very initial stage? My thinking was this: if APC want to win, really want to win that presidency, Tinubu's candidacy would present a very serious problem. And it played out. And that's why, and we all have agreed on this platform, that if there is one individual that Tinubu owes his victory at the election to, it is Peter Obi and the divisions in the PDP. My argument then was simple. Let's apply tactics here. Where is that Christian candidate from the north? I'm not talking of competence now, but with that political clout to pull the kind of crowd and support that Atiku would have garnered in the north. Where is that candidate? Is it Babacha? Is it Dogara? Is it what's this our guy's name? Our lawyer from Borono. If Tinubu had chosen a Christian candidate in the north, that would have been
let me pause you for a moment, Bishop.
Go ahead.
Just where you are, let's your permutation of Osinbajo El-Rufai ticket. Let's bring that into play and substitute Tinubu Shettima for that. So how do you think the election would have played out? Who will be our president now if Osinbajo El-Rufai had been on that ticket? Bishop. All right, I think Bishop.
I was talking already. Sorry, I thought I forgot I muted myself.
Yeah, carry on.
If Osinbajo and El-Rufai had been on that ticket, and Osinbajo had gotten the support of Tinubu,
he would not have.
We are just assuming now.
Right.
Assuming that he's on the ticket and he had gotten the support of Tinubu and they are gone into that election.
No, you have to take Tinubu out of the equation. You are comparing Tinubu, so Tinubu should not be in the equation.
I stated ab initio that the only reason I would have supported Osinbajo was with the support of Tinubu. Hold on.
You are not
let
where
me
we are.
Let me make myself very clear. I said it now.
No, we're not taking your stance. We're just examining it as a standalone. So as a standalone, Osinbajo defeats Tinubu at the primary to have El-Rufai as his running mate. Tinubu, of course, does not back that, so he pulls away. Now, Osinbajo and El-Rufai runs against Peter Obi and Ali Dati Baba, and so all scenarios remain the same. But Osinbajo substituted for Tinubu Shettima, but Tinubu does not back that ticket. So that's where we are.
No, but that's an unfair permutation. My own permutation.
It's not for your permutation now. We're just having a mental exercise.
I understand.
He just wanted you to look at their. Is it possible for them to win?
That's all.
Is it yes or no, or just it's a narrative?
See, okay, let's just do the narrative for mental exercise purposes.
Exactly. Go ahead.
Okay, if you want us to go that route. Now, one thing is this, and it is very clear and certain. I foresaw the challenge of a Muslim candidate before this, and I said it among my close.
All right, sorry. Let somebody else take it on because I'm not sure you are. Do you want to take it on, Bishop? What I'm inviting you to?
I'm going on. I'm laying a premise for it now. Am I taking too much time? Am I?
No, because you are deviating from. Okay,
I'm not deviating. No, I'm not deviating.
All right, carry on.
I only set a premise for what my own permutations were. You asked me a question. You caused me to deviate a little bit. So I'm setting the premise for what my permutations were.
All right, carry on.
So that's what I'm saying. That if since we are assuming that Osinbajo had ran against Tinubu the same way. One thing I was sure was that Tinubu will not leave APC. It might just stand aloof and not give Osinbajo the platform, the what do they call it now?
Structure.
Structure. And if Osinbajo does not have the structure of Tinubu, there is no way it would have made any impact, any at all, in that race. So we are not even looking at that at all. I never for once foresaw the possibility of an Osinbajo running without the support of Tinubu. And if you listen to El-Rufai severally, he said that the president said to the Southwest leaders, let them go and talk to their sons, their children, the one contesting, and let them come up with a consensus candidate. So it is on that premise that I'm basing my argument. I don't just want to go into it for the academic exercise alone. So if Osinbajo was running, whether he won the ticket or not, without the support of Tinubu, there was absolutely no way. He had a zero chance of making anything.
Do you think that if Osinbajo had defeated Tinubu at the primaries, Tinubu would have supported his ticket?
How would Osinbajo have defeated Tinubu?
No, we're doing what if. We're doing what if now. We've already established that.
Well, that is subjective. Because I could be seeing it from a different perspective or angle, and other people will be seeing it. If they can pacify, where I knew it was not possible was the fact that they were not able to pacify Tinubu to agree to a consensus candidate. They tried. So in as much as they failed to persuade him, I knew if they go for the broke, there was no way for Osinbajo. And if I were to be Osinbajo, I wouldn't have been in that race at the primary. I would have stepped down. And if I did not step down, immediately after the primary, I would have embraced the candidature or candidacy of Tinubu and work myself to death to support him. That look, I did not do it out of challenging you but because there was a need. So that I would have done. I would have tried as much as possible to add some more value. So those are my views. How it eventually plays out, we can, deliberate on it from now till the kingdom come. The fact remains that Osinbajo did not do well. One, running against Tinubu. Two, behaving the way he behaved after he lost at that primaries. Those are my views. When immediately he lost, I would have expected him to rally around and give a good support in whatever little way. Talk about it, support. That's what I would have expected. But he did not do that. And that's where I personally. But I am not taking anything away from the competency and the capability of the person of Yemi Osinbajo. No. I supported him.
Bishop,
if you
can
go
I interject?
1 second, please. I supported him. If you go and see my postings before the primaries, but immediately the primaries were done, I had my little disappointment and but for the sake of the party, because I know APC had better things to offer Nigeria and Nigerians than PDP and Labour combined together. You can go ahead and interject.
You see, sometimes when I listen, I get confused.
Okay.
We are talking about leadership, capability. You said someone has capability to lead, and you made it clear here that you were supporting him. You even went further that said you were looking forward to Osinbajo El-Rufai ticket. And in the same vein, you said that he cannot without the support of another man. Is that somebody who has a leadership capacity? So what you are trying to tell us is that somebody has a leadership capacity, is capable, but he cannot on his own swear, cajole, win people over to himself to get him to sit in a particular seat. He needs another person's help. And you wait, I'm not done. And you come here, you tell us that he is capable, he speaks, he has the capacity. So I'm looking at leadership because being a president of a nation entails leadership. And you say he's capable. So that's where I'm kind of getting confused. If you can explain.
Okay, madam sister. If today had to be 2,000 years ago, or almost 3,000 years ago, and there's a popularity between Jesus of Nazareth and the Satan to Lucifer, who do you think will win? What are you talking about? How are you confusing popularity with what we're competency?
No. We are talking about leadership.
And leadership and popular and leadership and competency.
He has the
Listen,
capacity to lead.
did Jesus
for
not
him
have
to
the capacity to lead?
That's what you
If
said.
there had been a popularity contest between Jesus,
I am not talking about. Before you talk about somebody leading, it must be able to have a followers. Is that not so? Are you going to lead air? I'm kind of getting confused. That's why I want some
don't get
clarification.
confused. Don't get confused.
For
I'm
somebody to
answering
be
you.
a leader, you will have a followers, not even one. So you said he has the capacity, capability, and this is somebody who was a vice president for 8 years. He could not lead people. I mean, lead.
How do you mean? How do you mean that he could not lead people? How do you mean?
How else can I explain it to you apart from what you saw?
What did I say?
All right. You still have the floor, Bishop, but I want to bring Fatai and Simba into the conversation. So, Fatai, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I was enjoying Madam Zita's.
Because I wasn't quite sure the direction of travel there, but let me put you the same set of questions that I put to Bishop. I'm saying if we substituted Tinubu Shetima for El Rufai and Osinbajo, how would this election have gone?
One man. I think everybody has a right to contest. Osinbajo is a Nigerian. He has a right. He has every right. But where I kind of lost 2 points. I kind of lost it with him. Is like one of them. The scenario you painted fits that first scenario. When Atiku won the ticket, you're not going to beat Atiku. There is no way in the world Osinbajo will beat Atiku. So I don't know what reality didn't set in there that was still going on with the swollen head. The second one that I lost with him was even after everything. There was a ceremony in the church. I think Akere Dolu's maybe his mom's burial, where he was paying Tinubu back. You know, when the Tinubu ignored him at the ceremony with the primary. So he ignored his name. He mentioned everybody. I pretended like he forgot. You know, this stupid protocol they're always doing. So he didn't call Tinubu until he was reminded. Was like, I was like, okay, come on, that is so cheap. It's not really funny. One man, Kenny Rogers said, know when to fold up. You remember that song, Kenny Rogers?
Know when to hold, know when to fold.
Know when to fold. God bless you. Know when to
run. Know when to hold up. Know when to walk away.
Only Ajale Koko is allowed to sing here. But carry on.
Without give apology, Baba Ajami. No, he played. I think he played. It's not good. You're not going to beat Atiku. Actually, I think the reality. This election was designed. If you see, Obedient like to say Babangida was speaking about Peter Obi. No, Babangida was speaking about Osinbajo. But this election was going to be between Osinbajo and Wike, actually, right? Until Atiku and Tinubu hijacked the whole thing. But the point is, these guys, they have hijacked it, and you're not going to win. There's no way in the world you're going to beat Atiku. So
Fatai, with the benefit of hindsight, knowing what we now know, Could Osinbajo have even defeated somebody like Peter Obi, even at that level? Let's
There is
leave
no
the
chance now.
yeah.
There is no chance. Now with what we see with this election, that's why Peter Obi played smart now. Like to deviate, it's not that the obedient didn't allow him to make
Fatah, can you hold on for a second, if it's possible?
Okay.
If the battle had been a straight battle between Peter Obi, let's assume, without considering that PDP had given their tickets to Peter Obi and APC had given their tickets to Osinbajo with the support of Tinubu, APC would have defeated PDP hands down. Because two factors.
You keep saying with this,
just hold on.
you keep saying with the support. Tinubu support is not
Okay,
available.
let's forget it. If Osinbajo had ran with Tinubu, I mean with El-Rufai, and Peter Obi had run with whoever in PDP, APC would have defeated. And I will tell you why. We might shy away from it. Selling a Peter Obi in the north without the Muslim ticket, Christian ticket would have been a very hard sell. Don't let us shy away from that part. The history, and just let me finish. Let me finish now. I listen to you.
Okay.
Those are my views. If that had been a straight run, Peter Obi would have been a hard sell in the core north, just the way it is, and there will be no Muslim ticket on the wings of which Peter Obi rode so excellently to have brought the kind of result that we saw. So I don't know how we are viewing it, but these are.
No, I landed. So the Muslim was a new thing into the equation. That's why people were blaming Peter Obi for playing too hard on the religion part. Peter Obi original touchlight was not the religion. Original touchlight was consumption to production. Are you telling me that this Buhari's economy is going to beat Peter Obi's consumption to production? And if Peter Obi was on PDP's ticket, PDP is not a joke of a machine. There is no way in the world Osinbajo will be.
But Fatai, Bishop has a point. Because if you look at the if you try and unbundle Peter Obi's votes, a lot of it came from the religion angle, which was
that was the later injection because of Tinubu's choice of his VP, right?
Yes.
But if that was not there originally, that would not be with this religious rush, right? That will only be
hold on.
Peter Obi's VP also will come from the north.
Hold on. Okay, let's put percentages on it. Let's say 60% of Peter Obi's votes had religious undertones. So if you had Osinbajo, who is a pastor, and you had Peter Obi, who is a Catholic, so that cancels that religion thing out. Then it will be a straight popularity fight between the two of them. So that removes 60% of Peter Obi's votes. And what Bishop is inviting is that Peter Obi, with that will be, and we saw it in the elections. Peter Obi will be an impossible sell to the north, and Osinbajo will be an easier sell to the north. One, for reasons of his association with Buhari, and two, for him being a Yoruba man.
No.
One man, but you are removing Atiku from the equation, eh?
No, we're removing Atiku. Yeah, we're removing. We're saying,
I don't think
one-on-one.
Let me come in.
Yeah.
One man, you see, if you say Peter will be running under Labour.
Under PDP.
But PDP has a machine now.
They might win. Let me tell you why they will win. Number one, it depends on who he picks in the north.
Yes.
I mean, a normal PDP, where what is it called? Atiku them, all of them, Wicked them, all of them will support him. Is that the PDP you are talking about? If it is
exactly.
that PDP, because the problem is that there is, I want to talk on this Osinbajo's case because I really needed a window to speak on him. You see, the problem Buhari has is that there is this kind of, he is the worst president Nigeria has ever had. So if PDP run with that, with any candidate that is not strong, they're definitely gonna win them. That's just the truth.
That's just the truth.
But
That's just the simple truth.
hold on.
There is this sentiment about Buhari, which is a lie. A 50-story building. Hold on, let me just say this before I drop till it gets to my turn.
Okay.
A 50-story. When did Jonathan? Nigeria was 50. How many years when Jonathan left? Okay, let me use 50. A 50-story building collapsed. And you know a 50-story building, you will be seeing it from afar. So when it collapses, you see nothing. And somebody starts building it. It takes for it to get to a certain point before you start seeing it again. That's what is happening in Buhari's administration. That's why I want one man to bring his legacies to this platform. This is not the first time I'm saying this. And I will keep saying it until one man will do it. Thank you.
Okay, let me say
something. All right, but we're removing Atiku as well from PDP. If we're removing Tinubu's influence for Osinbajo's ticket, we're also removing Atiku's influence for Obi's ticket. So it's duke it out, mano a mano. Yeah. Sorry, Ajalekoko comment.
Yes. So if the contest had been between Osinbajo and Obi, Osinbajo will have won Lagos. Osinbajo will have won Osun State. Because Obi did not win Osun State. Osinbajo will have won. And he will have won Lagos. And Obi
what factor made PDP to win Osun State?
What factor made him win in Osun State?
Was Adeleke.
Yes.
So Osinbajo wouldn't have won Osun.
No, he would have won. Let me tell you why.
You know why? Let me tell you, Baba. Don't say this. It's my state. So you can't know my state more than my state.
No, let me tell you.
Let me tell you why. It's not because of Adeleke.
Listen to him. It's my state too. He's right.
Okay.
It's not because of Adeleke. It's because of what Aregbesola did in that state. The resentment they have for Aregbesola is translated to APC.
Have problem with
and that was why they voted for PDP. So they will have voted for Obi. They will have voted for Obi. There's no way Osinbajo will have won Osun.
Aregbesola is pro Osinbajo. Aregbesola is pro Osinbajo. So those Aregbesola people will have voted Osinbajo.
They are saying they have resentment for Aregbesola. You are not getting his point. The Osun people have resentment for Aregbesola, so they transferred it to APC. That's what he's trying to say. Not that Aregbesola would have stayed with them.
Go to Osun, start APC.
Can you hold on 1 second?
You.
1 second.
Go to Osun, start APC. They will stone you.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay, you know why? You know why they will stone you? You know why? The reason is that APC is trying to hijack the governorship from what do you call this guy?
Dancing governor. Dancing
governor.
Adeleke.
And from Adeleke. And the people of Osun thought that is Tinubu that is behind that shenanigan. So that is why they didn't want to film. So look, let us strengthen Adeleke. We don't want Tinubu and his brother to govern us. So if it had been Osinbajo, the situation will have.
And you think that they don't know, they will not think that Osinbajo is also Tinubu's guy? It's the same thing.
Because, hold on, no. Osinbajo is guy. Because Osinbajo, he contested against Tinubu. So if he had won Tinubu, people like what do you call this thing? Aregbesola that supported dancing governor would have shifted to Osinbajo because it was with Osinbajo. He was campaigning for Osinbajo before the primary. So he will have won Osun State. He will have won Lagos State because all these Christian, Yoruba Christian particularly, and some other Yorubas that are looking for new direction, and which was the reason for them to vote for Obi, would not have voted for him.
But you are basing all this, you will win this, you will win this, you will win this, on the fact that you think Osinbajo is a good communicator. When I listen to Osinbajo, it's too fake for me. He speaks like he's speaking some English. He's not even top level.
No, about
he speaks. He don't speak like a
Let's hear a quick word from Kolata, who is in the middle of doing a barbecue, but he couldn't resist. So Kolata, quickly to you.
So, I mean, I'm not going to say Osinbajo versus Obi. I want the same scenario. It's going to be a little bit tricky because in that case, Osinbajo will get more votes from Obi. A lot of the middle belt votes that Obi got because of religion, I think a large chunk of them will go Osinbajo's way. And I think Lagos perhaps will not have played the way it played out, because the southern youths that followed Obi will have been they will have been divided because they get carried away with all this easy grammar, all this showboating, like Ajabota kind of stuff. But on the flip side, Atiku will have increased his margin in the north by a lot, because I don't think if that short guy, what's his name again, El Rufai, being Osinbajo's running mate, I'm not so sure the amount of power he will have extruded. And also depends on if they did that petrol and CBN cash policy shenanigans with Osinbajo, then Osinbajo will have been destroyed. But if there was no CBN shenanigans, I think Osinbajo may actually have a fighting chance to win the election, because I don't think Peter Obi will have made the amount of inroads he made in this election. So,
can you just the scenario we are looking at is a scenario without Tinubu and Atiku, a straight slug between Osinbajo and Peter Obi.
No, so I don't care about Peter Obi, Joe. I mean, I'm tired.
So remove Atiku from the scenario.
Okay, if it's Osinbajo versus Peter Obi, Osinbajo will flog Peter Obi. That's a no-brainer.
Thank you.
If it just head to head, Osinbajo will be, one is the PDP, one is the APC. I think Osinbajo will run circles around Peter Obi. I'm talking about this exact same election scenario, but if it's that scenario, of course Osinbajo will beat Obi now. What will Obi do to beat Osinbajo? That's my opinion, Sha. I don't think Obi will have a chance against Osinbajo. One-on-one, no. Because what advantage does he have? Is it grammar? Is it appealing to emotions? Is it religious sentiment? Is it finesse?
And Kulata, Osinbajo will have debated him.
He will have debated him now.
He will have debated him.
He can speak way better English than Peter Obi.
Do you think Obi would have run from that debate in the same way that do you think he would have run?
Okay, I don't know. Will he run? He will run. But imagine, Osinbajo is way well spoken than Obi. He actually answers questions. Obi obfuscates. He just says everything and nothing. But the contrast would have been clear, because they'll stand toe to toe. That's what I think.
Buhari's failure would have affected? Do you think Buhari's failure would have affected Osinbajo? Because there's no way he could have been able to dissociate whether dissociated from Buhari indirectly.
Buhari's failure will have affected Osinbajo, especially in the. But here's the thing: it depends on the competition. We're talking about Peter Obi, Osinbajo versus Peter Obi. So I think northern voters' familiarity will be there. They will be more comfortable with Osinbajo than Peter Obi. Then Obi also carries the burden the Southeast normally carry, which creates a lot of like trust issues with the core North. So there's no, I really don't see a way, if it's head to head with what you guys are saying, Osinbajo will beat Obi. I'm even thinking of a more difficult situation where it's a three-way race. That's why I was thinking, Osinbajo has a chance, but it's a very micro chance because Obi will not have that robust support he got. I think Obi could have been a Southeastern voting bloc and a Lagos Igbo voting bloc if it was a three-way race. Osinbajo will be able to do, I mean, a lot of the Yoruba youths that ran to Obi in Lagos, I don't think that mass will be there. And I don't think the Plateau State, the Benue State, all that stuff, I don't think they will run to be like that. I think all this Edo will have been muted because the youths, the kind of things they see in Obi, they see that hopey, changey stuff in Osinbajo. I think he can inspire them by his oratory skills. And you know, all these people don't see past all those things. So in a three-way race, Atiku's number in the north is what will determine the race. But I think Osinbajo will have a fighting chance.
And Kulata, those Babachia Lawal and all the rest of them that fire up that Christian sentiment in the north, they will have Osinbajo.
Most likely, if he gives them food to eat, because those three guys are not reliable.
So those one will have been working for him.
Osinbajo ló ń jẹ now.
House of my bed. Who told you that? Don't say what you don't know. Don't say what you don't know.
Ajale, do you remember during the primaries when we were doing a narrative on how he was packaging 300,000 in party bags and handing it out in Ibadan?
I embarrassed. Let me give you one tip. I embarrassed myself in front of a friend. I have a friend. He does, you know, these people that change dollar if you need forex abroad. So he said they helped Osinbajo package something. That was the election before 2019. I think the thinking then was Buhari was sick and something will happen to him. Then Osinbajo will be the one running 2019. So the gist, I did not believe the gist first, but I've heard enough to think maybe it's true. But it's still gist though, it's bear parlor stuff. It's not anything to take seriously. But they said Osinbajo used, did all sorts of round tripping to get as much as $40 million. But I was freaking out that where will he get that kind of money? Then they mentioned this Laolu chap, and they mentioned all sorts of things, and they talked about boys that they used to syndicate the deal. So since that time, even though I don't know if it's true or not, but since that time, I've been looking at Osinbajo as this guy is not a saint. He's a guy man. He's a guy man. But I can't prove it. But I've just been looking at him like he's a guy man. So don't think cooking label or not man label. So I mean that's my take. But let me get back to my barbecue. If I can call back later, I'll come back.
All right, brilliant.
One man. If you ask me, what my own 3-horse race, I don't think Osinbajo will have a chance. If it's between Osinbajo, Atiku, and Peter Obi. But if you look at the 2-horse race, yes, because the Northerners, I agree with Kulata, they will have more trust in Osinbajo more than Peter Obi, even because of what he did as a vice president with Buhari.
Do you think Osinbajo will slaughter him? Because Osinbajo versus Peter Obi, that will essentially narrow Peter Obi's votes.
It will just be like the only place, Southeast, maybe South.
No, not even the South. I think the South will go with Osinbajo. Osinbajo will slaughter him.
Traditionally, South is a PDP, whatever. So they will still go that way.
Timber, PDP is a big machine. PDP is a big machine. If Peter Obi is sitting on PDP machine, there is no way an Osinbajo has never won an election alone. Peter Obi has been a governor. He has won election.
Okay. Well,
Yoruba, Southeast, our turn. Is there's so much emotional sentiment with Peter Obi? Is because this Muslim religious this thing is a new dimension because of Tinubu speaking Shetima, Muslim. It will not be religious fight. It's not. Osinbajo's grammar is not going to save him.
All right. Hold on, Bishop. Fatai, let me ask you 2 questions. And we're still staying with Osinbajo versus Peter Obi. Who would take the Southwest? Who would take Yoruba land in a battle between Osinbajo and Peter Obi? Who would take the Southwest?
I think, in the end, Osinbajo will take the Southwest in the end. But
in the end or overwhelmingly?
I don't think overwhelmingly. I don't think Osinbajo has that commanding presence.
No, Yoruba will vote for Osinbajo. Yorubas will vote for Osinbajo.
No, really? Yoruba?
Yes, they will vote for him. Yes, they will vote for him.
So go and ask Awolowo that has better commanding presence.
One man. Can I?
Yes.
One man.
Yeah.
I thought what we are discussing is we discuss what Osinbajo did to Tinubu and his political career way forward.
Yes, the conversation deviated a little bit, but we'll come back to that in a moment, and we kick it off with you. But one more question, Fatai. Who will take the North in a duke out between Osinbajo and Peter Obi?
It will depend on who. It will depend on the vice presidential choice. For certainly Peter Obi will not choose Dati Baba Ahmed in that situation. I will assume so. If he didn't choose, if he chose somebody with a better clout.
Okay, let's say. Okay, let me give you a vice president. El-Rufai, Osinbajo, Peter Obi, Tambuwal.
Tambuwal.
So, yeah, that's the biggest northern name they have in the PDP.
Yeah. Tambuwal, I don't really know too much about Tambuwal, to be honest. Except Wike made me to know him a little bit. And the way Wike presented him,
let me help you. Tambuwal won his last gubernatorial election in Kano State with less than 300 votes.
Sokoto.
Sokoto, yeah.
In Sokoto. Yeah, but is Tambuwal the only PDP possible candidate?
What man just told you now is about the strongest PDP man standing in the North. That's what he just said now.
One man. What of if this Kano man, this what is his name now? The one that went to NNPP.
Kwakwaso
team up with Obi.
Kwakwaso would never run as a deputy to Peter Obi. Never.
No, in this scenario that it would, never say never. Politicians never say never.
No, he said so. I'm not quoting any other person.
Yeah, but
in this case, Peter Obi don't have a chance to win, so he's not going to sacrifice his own base for somebody without.
No, that was not what he said. Sorry, Patai.
That is the point. That is if
But to Simba's question, if Kwakwanso was the running mate of Peter Obi, so then Peter Obi takes Kano State, but Osinbajo a counterweight with Lagos State, so they're still back to neutral.
I think Peter Obi will win. Peter Obi certainly will win the Southeast like he did now, like even cleaner. He will win Southeast certainly, right? He will get better support from South. He will certainly get better support from South. Not Central. Maybe maximum they will cut it into two, right?
No, and I don't think El-Rufai has the clout of Kwankwaso.
Somebody wrote in your comment, you put 2 short men.
Yes.
I was
but that's a point though. Traditionally, people like their leaders to be tall. I think they've actually done this. And no, it's true. People like their leader. But like somebody like Buhari's height is the ideal height for a president.
Yeah.
So people like their leaders to be tall.
But I think, however, is the permutation. I see Peter Obi. I think Peter Obi certainly Peter Obi has more experience winning an election than Osinbajo. Osinbajo, you can never really tell about Osinbajo now. He has never run an election that is based on Osinbajo. So you don't even know if Osinbajo is going to be able to win a local government chairman. He has never run. What is the experience to make a calculation what is possible with Osinbajo? At least you know for sure Peter Obi will win Anambra if he doesn't even win anything. Where can you guarantee that Peter Obi Osinbajo will win? He's never run anywhere. Nobody has a taste of him. He's been at best.
I disagree with you very totally. I disagree with you very totally.
Where did he run?
Okay.
Which office did he run for before?
Bishop, do you think if there is no Tinubu, even in Lagos, GRV will defeat Osinbajo? Gbadebo will defeat Osinbajo in Lagos.
Without Tinubu, it's possible now. Without Tinubu now, if you take away Tinubu's machine,
you have to take away Peter Obi from Gbadebo too.
You guys are making me.
Thank you very much. I don't know. We are taking this to the level of ridiculousness. I thought we were discussing. We are having an intellectual discourse.
Yeah.
That level of ridiculousness. Who is Gbadebo? Hold on for a second. Who was Gbadebo 1 year ago?
Okay, that was
Osinbajo was a minister or was a commissioner for justice that turned around. Hold on. You've had your way. Hold on. You've had the space. Who was? You are saying that you are talking very condescendingly now. Who was Gbadebo revival if not for Peter Obi?
We are making Ajasa now.
Okay, it's Ajasa. Okay. I surrender if it's Ajasa. No, I surrender if it's Ajasa. I thought we were having a very serious discussion.
Simba's Ajasa. Okay.
I surrender that.
All right. Let's bring the conversation back on track and take it in the direction of Zita, who is quite keen to share opinions on the original.
I've not even spoken for 3 minutes. Anyway, I'll go ahead because they took it by interjection. Go ahead, no problem. Go ahead, don't worry. Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm enjoying it.
No. One man, let him start it off.
Okay.
But he shouldn't go away from the main topic anyway. Let him start.
Okay, carry on. But we were speaking about the Osinbajo's him now coming out.
I was giving my own what do you call it, submission before there were interjection, and one interjection led to the other. My submission is this, and I still hold on to it. Based on where you narrowed me to, you straight-jacketed me to. If it were to be a straight race between Osinbajo and Peter Obi, Osinbajo would have won clearly. And my reasons are very simple. Number one, Peter Obi, for a lot of factors that time will not permit us to discuss here, would not have been a match. The attitude, I will go back to 2015, and I said it in 2015 after Buhari won. The kind of hatred, the kind of campaign of calumny, the kind of all this Fulanization, Islamization, blah 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 blah. It would have been a payback time if Osinbajo had gotten an El-Rufai or another candidate in the mold and shape of El-Rufai to run with him. The Southwest would have been a no-go area. I am saying it. Peter Obi would have scored less than what is scored now in the Southwest 1. APC would have scored more than what is scored presently in the South 2. Because the Christian vote, which was a major factor, we were talking a few days ago with what's his name, Ribadu, and he thought that, and I told him that look, whether we, as much as I am of the opinion that we should move away from religion in our politics, as it is today, it is a major factor. Ordinarily, Babacha and Dogara are not supposed to be a force to reckon with in the north, Borno and Bauchi and some other north, and even our what's his name of this our lawyer in the PDP now, what's his name now? Voila was playing like a Voltron. Ordinarily, if it had not been for the religious factor that came into it, they had no force whatsoever. So in my submission, I stand to be corrected. It would have been a much more easier run for APC. Even if Peter Osinbajo had run with what's his name? The governor in the northeast. What's his name in Borno?
Zulum,
which was one of the permutations we were having there. Was we were looking at who were the match. But I was able to move on very quickly. Immediately that did not materialize, I moved on, and so for me, my conclusion is that yes, Osinbajo would have carried the day.
All right, brilliant. Let's bring Zita in. So Zita, to the original question. Osinbajo, he has now come out. He's broken cover because he's silenced for so long. But a lot of people felt that it was the most public, treacherous political move that we have seen in recent Nigerian political history. As somebody that picked you from the streets, more or less, and made you a man, and at his one moment of need, you bring the knife out, and the cut was deep and the blade was sharp. So Osinbajo, is it Yemi Iscariot Osinbajo, as people would have it, or did he see a window of opportunity that he could not let go? So Osinbajo, Zita. Can anyone hear me, Zita? Am I off the screen? Hello?
No, you're
I hear you.
Yeah, no, so Zita, you were asking us to move back to the thing. We've moved back now and you disappeared. Also,
Maybe
so let's
dropped out.
Yeah, no, she's there, but let's pick it up then from let's Simba, you come in.
Okay, I think I've spoken about this.
All right, let's go to Ajanle Koko then.
So I was saying then that Osinbajo would have won Lagos State. It would have won Osun. It would have cleared the whole of Southwest. Obi would have won in the East, and maybe the entire, what do you call it, South. But the North, those Christian votes that Obi got in the North, it will have been divided. So like in Nasarawa State, Obi might not have won in Nasarawa State because this religious factor that make him win in Nasarawa State, that make him got is it Taraba State too, or what's that state?
No, Plateau
State. He wouldn't have won there too. So where else would it have won? He wouldn't have won in the North. It would have still remained the same. I mean, the core North in the Northwest. So Osinbajo would have been on top. So all this Buala, Babachia Lawal, Dogara that left, and some other Christian leaders that left APC because of religious factor to Labour Party, they will have remained in PDP. Most of those people, governors that lost in their state, they wouldn't have lost. So APC will have remained very strong the way they hear. Possibly they will have expanded more than they are. And Osinbajo will have won because Osinbajo will have battled him on debate, and it will have shown class to Nigerian people that I'm better than this guy.
Okay, Babajeko, you are talking about 2-horse race.
Yeah, 2-horse race. That's between Osinbajo and
Obi.
What do you call it? And Obi. Osinbajo will have debated him. Osinbajo will have shown to Nigerian people that he have more in his head than him. And those young guys that are jumping up and down, following him, he wouldn't have, it would have been a divided, would have had, divided youth in the South, on both sides. It would have been overwhelming the way Obi got them, all these youths that are shouting over it. It would have been Oshibala would have, that's the way I see it, woman. Osinbajo will have 30 pounds down. Because Osinbajo will win the entire North. And maybe Bulari will have put a strong weight behind Osinbajo because Osinbajo is his lieutenant, and I believe we will trust Osinbajo more than the way he trusted Tinubu because he stood a little bit behind. He didn't.
Buhari will always be Buhari. He will be the same. But the question I wanted to ask, question that Madam Zita asked before, Buhari's economy, right? That Madam Zita said that, especially you always say Buhari is the worst, is this. With this Buhari's economy versus consumption to production, as the way people carry it on the head,
it is debate.
What about that factor? What about that factor?
Yeah, look. On the debate floor, they will have ironed it out. Osinbajo will not run away from debate. He will have debated him. Osinbajo, I believe, would have highlighted the area of sources of APC in terms of infrastructure and other things against PDP that did not even build infrastructure for.
Ajani Koko, they would have said he's lying.
No, what it mean by lying? He will have mentioned. He will have mentioned. Hold on. He will have mentioned the is it third Niger Bridge or second Niger Bridge? He will have mentioned Lagos Ibadan Expressway and the train and some other project that they have embarked upon and all this.
So you know all this, and you still say Buhari is the worst president.
Well, hold on. No, hold on. Look, if you want to rate Buhari overall on economy, everybody will agree that he failed on economy. Nobody will go against that. The record is quite clear. And the record is quite clear that Buhari built some infrastructure against PDP that didn't build for 16 years. So we have to say it in a clear areas of their achievement and failure. So that is
Ajale Koko, the main reason why you have always failed Buhari is his record on security. You've always maintained that if he's not able to maintain even a level of security, then he has failed.
Yes, he failed on security, and that's why he failed on economy, at the management of economy as well. Because if you don't have a good security, you can't run a functioning economy, and that is what is responsible for food prices that are skyrocketed to high heaven, and some other things that areas of our productivity in the country that are running below expectation. So Buhari failed in some areas, but in some other areas where he did well, let us commend him. Some infrastructure that he built, yes, let us acknowledge it, that he built it. But where he failed, let us mention it. But Obi versus what do you call it? Osinbajo. Osinbajo will defeat him. I believe that, because Obi won't be able to penetrate the north, and that is going to be his problem. And he won't be able to have,
Johnny Coco, can I ask you a question?
All the Christian vote that is swept in the north. He won't be able to have swept them overwhelmingly the way he did in the last election. So that's the way I see it.
Can I ask you a question, Baba Jali?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a vote and Buhari is contesting again, would you have voted for him?
Buhari against who?
No, whoever he's contesting with under APC. Let's assume Buhari is contesting again. Would you have voted for him?
No, I will not vote for Buhari.
Thank you. That's why they will not vote for Osinbajo.
No.
As simple as APC.
Wait. If I want to vote, I will not vote for Osinbajo either. I will not vote for Buhari. I will not vote for Osinbajo, and I will not vote for Obi. And the reason why I will not vote for Osinbajo is because Osinbajo is part of Tuari team. They run the government together, and because of that, I will not vote for him. But a lot of you Nigerians doesn't see it that way. You see it on individual basis that Buhari run his administration, Osinbajo was just an extra tire, so you cannot hold him responsible. And the reason why a lot of people did not hold Tinubu responsible for Buhari's failure, some of you are supporting Tinubu. You don't want to hold him responsible for Buhari's failure, neglecting the fact that they all run APC administration together.
No.
Hold
Tinubu
on.
is not in the administration.
Hold on now. Hold on.
No. That is the difference now, Baba Jali. That is the difference. Osinbajo is there. Osinbajo is there.
Hold on. Whether he's actively involved or not actively involved, it is an APC administration. And Tinubu is one of the leaders of APC. And he always openly support the president. He always declare his support for him that, I'm supporting the president on this, I'm supporting. So why do you want to exonerate him that he have nothing? No, he shouldn't be blamed for anything. It is the APC that govern.
Indeed, but it is easy to separate them. Sorry, Madam Zita, I will leave it to you. Sorry, Madam Zita, I leave you. Just 1 second, I leave it to you.
Madam Zita, you can hear them now. They are separating.
It is easy. No, it is easy to separate them now. Osinbajo cannot be separated at all by any measure. He is in the government. He's there. He's the vice president. You can't separate him. Tinubu can still make excuse and say, okay, fine, I'm not in the government. I'm not there. I might be in the APC, but I'm not there. Osinbajo cannot be separated. And also about this North, and also I will leave it, and also about the North, everywhere I also say not. The two of them will be Southern candidates. The North, there will be apathy there. They don't care about both of them. It will depend on the vice president, the candidate, the VP candidate. As we say, if there was a Kwankwaso, it will be a different ball game. Osinbajo is not going to sweep the North if Kwankwaso, assuming was going to be a Peter Obi's VP under PDP. So the North is going to have apathy depending on the vice presidential candidate. But the other one, Osinbajo cannot be separated from Buhari. Tinubu can still find a way to separate himself. That one is possible for Tinubu to separate.
You have just
because Tinubu is your own man. That's why you are.
But let me put it right for you, Fatai.
You are trying to excuse Tinubu
You
because
can make excuses for Tinubu because just like Fatai has done, and during the election, most people that came to media houses, internet, social media, everywhere, were making this kind of excuses for Tinubu. But you can't make that kind of excuses for Osinbajo. Again, let me say this.
Exactly.
It is ridiculous that people will come, hate Buhari's leadership, his administration, with a very, what I call, perfect hatred. And they want to convince Zita that if his vice president has come out, they would have overwhelmingly voted for him.
No. What do you mean by hatred? We don't hate him. We don't hate Buhari.
Or you're deceiving yourself and you're deceiving both of us.
No.
Buhari's administration, let me finish. Buhari's administration is one administration. When you listen to Southeasterners, as long as they are concerned, it's like a serpent to them. You listen to Southwesterners, as long as they are concerned, it's a total failure to them. You listen to people from the South, it was like all hell was let loose. The man doesn't know what he's doing. And these same people want to tell Zita. I remember during the election, I see some Southeastern and some Southwest. I say, if it would have been Osinbajo, they would have considered him. I said, are you kidding me? It would have been shredding. Because they have a lot of things to heap on Osinbajo, which they cannot heap on Tinubu.
Okay,
They have
let
a
me
lot.
ask you a question.
And I ask a simple question. That everybody who is good at political analysis, who does political analysis, we say the same thing. If he think he's a perfect man, and he's in administration that the whole half of Nigerians are seeing as a venom, why didn't he resign? He stayed and he's still there. And somebody said he's different. I don't know how you can convince somebody like Zita with all this, but you people can continue. When you get to my turn, I will say what I want to say about Osinbajo.
No, we came to you just now, Zita, and we couldn't find you. But yeah.
Before look, what role do you expect Osinbajo to play when he's not in charge?
Then he resigned.
Hold on, okay, hold
A
on.
lot cannot be going
That is
under
not
you,
an
and you don't
option.
like it, and you're there. You
That is
resign.
not an hold on. That is not an option. That option you are recommending is an option of political naivety, because he is not representing himself there, but representing millions of people. So the interest of people is representing there really matter. So he's not the one in charge, and he can make that case to tell people, I'm not the commander-in-chief, I'm just the vice president, and I cannot challenge the president. So I'm not the one in charge of the administration, just as you are giving excuses to Tinubu that, oh, Tinubu is not in government, so therefore we can't hold him responsible as part of it. But all of you don't want to...
They are not the same now. Tinubu, it is a fact. Tinubu is not in the government. It is a fact. Osinbajo is there. No matter what Osinbajo will say, he is there. Why can't you, whatever he wants to contribute, why didn't he contribute it when he's there? So now we should give him a chance.
You can't tolerate Tinubu.
Fatai, you know the truth. Fatai, you know the truth. See, Osinbajo is just like a deputy, and we have to be assigned. Although he has some constitutional duty, but most of the portfolio, he has to be directed. He has to be willingly be assigned to some of those duties by the president. See what this guy did in the absence of the president.
Bishop.
The president came back and he reversed everything. I'm not Bishop.
Yes.
Who is speaking? Can I
It's
ask
not
you a question?
This is Ola speaking. I'm not Bishop.
Ola, according to the Nigerian Constitution, who is in charge of the economic team?
He shared the economic team. Whatever they do in that economic team is still subject to.
Who is in charge
No, I'm just saying, no, that's a leading question. I can misrepresent the whole situation. So I'm very smart to.
And
yes,
no, it's clear now. It's clear.
And then we vote him again.
Wait.
The VP is the head of the Economic Council. Mr.
President. Wait now. So because he's the head of Economic Council, he will go there and make decision. I will just pass decision down the country. Does it happen that without the approval of the president? See, we know
what is he doing? He should resign if he cannot contribute.
See, you have to understand your political environment. Okay, is it every time you disagree with your boss, in the office that you resign. See, there are some kind of things that we are not facing
No,
the
this is a
reality.
major catastrophe now. The
Forget
economy and
it.
security, these are
Wait,
major catastrophe. They are major. It's not just a little disagreement.
Thus is
Ola,
resignation. So wait.
do you know why I said you people are confusing me? Ajani Koko says something here about
Wait.
Same
Let,
Osinbajo.
I'm
Just
talking
hold
now.
on. Let me just say this. He said something about that same Osinbajo. He said that when he was employed by Tinubu, he asked him a question. Are you going to give me a free hand to reorganize the judiciary? Otherwise, I will not. And Tinubu said, go ahead. I asked, did he ask Buhari that kind of a question on the economics? And did Buhari say no? Why didn't he resign? Una they confuse me. Oh, you see this?
No.
They give this hint now.
Yesterday
When it reach
we
my turn, I go talk about.
yesterday we talk on how to make institutions functional in Nigeria. You understand? The question you should ask now is this: Osinbajo is well positioned politically to take over from his boss after. If he went ahead at that time and just resigned like that, he has lost that strategic positioning. Now, until it became possible.
Ola, we're getting a lot of background noise.
Yeah, because I'm on the road.
Yeah, I can tell. I can tell that. Carry on.
Okay, so see, if he had become the president now, if like what example of what he did while the president was away would have been a typical sample of what this man would have done. But see, immediately the president came back, he reversed everything. You are now saying he should resign. Those that frustrated him, that is exactly what they wanted. So
he doesn't have clout now. He doesn't have clout, Ola. He doesn't have clout. He doesn't have clout. If they are pushing him to the backstage every time. He doesn't have clout now.
Let me tell you, during the Second Republic, we knew our party was so strong that time. But since this 1999 constitution, it has become more of one-man show. Let me tell you one thing. There is no way Awolowo would have told any governor that time that this is what we would like to do.
But
And the
Atiku
governor
had
would
clout
say,
now.
Wait.
You don't see how Atiku shake Obasanjo.
Wait now. Even then, the president, the chairman of MPN, there's no way he would have contributed to what Shagari was going to do, and Shagari would say no. But this time around, if Tinubu shouts from now to tomorrow, if Buhari will not listen. You are talking of the president that sidetracked all his party program and decided to pick his own. That is how bad it is. This guy will not even respect his own party manifesto. And you are now saying one Osinbajo that is just minute within the party will now be the one that is going to control Buhari. See, this analysis, if you do not get things right and let Nigerians learn about us and keep misrepresenting things, we are not ready to solve our problem. The same way you will accuse Osinbajo, if you want to go by the logic that this guy should have gone, the same way we can as well accuse Tinubu as well, because it's part of the institution. But now,
he's not in the government.
But because we understand the situation, we isolated Tinubu. So because we understand the situation,
because Tinubu is not in the government, not because
who is the ruling party? Which party is the ruling party?
Oh my God!
It's not in the government, is it? I mean, it's as straightforward as that.
Their party is in the government. See, let me tell you.
Hold on. Is Tinubu in government? Yes or no? Not the APC party, Tinubu.
I understand all those rigmaroling, all those dodgy. The free part still remains that their party is still in the government. There's no
Tinubu
way you want to.
Is not in government.
There's no way you want to talk.
Another layer of analysis.
There is no way you want to talk of a bad child that you won't talk of about the family. Forget the story. Even though the child is behaving on his own, but sometimes a child is a representation of his family too. Even though the parents have done the best to put the child right.
Is that Ola speaking?
Like by alone.
I beg, I disagree with that. In
And you can
Yoruba land,
disagree now.
ọmọ tó bá da, hold on, let me finish. In Yoruba land, ọmọ tó bá da tí bàbá ẹ̀ ni, èyí tó bá kú díẹ̀ káàtó tí ìyá ẹ̀ ni. That
I hear
is
you.
everybody. Success has a lot of relatives. When
Bros,
somebody is that, everybody is so.
I hear you. In Yoruba tradition, if you want to marry, they will ask which family is this one from.
All right.
That's
Let's
how
not.
no,
Don't go into Yoruba tradition, but round off the point.
exactly.
Hold
So what
on,
I'm
hold
saying
on,
is that
yeah. Round off the point you are making, and then we'll go on to Zeta. Yeah.
exactly what I'm saying is this: if we can find if we can find a very strategic situation to isolate Tinubu from the rot, from the competence of APC, the same way too we can find a way of isolating. You understand? Isolating Osinbajo from APC. The same way we are trying to isolate OBJ from Atiku. So, because the way our system works, you can find a way to say this guy is not guilty of that situation. What would Osinbajo have done, for example? So, to me, let's forget about the politics. I support Ajale Koko in whatever Baba Ajale Koko said. I support him. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Whatever Baba Ajale Koko said, I can't even remember what he said. But let's come to you, Zita. So Zita, then to back to where we were, Osinbajo, and these now are reasons why he felt the need to go up against Tinubu. People felt it was treacherous, but he, just from the reading of what he had to say, is essentially saying the opportunity presented and he could not resist. Zita.
Yeah, one man. He's a citizen of Nigeria. He has every right to contest for an election. It's his own decision, like legally, morally, not right. Legally, yes. It's his onions to step down or not to step down, for anybody. Morally, we might say yes, he should have stepped down for a Tinubu. I think that's on moral grounds, but legally, he should run if he wants to run. But that is not actually where I have concerns about him and what he did. Number one, the kind of, I don't know if you guys follow the space during the primaries. The kind of campaign the guy carried against Tinubu in the Southwest hurt Tinubu badly. Well, everybody will say it was an election according to, what's her name? Kamala Harris. He said it's all about election and campaign. But there are certain things you say, they become too strong and too weighty about somebody. He said a lot of things, and his campaign team said a lot of detrimental things about Tinubu. I don't really know why he went that far, but I can see that that's what affected Tinubu in the Southeast. I think I have done my discussions with some people, and we agreed on that. Number one, if you look at I know why he went into because you talk about the Yoruba, you talk about the Ogun State, you talk about the Awolowos, you talk about getting married to Awolowo's granddaughter, you talk about Obasanjo, you talk about this. It's as if the Ogun State is the royal stool or the power wherever of the Yoruba land. When you look at Tinubu is not the Awolowo boy. He's from the minority, I might say. He has his own this thing that doesn't represent what the so-called Awolowo that he forms to wear his cap. He tried to dress like Awolowo. Actually, he was seeing himself as the Awolowo of the time. Don't mind me, I'm just kidding. So he wears his kind of cap and dresses the kind of, you know what I mean? So he sees himself in that class of Awolowo stuff. Why Tinubu happened to come from though Tinubu is a strong politician, but I'm talking about in the Yoruba kingdom. That affected Tinubu in the Southwest. We that was watching and taking some some samples. What he did to Tinubu during the primaries, it took people like politicians like Tinubu to survive it. That was why he was not even able to get up to 3 million votes from his side. That aside, then after the primaries, it's an election, it's a campaign, it's a competition. Somebody will win, of course. And for a man that picked you somewhere in life, you would have been just a professor somewhere, who knows? Maybe you would have been bigger than, maybe you would have been a president, but who knows? But let's run with what we know, not what would have happened. From professor to chief of whatever, commissioner for justice, from there, okay, I know this guy, he works well, let him go and represent us as vice president. You went into competition with him. He won you. You didn't even come second. It's just like what is happening now. You came third. Where is the anger coming from? And where is the leadership capacity? He would have won. He's the best leader, and blah, blah, blah. Third. You came third. Even at that, you didn't say, okay, election has come and gone. I did my best. I fought him. He won. So let's come together. You still went on that ground doing some certain things, showing some. What is that all about, if I may ask? You really feel you should hurt a man who helped you, gave you a name? Because I don't know about you people. Before now, I never knew who Osinbajo is. I started hearing about him.
I don't think even his neighbors knew who he was until Tinubu picked him up.
Maybe only his wife knew him.
He said what?
I said I don't think.
Wife.
I said I don't think even his neighbors knew who he was until Tinubu picked him up.
Okay, so I started hearing about him as commissioner, whatever, for Lagos State and blah blah blah. I didn't even know it was Tinubu that single-handedly picked him or something, as he usually do, according to people who can claim that he saw a talent in somebody and pick the person to do a job. But you won't give the person who has the brain to sort talents no credit for him. But that's fine. After the election, you went fighting him. You still did not come out to campaign for him. That's the place I have issues. I always show my concern. Yes, he has the right. He has to contest. It's my right. Yeah, let's go to the field. I don't want to say the things that went inside Aso Rock during that period. But if you people can recall, Buhari called him and Tinubu for a meeting, just the three of them. Some people like us know what trespassed. But it ignores my heart to see someone do that to someone. Election has come and gone. The primary has come and gone. That's by the way. Yeah, he has the right to compare. People say he's the best. He would have won. We all agree. But the important thing is that he lost the primaries. And that's the beginning of the election itself. At that point, I just felt he would have, according to Fatah, I said, you know when to take a bow. You know when to walk away. Campaign for him. This man campaigned vigorously for you guys, 2015. Vigorously for you guys, 2019. And he came out in 2023 to campaign. Osinbajo did not mount the podium for once for Tinubu. Whoosh! Yoruba, you people do. Una do. Una do. Una
Do you think it's a... So hold on.
Can I interject very quickly?
Hold on, Bishop. Do you think it's a petty man, Zita? Do you think Osinbajo is a petty man?
He's not petty. He's mean. he's mean, and he's I wouldn't say it. Somebody said he wants to interject. Let the person interject.
Yeah, Bishop. Yeah.
Okay, Madam Zita, please. I understand. I would say very humbly and respectfully that the exact emotions you have expressed here are my emotions. I was greatly pained in as much as I love Osinbajo before that campaign. Before he declared, the day he declared, I was broken-hearted. And after the campaign, the fact that they launched that women campaign in Aso Rock and the wife was available and did not show up, oh my God, I feel your pain and I share in that pain. I was disgusted. I was disappointed. And you need to know how much I held Osinbajo in so much high esteem, how I have campaigned vigorously, how I have discussed. There are people, political circles I discussed with. There are some circles I belong to that I'm different. To the extent that I did not share a lot of their views. Oh yes, we were angry at some point, and we need to throw it down at some point in the best interest of Nigeria. What Osinbajo did, I never for once called him a traitor or a Iscariot or a betrayer. But honestly speaking, what he did in those spaces, because I happen to know the event that led to how Tinubu invited Osinbajo to come and be a commissioner. Having never met him for once, I know, I'll say this here, I belong to the Redeemed Christian Church of God. And I belong to a certain level of the. So I knew how. My first encounter when I first met him in person, he was never even a commissioner. So for you to know how long that means. So
Bishop, can I interject you, please? Let me
land.
Okay.
Was I disappointed? Let me land, please. Was I disappointed? Yes. Do I feel because it shouldn't have been? I said something a few minutes ago that in Yoruba land, with the kind of position Tinubu occupied in Osinbajo's life, we would have said, that is Yoruba tradition. So for me, I understand the angle you are coming from, and I felt exactly that same way too. Thank you.
Ola, please give me 1 minute. I think Zita painted a lot of picture as if Tinubu is a saint. Oh, he made this guy. This guy is an evil. Why did he do Tinubu like this? As if Tinubu never done the worst to some other people. Is it not Baba Ajali Manje that made Tinubu what he is today politically? Is it not the one that gave him the position of that governorship of Lagos State?
No, he is not.
Hold on.
He is not.
Hold on now.
Let him land. He's asking me a question. I want to get his question, please.
Is Papa Adebanjo that was instrumental to Tinubu nomination as the governor for AD. If Papa Adebanjo didn't support him, he wasn't the candidate of the party they wanted to choose. It was Funshaw Williams. But because Tinubu's mom was part of the UPN leadership as Mama Oloja of Lagos, he's the one that came to Baba Adebanjo that this is my son. I want you to help him. And on that fact, Baba, then change the name, call the chairman of Lagos, of AD in Lagos, which is Ganiu. What's the name of that Baba said? Ganiu something, I can't remember. That let us do this. So it was Adebanjo that was instrumental to him being nominated as the governorship candidate of Lagos under AD, Alliance for Democracy. So, but where is he now?
Let him land. He's taking us somewhere. Then what did he do
where is he?
to Adebayo, please?
Where is he now with Baba Ayo Adebanjo? Where is he now? So when you guys trying to
can I continue?
No, let me land now. When you try to paint a picture as if what do you call it?
Tinubu.
Osinbajo. You painted a picture of Osinbajo as if he's a traitor. He tried to stop Tinubu. He did everything. I mean, where on earth did you see that? Just because this guy contested an election, does that make him an enemy? Did you see him when INEC was giving certificate of return to Tinubu? Was he not present? He was there.
He wasn't present during the campaign.
Well, if he's saddled with official responsibility, and then what? How many of the government officials were present during the campaign? How many times did they carry out campaign with Tinubu?
Can I answer you?
Hold on, before you come in, Madam Zita.
I wanted to talk now. You are saying before you come in. Let me talk now.
What do you mean? What's that supposed to mean?
No, it's not supposed to mean anything.
No. Let's not go in that direction.
I was supposed to speak, but I yielded
There
to
was
Ajale
nobody that
Koko.
was supposed to speak. I wanted to interject in
No,
what somebody was saying. And you are saying that. What's that supposed to mean?
The gentleman.
Bros, me, I know they fight you. I know they fight you. So I know they
You see me put on gloves? Did you see me put on gloves?
All right. No, we don't want to do that.
I took permission from Ola. It was Ola that was about to speak, and I took permission from him, and he yielded for me. Please, Ola can talk.
All right.
Sorry. Thank you.
Ola, come in.
Yeah, you see, I see this thing differently. You understand? People are saying, no, Osinbajo should be there. To be what? Even people like us that we are supporting Osinbajo today, that we are supporting Tinubu today. I was anti-Tinubu until he became the best of the candidates available. You see, if you see the politics of Tinubu, there's no, when you talk of politics of inclusiveness, you already segmented a whole part of the society out of this thing. Because when you have Muslim tickets, what has never happened in the history of the country before, except for June 1992, 1993, that didn't come to fruition. So, and you see Osinbajo is a significant part of that area, of that particular segment of the country they put out. And you see so many party members were actually against this. But why some of us, we reason with him that, okay, he needed this thing to win the election, because for some of us, Atiku is never an option after what Buhari did. Even Obi, too much life, and we feel that it's not competent enough. So as a leader in that particular segment of people that are excluded from this campaign, do you think within him, you don't know what he's thinking about? Because this Osinbajo you find there should not have been there if not because of the same reason. Because Tinubu wanted to become the vice president. Because in the issue of Nigeria, Muslim tickets should be no. So if this man, based on the same principle, because he's not saying it out, if that is the whole major reason why he has kept quiet and is not committing himself, in case this thing doesn't work tomorrow, why will you not blame him? So he has his own right not to sorry, not
Can I
not
check
to
on the
support and
questions, please, so that I can leave? Let me finish my.
okay, that's what I want to ship in. I think you understand what I'm saying. So based on his belief that a part of the part of the society has been excluded, it may be the reason why it's not coming out to support publicly. Thank you.
Let me start with Baba Jali Koko. Can I say something now? Baba Jali Koko, let me just answer what you said. Then I go back to what I said before to clarify some certain things. Maybe I was not nobody understand what I was saying. You said he did whatever he did to Adebayo. Adebayo made him who he is. I asked, did Adebayo contest for any election and he did not support him? The answer is no. People do quarrel, people do disagree. After all, Osinbajo and Tinubu coming out to contest together in a platform, as I said before, is Osinbajo's right, legally. But morally, somebody will say, you shouldn't have competed, that's moral. Legally, he has the right. Legally, he has the right to step down or not to step down. When I come to one man's platform, I don't usually speak without facts. Now, let me discuss Ola. Ola, you said it's Muslim ticket. I quite agree with your submission. Muslim ticket, he is a pastor in Redeemed Christian Church of God. He should. What do you expect him to do? To support Muslim ticket? Even if you don't want to support, why can't you keep mute? I don't say what I don't know. If you don't want to come,
you say you should not keep move, but you say he's not campaigning for him. So which one?
Wait, you people are not getting my point. Let me repeat myself again.
Ola, let Zita drive through. Yeah, carry on, Zita.
Let me repeat myself again. Before I started talking about Osinbajo, I said the campaign he carried against Tinubu in the Southwest made Tinubu not to get up to 3 million votes in the Southwest. I hope I've said something. So now you know why I said, yes,
that's not true. I disagree with you.
What are you talking about? What campaign?
Which campaign does Osinbajo do?
Don't worry.
Against
Don't
him
worry.
that makes people not to vote for him?
You can't just make
Listen
some
to
comment.
me. Listen
Is
to
it
me.
Osinbajo
Don't
that
say
make him
listen.
lose in
You're
Lagos
not
State?
challenging your view.
See, listen to
Is
me.
it Osinbajo that make him lose in Lagos State and Osun State?
Listen. Let me say something before you people start.
Hold on, Zita. You carry on, but let me just do a bit of administrative stuff and then hand over to Thomas and then carry on because I want to free up the space for Dupsy who wants to come in. So Alexander Gomez, of course, as ever, kicks off the super chat and he continues to enjoy himself within that space. Alexander Gomez still carries on with the super chat, and Alexander Gomez continues to carry on still with the super chat. Faleti Zag comes in to make his debut into the super chat space, and Afro Plight, who has been communicating via that portal, super chats to the space as well. So thank you to all mentioned. That space is still open to any and everybody that still wants to avail. And you all, of course, know where I am going to next. Ayo comes in and documents himself with the by the coffee thing, which it does with regular precision. Ayo must be a German because it's precision engineering in the super chat space. So thank you, Ayo, for that. So that space still open for others who want to join the name aforementioned. Before I ease myself out, this conversation carries on, but somebody sent this in, so let me just quickly bring it on show. Let me bring it on show. And by the way, carry on your conversation from where you are, but this is something that you might want to speak to as well. So it says, Senate president since 1999, Evans Ewenrem, Southeast, Chuba Okadibo, Southeast, Pius Eyim, Southeast, Adolphus Wabara, Southeast, Ken Nnamani, Southeast, Ken Nnamani again, Southeast, David Mark are North Central, Bukola Saraki North Central, Ahmed Lawan Northeast. He says, will the South get it now? So that's the question that the person threw into the conversation. And in response to that question, Ganduje comes in to give him an answer.
Senate President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria will come from the South. And no other person than the former governor of Akwa Ibom. The uncommon governor, the uncommon minister, waiting to be the uncommon president of the Senate.
All right, so there it is, the uncommon everything, certainly an uncommon Senate president, the way it's looking like as well. So Thomas, acknowledge you're there. Thomas?
Yes, please. Yeah. Yes,
all right.
please.
All right, brilliant. So Thomas, over to you. I'll ease myself off. Thank you, everyone. Zita, carry on from where you are. We'll reconvene for tomorrow again. So I'll ease myself out.
Madam Sida?
I think it was saying something.
Thomas, I should
go
ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead, please.
I understand the attack on me. When I said the campaign,
It's not an attack on you now. Why you say it as an attack on you?
it's just a
challenging your
slang.
view.
It's just a slang. When I say they throw
Okay,
rocks
all right,
at
go on,
me,
please.
it doesn't really mean they throw rocks at me anyway. It's just a passing comment that can excite somebody's nerves. That's just what I mean, please. When I say the campaign he carried, some people say, what kind of campaign I'm talking about? I don't actually do spell things out. Keep your information, I keep my own, but please allow me to speak. I am not forcing anybody to believe what I'm saying. But the people who are listening, who knows what I'm talking about, knows what I'm talking about. If you seem to disagree with me, I'm very fine with it. That's okay. Now, let me continue with what I'm saying. I am not saying that he should have come out to campaign for him. According to Allah, he said his Muslim ticket is a pastor, and therefore he shouldn't have to expect him to come and start supporting. But a lot of people didn't support it. They kept quiet. They did not campaign against it on that ground. And a lot happened that actually I did not expect him to do the things he did. And he's still doing. He is still doing. He has not stopped. According to Fatah, he said, you should know when to take a bow. He's still doing. But that's okay. I ended by saying, it's fine. Sometimes, according to one of Tinubu's quotes, he said, even before they come, he projects they will come. It's okay. The important thing is that the election has come. It has gone. He has won. According to Melala, whether you like it or not, he's going to be the president come 29th, unless he drops dead. As we said during the election, unless he dropped dead, he's still going to win. He won. Unless he dropped dead, he's going to be the president, whether we like it or not. That's said. Now, back to Osinbajo's political career. You see, when you say, didn't you do something to somebody, like Babajani said, my favorite panelist, he said, didn't Tinubu do that to Adebanjo? I don't know what he did to Adebanjo. You can make me a king. We can have disagreement. Sometimes we might have face-off. But I don't know whether Tinubu, Adebanjo wanted any position and Tinubu stopped him and worked against him. I don't know about that. I don't have that in my record. But there are things you do as a politician when you want to make it your career. I don't know whether Osinbajo wants to make it a career. I don't even know whether he's going to contest again for the president of Nigeria. Who knows? But there are things you do. You will have supporters. People will support you. People will hail you. Some people will say, what did you do that you have to apologize for? Nobody is saying that Osinbajo should apologize for what? It's him. He has done what he wants to do. Move on. The person that he had the encounter with, I think, has moved on too. Now, political career, where is it taking him? Maybe outside of the country. Maybe he's going to contest for the president of Africa. But I always say, as I have been saying, Obi and Atiku, they have this thing about them that will always scare much people away from them. Take it or leave it. As long as it's a political position you are contesting for, you need those politicians to get there. When you get there, you can fling them through the window. But do you need them? You need them. And there is something about them. They believe a deal is a deal. And when you see that you are a barber chair, you know what is a barber chair? A barber chair, when you say roller chair, it rolls like this, it rolls like this, it rolls like sometimes it ticks up. When you are that kind of person, there are things that we want to do for you. They will be scared to push it forward. So, in as much as some people say Osinbajo did not do anything, he has no reason to apologize. I don't even see him to apologize. The only place I have problem with him was the underground campaign about Tinubu. The rest is okay. Not even after the primaries. That's where I have issue. During the primaries, fine. It is politics. We are campaigning. After all, we are looking for vote. I didn't have issues.
Which underground campaign you are talking about? We don't know. You can let us know.
Babajali
Share it with us
Babajali Coco. If you did not see, you did not notice, please, when it's your turn to speak, say there is no underground campaign. For me, I'm saying
I'm asking you to share it with.
I will not spell it out. I will not.
This sounds ridiculous.
Good evening.
Baba.
This sounds
Good
ridiculous.
evening, Zita. Good evening, Zita. I came in to come and interject to this topic.
But you met us here now. I mean, can we talk?
Shekos, bye. But boy, get the problem, bye. Are you Zita?
Dupe,
I'm talking to Zita.
Hold on now, Dupe. You came in here.
I'm talking to Zita.
I know you when you're talking to Zita.
Let me talk now. Let me talk.
Can we talk before you first? Because you came in here, you met us now.
Okay. Please excuse me, my darling boyfriend.
Ó ti tán nìyẹn, ó ti tán, national mind. Ara ẹ̀ máa balẹ̀ straight nígbà tó gbọ́ yẹn.
You can even see the way he's talking. You can even see the way he's talking. If it's me, we shout, "Who is this guy now?" See the way he's talking. Did you even go to school?
So I came into interject so that I will be able to explain what happened to Zita, because Zita doesn't understand. You see, those people, especially Pastor Osinbajo, I will call him Pastor for the purpose of this discussion. You see, he can't step down for Tinubu at any time. He's still fighting as we speak. He still wants to be the president. You don't really understand what is happening. So these are kind of brainwashed people. So when I tell you guys that this thing called brainwash is powerful, you guys don't understand where I'm coming from. Osinbajo is one of the brainwashed people in Nigeria religiously. So his religious father told him already that God said he's going to be the next president of Nigeria. That's why you guys are missing the point here, because you don't really know the genesis of why this guy is still beefing Tinubu. Because he has been told already that he's the next president. So he's a brainwashed individual.
Can I have a minute interjection?
Let me land before you.
Interjections are allowed. You don't shout people down.
I'm not shouting you down, bro. I'm just saying that I don't come into the studio. I'm not shouting you down, please. I'm just saying I don't come in.
Can I interject? You cannot stop an interjection.
No. You can't stop shouting you down. That's what I don't like.
You cannot stop an interjection. No, you cannot stop an interjection. You cannot stop an interjection. You cannot stop an interjection. You cannot stop. You cannot stop. You
Thomas,
cannot
where
stop
are
an
you?
interjection. You
Bishop, let her
cannot,
land.
you
You can come in
cannot
after.
stop. No, you cannot stop an interjection. You cannot. You cannot stop an interjection.
Bishop,
You
Bishop,
cannot
hold on.
stop an you
Bishop, hold on.
cannot
Hold on.
stop an interjection. I refused bluntly.
Calm down,
You
calm down.
cannot
Bishop, there's
stop
no
an
rule that
interjection.
says somebody that wants to
Bishop.
interject must be allowed now. There's no
Bish-
rule like that.
You cannot stop an interjection.
No, Bishop,
Where
I'm
is
just
Thomas
telling
here?
you that now.
Bishop,
Now you are
let
trying
her
to
let
interject.
her land now.
Let her
Let her
land. Let
You
her
are
land.
trying
land.
to interject.
Nobody's
Come
stopping
in
your
after.
interjection, but let her
Yeah,
land.
nobody. But
Let her land.
if somebody that wants to interject, there's no rule that say that person must interject. No. So the idea of
No,
not
you
stopping
cannot say that.
interjection,
No. It happens
there's no
all the
rule like
time.
that.
No, except there are different
Thomas,
rules.
there are no
No,
rules.
except there are
In the
different
absence
rules.
of Thomas,
Except there are
there
different
are some
rules.
moderators
And
here.
There are
if
no
there
Wait,
are
rules
Bishop.
like
different
that.
rules, thank you and good night.
There are no rules like that.
Bishop, wait. In the absence of Thomas, there are some moderators here. Either Patrick or myself will moderate in the absence of Thomas. So interjection is just a
Bishop has
privilege.
left angrily. He has left angrily. And
Then,
it's
then are we not supposed to be teaching people the right thing? So if we cannot even coordinate ourselves, then how do we teach people? How do we encourage people?
Politician.
You understand? We can't.
Ola, hold on. Bishop is not a new person here, at least for the past few times he has been here. Now, she says she wants to continue. She doesn't want to lose her train of thought. Let her talk.
Yeah.
Then you can interject. It's all about understanding.
No,
Nobody's stopping
yeah.
interjection.
Yes,
But when you
we
keep
can.
repeating yourself like a broken record, you cannot stop it. And we're trying to get you to at least listen. You keep repeating it. It makes no sense.
Yeah, interjections are allowed, but
It's allowed,
then
we know.
the person that is talking must yield, because
Yeah,
that,
must
as
yield.
far as I'm concerned. So if the person is not yielding, then you just have to allow the person that holds the floor to talk.
Yeah.
So it's a privilege, it's not a right.
Dupe, continue.
Thank you. I've lost everything now because I don't really understand why that brother was so annoyed. So
Okay, you say Osinbajo is being washed.
thank you, Darius.
Mhm.
But my own personal person. So the guy has been told already that he's the next president. So that is why you see this fighting, that he's fighting so hard. If you notice that Tinubu has gone to him several times for them to make up, but he can't get over that because this is somebody that he believed in, like his own personal God. And he told believe that if this person tells me this thing is going to come to pass, it has to come to pass. So that's why all these religious people, I'm always scared of them. So that is why you see him fighting like that. He's not a stubborn person. If you look at Osinbajo very well, he's a cool-headed guy. But for him to be very, very, so adamant about his position with Tinubu, you see there is more to it. So that is why you see a particular religious leader that will say, I don't even know if 2023 will come to pass. I don't even know if we will witness 2023. Baba, sorry, when
did he say that? When did he say that?
Oh, like, national mic show day, matter for me, be bishop, but the bishop you tap for me, but in the palpitation, tell me more.
When they told personally.
Yes, I'm not even joking, right? I'm not even joking. It wasn't private, Patoski. It was public. The guy declared that God did not tell him that anybody will become the next president of Nigeria, that he doesn't even know if 2023 will come to pass. He doesn't even know if there will be election in 2023 because Osinbajo wasn't chosen.
What does that have to do with Osinbajo now?
Yes, this is what I'm saying. Osinbajo believes so much. So
the man
much.
is confessing his ignorance. So how's that? The man said, I don't know.
No. Because Osinbajo did not. You are not following me. You Christians today.
We are following you. You are trying to connect.
Because Osinbajo did not win the primaries. That after then, that is when that particular religious leader came out to say he doesn't even know what is going to happen. That
means he was confused now.
He wasn't confused. He wasn't confused. He was manipulative.
Dupe Farabale, calm down. When I'm calm down, I'm not saying you are. Bishop Colon sorry. Èmi mo gbà ẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Bishop now. Why
I'm
you
not
asking
paying
me?
Mo
Bishop.
sọ
I'm
pé
not paying Bishop
kò ti
TNC.
lọ mo sọ pé ó ti lọ tẹ́lẹ̀ àní rational mind ti lọ tẹ́lẹ̀ ó ṣe gbọ́ òun ti sá padà wá.
I'm not
Ọlá
paying
ìti
Bishop
pọ̀ jù.
TNC.
Má
Èmi
pè
mo
é má
gbà
pè
ẹ́
é.
national
lọ́wọ́
man
Bishop.
bá gbóhùn ẹ kò ní lọ náà.
Àní bàbá ó
Ó
ti
yẹ
lọ
kó
tẹ́lẹ̀
mọ
tẹ́lẹ̀.
national man náà.
Bàbá kò tí ì yẹ yín ó ti lọ tẹ́lẹ̀ bó ṣe gbọ́ pé mo fẹ́ wọlé ó sáré sá padà wá. Ó sáré sá padà dé. Mi ò dẹ torí tiẹ̀ wá bíbá yìí. Ó yá máa sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ lọ rational mind.
I mean, well, the way you are linking this whole thing together with Osinbajo, you see, sometimes I know everybody has their right to say whatever they want to say, like as I have my own right to say, to put things the way I see it. But sometimes when we say certain things, we can be challenged, and you want to probe that your view, or you can be my own view too. You can prove it. Now, when you're linking Osinbajo's, because even when Zita said what she said, which I found it so like, well, what's she talking about? Everybody has the right to contest against each other. That's the beauty of democracy. I don't know what Tinubu was thinking. It tells you the kind of person he is. If you do not allow room for people challenging you or contesting against you, even though they're your boys, they're your men, they're the people you groomed. If he's annoyed, it tells you the kind of person that he is. That it's not fit to be that kind of a leader. It tells you.
No, rational mind. I don't think Tinubu is annoyed though, because if you notice, he's
apparently
gone to
he is. Hold on.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Hold on. Apparently, he was at some point, because if you remember when after the primaries,
Rational mind, can you, what
guys,
we are discussing, don't link it with Tinubu. Just discuss this. Can you discuss this guy without linking it with Tinubu?
What is wrong with this guy now? What are we talking about here? You're telling me
There's nothing wrong with anybody. That's a rude language to use. Rational mind.
Well, sorry. I mean, when I say what is wrong with this guy, I mean, I noticed that whenever I mention Tinubu,
don't justify that statement.
Can you allow me? Thomas, please, are you here? Please, this interjection.
Thomas,
I'm everybody to fight very well.
Yeah, well, so what I'm saying is this. What is wrong, please? I'm not trying to be rude. But what I'm saying is that we're talking about Osinbajo or Tinubu here. And I'm talking about Tinubu. You don't want me mentioning Tinubu. What goodness, guys. Come on. What is going on with us? Can't we mention Tinubu? Who is Tinubu? I mean, we're talking about, somebody's talking about, Madam Zita was trying to link Osinbajo's seeming silence and all the things that happened to why Tinubu lost the election. I mean, maybe did not perform very well in the Southwest or something like that. And maybe among the Christian voters. I was saying, no, that's not actually what happened. And then I'm talking again, I'm mentioning Tinubu. I say I should not mention Tinubu, I should not link it to Tinubu. What are you talking about, my friend? Calm down, please.
Okay, má bínú, má sọ̀rọ̀
not
má
you.
bínú.
The other guy that's talking, the doctor guy from Finland. I don't know if it's... So anyway, let me go to my point. I've even lost the train of thought there's something I wanted to say. But anyway, what I wanted to say is that, I mean, it should allow room for your boys that you train can contest against you. That's the beauty of democracy. It shows that you're a Democrat if you allow that. Tinubu is not an emperor, but even though some of you, that's why somebody is trying to stifle me here, not to even mention his name. My goodness, who is Tinubu? Tinubu is just a human being like you and I. I mean, we understand he's a strategist. Does that make
us... Aláṣẹ junior rational minority babe, má sọ̀rọ̀ mi lọ.
Does that mean we should pedestalize him? No, I will never pedestalize a human like myself. Forget that he is rich or whatever. No, he's a human being like me. I don't worship people. I don't worship men. So my point is this, that we should not link, what's his name? Tinubu's seeming, okay, let me go back to what I was trying to say. So on the day of the primaries, after he won, at least we saw what happened. How he went to shake Aisha Buhari. He went to shake, what's his name? The president. He ignored Osinbajo. You are the winner. Act like a winner. Act like a champion. But until there, what's his name? The speaker of
No, rational mind. No. They haven't finished the primaries. They just started the primaries. Yes.
They just started the primary. What are you talking about?
they just started the primaries when that
when he
happened.
ignored.
They haven't declared. Yes, they haven't
Well,
declared Tinubu.
well,
Never.
maybe
Go and
maybe
rewatch
that's
it, please.
maybe that's the sequence. Okay. However it is, you know that you're going to win. You know you are the father. Act like a mature person. But you ignore the vice president.
How did you know? Come on,
You say
rational man
what?
now. How did he know he's going to win? How did he know
What?
he's going to win?
Well, you are the one telling me, hold on, because from what I remember, after the pronouncement that he won, because you are telling me now that it's not after it was before he won. I can't remember that. But what I remember, hold on. When I remember, it was that after he won the election, he was declared the winner. He went shaking at Buhari, and then I can't hear. Somebody's trying to interject here.
It is Thomas. It is Thomas Nelson.
It's choppy. Can I continue? This thing is interfering. I can't. So, can I continue, please?
Now
Go
Thomas
on
is
now,
saying this.
rational man. We can.
No, I think there's another guy that is causing this thing there.
Okay. So my point is this: that you ignored him. I mean, that's not sportsmanship. Sportsmanship should allow room. Okay, you knew that already. You've had your strategy already that you're going to get delegate vote at the end of the day. If your boy contests against you, it's supposed to be like, oh, yeah, I'm proud that somebody I made is even contesting against me. But I beat him. I beat him in the game. But I don't know when you start acting like that, and then he ignored him. Until Bajamila to tell him, well, no, that's the vice president, that you cannot do that now. And you have to go back and shake it. But so the point I'm trying to say is that
Bukola Saraki contested against his father now, against his father's wish. So it's not happening for the first time.
And so the point I'm saying is this: some of us are making this case like Tinubu is what? You said what?
Hello, is Thomas still there?
I think he must have been.
No, Thomas has moved to the background.
You want to interject?
No, she wants to complete this our thought.
I have the floor. You are just interjecting. I just wanted to complete my thoughts before I go.
Okay, please go on, please.
Madam Zita, please go ahead.
Okay, I from the kind of interjection I'm getting, I think I'm being misunderstood. Let me say this again, please. As I said before, Osinbajo has the right to contest against anybody legally. If anybody is saying, why won't he, why should he, you are just looking at the moral grounds, which doesn't really mean anything for somebody who wants to do what he wants to do when he wants to do it and how he wants to do it. That is the first point I made here. Then, where again did I show little concern? Although I said I waved it off, I said during the campaign for the primaries, a lot went underground. A lot was said about Tinubu. It doesn't really mean anything for me, somebody like Zita. I said, it's campaign. As I always say, everybody is looking for vote. You can say anything or do anything, strategy you think that can win vote to you. That's my take. But
can you give an example of what was said, please?
Let me finish. Because from what Rational Mind is saying, he's saying something different from what I said. So, where did I say I show concern that people are telling me to spit it out? And I said, I won't. Even if Babajadi Koko carry me up, knock me for ground, I won't. When I say some certain things, it's left for you to believe me or not. But if you feel I'm talking rubbish, go and do your investigation.
That sounds too, no. Hey, Zita, this is not a platform. I know you know that very well, that this is not a platform where you can just say anything and people will just accept you. We will challenge you.
There are things, listen,
we cannot just believe you because we want us to believe.
Let me finish.
We want to learn.
I made a statement. Actually, I am not supposed to say it the way I said it. I made a statement, like a round statement. I said a lot of campaign of Kamuli was done on that ground. And it's still happening. And you said, I cannot come to the platform and say something like that without giving you. Are you kidding me? Go and find out.
Then it means it never existed.
Hold
then
on a second. Hold on a second.
Okay.
I said something. It's not for you to believe me. You don't believe me. I don't even care. So you shouldn't tell me unless I spell it out. You will not believe me because I'm not really ready whether you believe me or not. I know whom I'm talking to. They are listening. So if you think what I'm saying is a lie, go and do your investigation. You too can come back to the.
If I have to go and do my
You too can
investigation,
come back
you are
to
the one who said
platform.
something now.
Can I finish?
Okay, go
Rational
on.
mind, you too can come back to the platform to give me your own points, to tell me that there was nothing like.
I don't even know what you're talking
like
about. How do you want me to go and do the research? I don't even know what you're talking about.
No. You said I should speak. I made a statement. I just made a statement.
Okay.
You said I cannot come to the platform and just say something without giving you a proof. And I said I will not. And you too can still give me a proof to prove me wrong.
I just gave you series of events that happened around that time. I just gave you one. I just gave you one or two now of the
Thomas,
during the primaries.
As I was saying, after that it continued. I think that's the area I think I have issue with him. And apart from that, he's a bona fide citizen of Nigeria, and he has his fans that said he's a good leader, he's a smart guy, he has the capability to lead, and he will perform marvelously well. So he has the right to contest. I don't have issues with that. I have issues from what is happening and is still happening after somebody has won the primary, won the general election.
Well, let me say this to you, Zita. Let me say this to you. Whatever calumny or whatever you're saying, slandering or whatever you're saying, it's not true.
Okay, fine.
You
I
don't
agree
understand.
with you now.
Hold on. For the sake of our viewers, our people who are listening to us, a lot of people, they come here, they listen to us, and they want to know, they want to hear, they want to learn. And by what?
Please, can I continue my? Can I finish my
this
thoughts
was why
before
Bishop left.
You people can continue with it. Can I finish?
Okay.
Let me
go on,
just finish. I am not saying you should believe me. First of all, I said something here.
We want to believe you. But we must have reason for us to believe you.
I said something here, rational mind. Thank God you said people are listening. The people that are listening knows what I'm talking about. That you don't know what give me a root.
No.
Do you understand me?
This is ridiculous now. You cannot be saying that now. I'm one of those
Listen
people
to
that are
me,
listening.
rational mind. I cannot convince
rational
you.
mind. Let her move on.
Okay.
Now.
All right.
Can I just say and get away? Look, people like rational mind, I cannot convince you. You get the point.
Come on. Knock that off. Knock it off. Knock it off.
You. So
knock
why
it off,
you stress me
Zita.
and make the discussion so tedious for me? Because you are trying
it is called
to
challenging
make me
your
to
views.
convince you. I'm not here to convince you because you can never be convinced.
No,
you have
stop,
your
stop
mindset.
that.
You
Knock
keep
that
it to
off.
yourself. Okay.
Stop using that kind of word that you cannot convince me.
I can convince you.
I mean,
and
I'm not
here
expecting you to
convince
me.
you. Please.
Okay,
I must say that.
Please. Go on, please.
I can't convince you. I can't. There is nothing I will say here that can convince you.
No, stop that. Stop that. Knock that off. Knock it off.
No, I'm not knocking anything off. I don't. The people on the panel, you know much. You have your own idea. Actually, we come to this panel to speak to our listeners, not to ourselves. So we interject and discuss. Unless you want to learn from another person. But for you,
just go on, move on.
When I'm saying this kind of a thing, I am not saying it for somebody like rational mind to get convinced. I'm making a statement of fact. And the people who are listening to us know the fact I'm talking about. So I have said that, I have concluded that. But if you think I'm lying, if you think you want to prove it to me that I'm lying, go back, get your own facts, come back to the platform.
I'm not saying you're lying. We don't want to be erroneous. We don't want to give erroneous ideas and view. That's the point.
I'm not giving
I won't say you're lying.
If
There's
you
a difference
want
between
to say
lying and error.
It's erroneous, fine. Hallelujah, praise God for you. It's erroneous. But I'm not talking to you.
There's a difference between erroneous and lies.
I don't see it as real in the first place. When I come to this platform, Rational Mind, I don't think I am actually addressing people like you. Please. And I must make this clear. There are people who are listening to me.
There are times you address me now.
No, I cannot. I can't.
There are times you address me.
No, I can't.
It's not about me or you. It's not about. It's about our audience. It's about the facts. It's about the
We
truth.
have listeners. I cannot address you. Neither am I speaking to convince you. No.
Can you move on now? Can you move on so that we don't make this about myself or you?
It's you that is interjecting me now.
Okay, sorry.
You keep
My apologies.
coming on to say, split it out, do this. I don't believe you. And even if I bring all the points and give to you, you will still not be convinced. So why would I waste my information on people like you, if I must say? Honestly speaking, I don't know where this one is coming from. And I'm beginning to feel very tedious about it. I don't know where it's coming from. We are just random minds here. And I have said what I said, even when they said it's not true. I said, that's fine. It's only when I start arguing it's true, that you will start asking me, where is my evidence? You said it's not true, and I'm cool with that. But that is not going to stop me from saying what I want to say. Please. Thomas, please, I just have to leave, I beg.
Madam Zita.
I thought Allah is there.
Madam Zita. Madam Zita. Madam Zita, she left.
I'm here.
You didn't finish what you are trying to tell us now. What's going on?
No, I don't like it when I'm talking. People, we interject here, we speak to each other, we crack joke and this thing. I am somebody who like getting information for fun. And that doesn't mean I don't respect the secrecy and the privacy of information. I do. There are things you don't, no matter what you do to me, you expect me to say on this platform. But I have a way I ship it in for those who wants to listen. I'm not trying to convince adults on the platform. We all have our minds and our beliefs. But I have young ones at the background listening to me. Sometimes they force me to come on this platform to speak on issues one man has published. So when I'm talking something, rational mind, you have your mind. There is nothing that we say about Tinubu that will make it right in your eyes. And I respect that. It's okay by me. But please don't push me. Don't make my conversation very tedious. I don't like it. But at this point, I think I have to leave.
We are enjoying
so
you. We want you to finish the deliverance of your thoughts so we can really get the full flare of where you are driving at, what you are trying to deliver. So if you don't mind, if you want to, deliver the rest of it, I think that'd be okay. Is that okay, Miss Dita? Miss Zita?
I think she's out now.
She left. Okay.
Ajale Koko, what is going on?
Thomas, can I say something?
Yes, that's what you know. Go
on. Let me just address something real quick. Whatever pushback, or whatever, I don't want people going or living here with the impression that I don't stifle people's voice. What I do is I like to challenge people's idea. And when I challenge people's idea, I'm not trying to force my idea or my view on people. It just shows I want to probe. That's the word. I mean, that's the word I should use. I want to probe why you believe what you believe. And maybe when I probe you and you can convince me to think otherwise from what I know, why not? I will accept it. I mean, yesterday here we had an argument here about the police and all of that. The impression that I had from what one man read until when our friend here, is it Bishop? Was not Bishop, maybe the other guy from Finland, the doctor guy, when he kept on and he was holding on his position, then I kept like, why are you saying this? I mean, until we finally realized that, oh, there was an error somewhere, and I admitted it, and we laughed about it, and I realized that, oh, he was right, that it was the service police, because I could not understand. So the point is this: when we probe, like I keep on probing, I keep on asking questions like that. I want to probe why you believe what you believe.
Rational mind. Let me say something. Okay. You see, when I was listening to you guys, was it yesterday or day before yesterday? And this guy Tuna just told you that it's not good for you to see negatives in people all the time. When you project that you hate somebody, loads of people will start, questioning your position on stuffs. It seems that there's a personal hatred for Bola Tinubu. I think that's why you're having problems with loads of people here. I think you should be more, you should be more rational in your submissions.
Well, I am rational, but then hold on. I see what you. I know. I mean, what you said is noted. You see, I don't know how to say it, and I've said it many times. I don't hate Tinubu. I think this what's his name? This guy, Prince, the other Prince, Prince B, or what's his name? Prince, the other Prince, not Babati, the other Prince. I started like Babati. I think
Prince. Okay, Babati. Okay.
No, but not Babati. The other guy, the other Prince.
Prince Daddy.
Prince Daddy.
Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy.
I think
Daddy.
Prince Daddy really express it the way it should be. We should understand it about me that I'm not here. I don't hate Tinubu. All I do is I'm probing that what you people say about Tinubu, to me, I don't believe is right, and I think I have the right to hold that view. I don't have personal animosity against Tinubu, and I've said it many times. So let me not start. So let me just go straight to what I'm trying to say here is that whatever he said yesterday, negative. No, I mean I'm not negative. I only talk about what people talk about Tinubu because I feel so many things people say here about Tinubu. It's not actually the fact. I mean, even though that's what they want us to believe. And if I hold that view, does not mean I hate him personally. Let me just move on from that. So my point is this, talking about Osinbajo, we know how Nigeria is.
But Rational Mind, can I say something before you continue, Mr. Osinbajo? I think, the way you try to probe Madam Zita, I think you went too far. And what I mean is this. When you ask her to tell you the source of her information or what was her fact to what she was saying, and she said she didn't want to say it, I think you should have let her alone and let her continue with her thought. When you see, sometimes some people have some information, they wouldn't like to share it in this public space. And I think that is what was responsible to why she didn't want to reveal. I believe she has some information, or she didn't want to deliver it here because this is a global platform. Sometimes some of us, we have friends that have called us, say, hey, I was listening to this platform. It looked like this is your voice. This is you. What's going on? Yeah, it's me. Yeah. So you don't want to. Sometimes some of us doesn't want to say something that could easily put us as enemy to some people that we know that are in power. You see, a lot of us are covering off our faces here because we know some people in power, and we don't want them to think that we are their enemy. So I think you made a mistake for trying to pushing hard on her to tell you or tell us the source of family when she said okay, I don't want to reveal. I think you should have just let her just carry on.
Am I interject?
That is the way I think. I think we should be doing to each other. If I
Yeah.
ask somebody, "Hey, what's the source?" You say, "Oh, look, you see, I don't want to reveal it." Well, let her just run her time.
Yeah. Let
And
me interject, Ajalikoko.
yeah,
I don't know why may people know Versabe because I'm always a violent guy. But I don't know why you guys are on rational mind. Rational
you
mind.
don't come with your own wahala.
Rational mind is saying the truth. I don't know how you guys see it. This is not the first time, the second time. I've listened to Madam Zita a lot of times, to be honest. And sometimes when she says something and you like maybe say no, this is not what it is, she'll tell forget. I know I have this, I have that. I mean, like the truth is that if you don't want to share the full details of so that you can convince us where you're getting I don't think there is no point bringing it out in the first place when you don't have the full details in order to convince us, the panelists. We are it's almost like we are just dumb. Do you understand me? Sometimes when it happens and she does that, don't worry, I know. I'm like, oh, this is, I mean, what are we doing here? I mean, a lot of people, let me say this. I mean, a lot of people tell so many lies on this platform, and it's not a joke. It's not a joke. I listened to it. I mean, the other day someone
Are
was
you
saying that
are you one of those people?
I don't even I hate the lying part. That's the truth. The other day someone was saying that he lived in Onitsha. I'm like, okay, yeah, I lived in Onitsha too. He lived in Awada. Which street did he live in?
You
I
never
said, do
forget
you?
that one. Now
I
Bishop
never
did they
forget
refer
him.
to.
No,
You
okay,
never
now
forget
Bishop,
that for
yes.
over 2 weeks.
Yes,
Eh?
now
Des.
Bishop. I was like, do you know
No,
Eziweka?
okay,
Let me say
Des.
something.
Des, can I
Let me
beg you
let me
for
finish.
something?
Let me
No, can I
finish.
beg you for something? No, you will finish. See, in the absence of the two names we've mentioned, because they won't be here to defend themselves, out of
I
respect
know.
for
That's
them,
why I didn't
can we
mention the
just talk
person's name.
generally
I
and
didn't
just
even know
forget
it was
about them?
Bishop. I didn't even know it was Bishop. He was saying it's
So
Bishop.
please,
I've forgotten the person's
please
name.
don't let us. Yeah, thank you. Don't let us mention names,
Yes,
please, out of
yes.
respect,
So
because once they can defend themselves, then we can
yeah.
talk.
So one person like that was saying that he lived in Onitsha and he lived Awada. I'm like, okay, do you know Eziweka Road? He's like, no, he hasn't heard of it. It's almost like someone staying in Ireland and he said he doesn't know Lekki. How is that even possible? I'm like, are you kidding me? Like people are listening to you and you're telling this lie. It's just confusing to me. And all of us are here trying to believe it. I get confused sometimes. That's why I'm like sometimes I take a break in this platform because let me get my sanity back. So I just want us to think well. When someone makes a mistake or you cause someone a lie, you try to like tell that person probably, okay, bro or miss, this is a lie. Please, can you apologize for lying to us? Let's not start making this as like let's just buy anything that anybody says. It doesn't really suit well to me. Please. Thank you very much. Let's not sit rational mind. Rational mind, you are telling the truth. If she doesn't have any clue of where she's getting her information or whatever, let's not say, oh, she knows what she's saying. No, you have to bring out facts to let us believe. Not say that there's people that believe you. We want us to believe you. That's the truth.
You,
Please. Thank you.
you see, one thing is this: the fact remains there that we appreciate a rational mind so much. And one thing I want us to believe is this: if all of us come, if we come
Ola,
here and we
Ola,
say,
speak for
please
yourself.
let me talk.
Speak for yourself.
Wait,
Speak for
I'm
yourself. I
moderating
mean,
for now.
I
Okay,
don't appreciate rational
Dopsy,
mind.
I'm
Speak for
talking as a
yourself.
moderator now. Dopsy, I'm talking as a moderator now. See, one thing here is this: all of us cannot have the same view, and we just have to respect one another's view. Rational mind has not done anything wrong. You understand? Like I said the other time, myself here, I was antagonizing Tinubu until he became the best among the three. Because I talked to the topic, I don't talk to the personality. So the way you see things, if all of us see things the same way, then we are not here to discuss. Then we are lying to ourselves. Because we cannot, every one of us cannot get things right at the same time. That is why there must be contrary view. And if we are not ready for contrary view, then we are not ready to say the truth. That's just it. Rational mind has not done anything wrong. We should just get that right. So
Ola, what I'm saying is that you should speak for yourself. Rational mind is my enemy. So you speak for yourself. That's what I'm saying.
I'm just moderating. I'm just
Dupe, I'm
it's not a matter of me speaking for myself. You see, if anybody wants to
sorry, I'm just playing. Yeah, I understand. I'm just my apologies to your husband. I'm just bantering.
That's okay. That's okay.
So, anyways, yeah, but you see,
so see, everyone is brilliant in his own capacity.
Yeah. So you see, Ola, are you done? Can I say something now? So my point is this: I don't want any of us taking anything personal. I have no personal beef with anybody. And if I come across to Mrs. Madam AI, Zita.
Yes, please go ahead.
Madam AI, Madam Zita, I don't have any personal vendetta or whatever with you. It's just that when we come on platforms like this, like Dare said, I like to challenge you. It's not just enough telling me I should believe you. If I have any reason just to believe you, I won't be probing you. So it's not a personal thing I have with you. Is that I want us to be better at our arguments. That's just my goal. Is that I want us to, when we say certain things, we speak that, okay, yeah, this is what I have. This is the fact that I have. And if you don't want to say it, I won't probe you. I won't push you more than that. And that's what, after you said, I said, well, let's not make it about me and you. And I said, we'll move on. So, Madam Zita, if you're hearing me, please come back. We still want to have you. Bishop, all you guys, you're all important to the platform. Everybody here is important. So please. So now talking about what we're talking about, Osinbajo's matter, my point is that everybody has a right. We live in a democracy. We live in a free world. That has been I've always been that champion of that that idea. I'm not a champion actually, but I'm saying I'm one of those champion of that idea that it's a free world and people should be free. We're not living in the dark age or is it in those times whereby people, they become Lord and whatever they say is final. No, I don't believe in that. I don't believe in cowering before a fellow human like myself. I will challenge you, whoever you are, even though you're my dad, I will challenge you. If you're my mom, I will challenge you. So that's one thing we should learn to teach our kids in Nigeria. That's ability to critically to criticize ideas, not that Baba Sokwe Daddy say. No.
The act of asking questions. So you have to be able to ask.
Our kids here, it's
but rational mind, if you don't mind, nobody have said Tinubu, Osinbajo doesn't have the right to contest as the president of that nation called Nigeria. What my own credo is, as loyal I think he is to Tinubu, morally it doesn't make any sense. That's only my own credo. I will still call Osinbajo Iscariot till tomorrow. So that is my own subjective view.
Yeah,
you may not like it. Yeah.
No. You have a point. That's fair. You see it that way, and I totally agree with you that loyalty is, like I said.
Rational mind. Let me say. You see, we have to learn to respect people sometimes.
Okay.
You see, directing this to Thomas. I don't know why Thomas want to join some rascal people in calling us. I mean, it's not. I mean, it's not decent at all. It's just. I don't know why. For what? What did he do? Did he kill anybody? He didn't do anything wrong for anybody. Even Tinubu himself knows.
Ajale Koko is a
So,
betrayer. Is a
well,
betrayer.
well, I don't know the meaning of betrayal. Somebody that you want to call a betrayer is I don't know in any way that people want to call him a betrayer. Somebody in number two want to aspire to be number one. So in what way did he betray anybody? I don't get it sometimes. And politics is not Odumelo no ni Tinubu gba lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ náà. He's just 5 years older than him or 6 years. And then what?
Yeah, the bag is 71 yeah. The bag go to 71.
So my worship when. So you see, look, we shouldn't join some extremists when we are acting in this way, calling him Iscariot and all this thing. We are acting as extremists, and it is not good. So I just
I think Thomas is joking. He doesn't mean it.
He's not joking.
I
He
don't think
says that.
I don't think Thomas is joking.
He's not joking. He says that all the time.
But we have been discussing before Thomas came. We have been discussing since, and nobody mentioned his car. It's only one man that just used that Jara now.
Ajale Koko know my view. I've been saying this since ages. I'm not joking.
Yeah,
so
you don't want to repent, Thomas.
Yeah, I just want him to.
I'm not joking.
I don't think it's good, and it's not decent to call people Iscariot. I mean, it's somebody's father, it's somebody's brother, it's somebody's boss, and something like that. Iscariot. If we know what Iscariot represents, Iscariot killed. He planned.
That guy Judas in the Bible did not do anything wrong. If you want us to go to that one, we can prove that one too.
Iscariot is just a name, yeah.
Yeah, but the perspective that when you're Mafiwo is like being pay on look by Jesus Christ. So but Jesus, I mean, what do you, Thomas says?
Ajale Koko, if Judas Iscariot didn't sell Jesus Christ, they wouldn't have picked Jesus Christ now. What are you saying?
So I don't know. So why are you calling him Iscariot?
Bola Fure is a champion of his own. I mean,
why are you calling him
of his own.
So
I'm
just trying to convince you.
He had 1,000 something delegates voted for him.
You see, one thing that people are missing about this Iscariot issue is this: what Osinbajo did is within the party. He didn't work against his party. It was a competition within the party. Had Osinbajo gone out of the party to work with other people?
He did not.
And now to gang against both APC and Osinbajo, Tinubu would have been another thing entirely.
Ola, when we started this discussion, no, but we just talk about morally. Then we just discuss had he been in one, what was his chances? Those are the things that we are discussing. Nobody was actually castigating Osinbajo the way we are looking. When we are not, morally, we just say, morally, as a former boss, so do you have the moral right to do this? And it's not, I don't think it's any issue that we're supposed to
belabor. My brother, please, put yourself, please, in the position of Tinubu. How will you feel for making? I can say, let me finish, please. I can say, Tinubu make Osinbajo.
Stop saying that. Stop saying that.
Can I please? You can't tell me. Yes, politically. Ola, don't tell me what to say.
I'm only challenging you. It's not as
no. Stop it. You always no. You always do this. Don't tell me what to say.
Okay,
please.
Wait, Thomas. I'm not telling you what to say.
Let me finish. I'm not speaking. Hold on, please. Oh yeah, you can disagree, but don't tell me what to say. Thank you. Politically, we can say Tinubu makes Osinbajo. If you guys don't know, I'm even close to Osinbajo's family. I'm a member of his family.
Forget about your.
So it's not that because I don't use that sentiment. So for Tinubu to make him politically and going against who made you, We are Yoruba people now. You
But
guys
then,
who are talking
but
like
then,
this,
Thomas,
you guys are
Thomas,
Yoruba now.
but Thomas.
Oh, okay, Thomas, can I respond to you?
Yes, you
Thomas, look
can,
at it
please.
this way. If Osinbajo was not qualified with Tinubu picking, you understand? Osinbajo just made himself. He prepared himself for the opportunity, and his preparation simply made the opportunity. Tinubu too was shopping for who was going to make his government better, and it happened to be Osinbajo. If Osinbajo had not made himself available through his preparation, then another person would have gone for this opportunity. It's not as if, oh, Osinbajo, you are not qualified. I will make sure by all the power within me, I will make you qualified. It's just like your employer is saying he is doing you a favor. How does it sound to you? If you are
Yeah,
not
but
qualified for the job,
there are
your
lots of
employer
people
will
that are
pass you.
qualified. There are lots of people that are qualified, but somebody give you opportunity.
Wait, I agree with you, but the point remains is you are still relevant. It's your relevance that makes someone look for you to work for him. You understand?
Look,
So the
my
thing
brother.
is, it's a
What
same houses, it's
I
a
think
same
there's a
houses relationship. No,
I think we are misunderstanding some certain things.
progressive. Where I'm going to is
Look,
that it's a same houses relationship.
Osinbajo have the right to contest in that primary. And Tinubu also hold that right to hold the view to feel betrayed by Osinbajo. It goes both ways because it's more like a family team among them. The way they operate, the way they brought themselves together, the way Tinubu puts the team together, it's more like an in-house team. We are looking at it from an outsider view, but the way people like Tinubu and others say it is more like all of us, we are one team, we are brothers. Okay, this is how we progress. We
The
put
progressive.
each
Let me
other
ask a
in
question.
position.
Let me ask a question.
Yeah.
But we had other people who were Tinubu's boys too, who contest like
Sorry?
Fire Me and the rest of them. Hold on, Fire Me and the rest of
Yeah.
them. They bought the form. So are you
Yeah.
guys saying that on that day of the primaries, that Osinbajo should have said, okay, hi Osinbajo, I'm stepping down? Is that what people were expecting?
No.
Because
That's not what I'm
Fire Me and other people bought form too. Can we say that they
Yes,
also
this
beat
is
us?
You cannot
this is what I'm
Osinbajo,
saying.
you cannot
I'm not
compare
saying
Osinbajo and
I'm not saying
Fayemi. The
Osinbajo
relationship
should
are
step
different.
down. I'm not saying Osinbajo should step down, but I'm also saying that Tinubu have the right to feel the way he feels about
Well, of
Osinbajo.
course, I agree with you. I agree with you.
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. But my point is this. The point I'm trying to make is this. You know, we all like to say this thing, somebody make somebody, somebody make somebody. Now, can we say that it also Tinubu was made by somebody?
Of course, somebody must have given him the opportunity.
Hold on, let me give you an antecedent of Tinubu that I know. Tinubu was a disciple of MKO Bashorun, MKO Abiola. Well, maybe not. I mean, well, maybe not really his disciple, but at some point he was
It was very close to disciples as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was Yadua's disciple, and but then I know what I'm saying is that there was a time he went to see Abacha. MKO was there. MKO took him to go and see Abacha. They went to see Abacha together. So, and we can say that even Padebanjo, who they during 1998 when they were shopping for who to become Lagos State governor, when they had to nominate and they had to give him that ticket. Can we say that Padebanjo and the rest of the financial people then back then, they were also they gave him that opportunity. So the point is everybody at some point has to be given opportunity. So let's not datify this guy. Tinubu is just an ordinary human being like you and I.
Rational, you are getting it wrong. Listen, let me explain something to you from backward. You know, when the 1992 election held, right? Tinubu was elected senator. I want you to have this in the back of your mind. It was a very close cycle. It was very close to the Abiola teams as well, right? Don't forget when Tinubu went to the Senate, he had one of the biggest, not even if one of the biggest committee finance in the Senate. He was the head of that committee. So this guy already have his link down. Because don't forget, he's been working right with top politicians before he get to where he was. So him coming back to become a governor, he already have his own connections down. He already have his people down. So the work he did with the Abela team put him on the progressive side, which means he was on the same side with the people, the founders of the
Even with
AD.
Nadeko.
It was already there, so it's not like it just came from nowhere. That like the way he is speaking, them Fashola and the Mambode, where they were like basically from nowhere.
But what we're saying is that somebody has to make you. Hold on. Somebody has to make you what you are.
Rational mind. Let me
Have you had him himself said that? He said he was a disciple of Yadua. The late Muhammad Yadua. I said Musa. Which one is it? Bigger one now. What I was
Musa.
So he was a disciple of Yadua. He belongs to the Yadua school. I mean, what are we talking about? Somebody has to make you. So the point is that we should not make this guy look like as if he just came out from nowhere. I mean, he just becomes somebody. No, that's not what I'm saying. Somebody has to make you. Somebody has to give you opportunity. The same opportunity is given to Fashola, Ambode, the current vice president that we're talking about.
Rational mind, we understand what you're saying perfectly. That's not the argument. We understand what you're saying perfectly.
Why do you guys have to spin it when it's when
there's no spinning. Take it easy. There's no spinning. You're always agitated when it comes to Bola Tinubu. There's no spinning. So there's no spinning here. What we are saying that if you want to be a good politician in Nigeria, there should be some level of loyalty. That's what we are saying. That's what we are saying here. It's not as if we are saying that it's bad.
Okay, good.
I'm still insisting that this guy is so persistent on this position because he was brainwashed. There's nothing that it's about this thing about brainwash.
You know,
it was brainwashed.
Dupe, you know that was a pastor. You know that was a pastor that said that at the end of the day there will be an interim government that will be headed by Yemi Osinbajo.
Let me say something. You know,
I'm still talking, please. I'm not shutting anybody down, but please, I'm still talking. So that is exactly what I'm saying, Simba. So exactly the way the obedient are brainwashed, and that is the way Yemi Osinbajo is brainwashed. That is what I'm saying to
just talk about what don't talk about obedience.
Let me say something. Do you know the fact?
I'm not talking about.
The fact is, it's not even morally right for Tinubu to even contest. One is that you have this guy that you claim that you see something in him, right from when you made him governor and all that stuff, and you made him a vice president. According to you saw something in him, and the thing is, he already has the experience that you don't in a federal level. He's already the vice president, and he has the more upper hand to actually govern a state because he already has the experience towards it. He was once when Buhari was sick, he took over the country at the point of time and did very good. So you seeing that he already had the experience and is a boy that you tutored, morally you should have actually, looking at age and everything, looking at he's strong enough to do the job, you would have pushed him to actually get that ticket because you were so ambitious and so greedy and so proud. That is why you had to go for that ticket and not realizing that someone else could have done that job, done the job that you would have done.
How could you say that? How could you say that?
At the end of the day,
let Des land now. Let him land.
No. How could you say that? How could you know that you know that someone else could do better? You can't say that you know that somebody else can do better.
No. Why I said that? Because, like I said, he saw something in Osinbajo which is good. He know that Osinbajo can be a good governor. Can be good in governance.
No. There's you get it all wrong. You got it all wrong.
Now. No,
Look,
I'm coming.
Osinbajo becoming vice president was all due to chance. Tinubu did not want to push it. If he wanted to push it, he would have said, what, to hell with all of you.
I don't think.
He would have said, listen, let me explain something to you. He would have said, to hell with all of you, I'm going to be the vice president.
Let me finish.
Tinubu couldn't have been Buhari's vice president because he's a Muslim.
Let me finish.
Why not?
You guys
Buhari,
make the
Buhari picked
argument.
him.
let me say this. You guys make the argument of then they didn't want to have a Muslim ticket, right? That was the argument. He chose Osinbajo. But if you say that, then what he did now is not even right. You get, if he has that mindset that he still has now to have a Muslim ticket, I don't think that would have been a problem for him to say, to hell with all of you, I'm gonna be the vice president. I don't
Yes,
think
you're
that would have
getting
been
it
a
wrong.
problem.
Yes, you are
No,
getting
how
it
am I
wrong.
getting
It
it
was
wrong?
not.
How
It
is he
was
getting
not
it wrong?
Tinubu.
Hold
How
on,
am I?
It was.
How
It
Des.
am I
was.
getting it
Look,
wrong?
listen. Now,
Let
just
him talk. Let him
listen.
talk. So how
Listen.
is he
It
getting it
was
wrong,
not.
Richard?
It was not Tinubu that was against the Muslim ticket. It was the PDP factions that came into that APC, the Sarakis, that was objecting to the Muslim ticket. That was why Tinubu had to step down and say, okay, you know what? I'm going to nominate a Christian for the position. It was not Tinubu as personally that was objecting to that Muslim ticket at the time.
Yes, I know what you're saying, but we already know that Tinubu has a lot of power in APC, that he could have actually influenced anything there to become what he wanted to be. We already
And
know
that
that,
is why
and that
you
is the
get
truth.
that is why you
But
are getting him wrong all the
I'm
time.
not getting it wrong.
Okay,
Listen,
you look,
we
you people
know
think that
that we already know that
guys, hold
Tinubu.
on, 1 second. You always think that Tinubu forces his way. It is
Isn't it
it is
obvious
the
by
it is
now?
the it is the opposite of that. Complete opposite of that. Look, when Tinubu finished as a governor, he had the opportunity to run as a senator, right? To go to the Senate. But there was a fraction within his party. He had to step down for somebody else to go into that position. How many times has his wife been
Where are you
senator?
getting this information
Why
from?
did he not go for the position?
Where are you getting
How
this
many
information
times
from?
hold on? How many times did Tinubu give his own platform when he have up to 5 to 6 governors to somebody else to run on? He gave it to Ribadu. He gave it to Atiku. So if he want to push his way, if he wants to have his way, why would he be giving? Why would he be pushing other people?
No, the progressive. You see, well, I know all of, well, that's your view, and I think
No, it's not my view. It's fact.
well,
Those are the things that are
it's
out
not a
there.
fact. It's not a fact. It's not a fact. It's
No,
not a
it is
fact.
fact.
No, it's not a fact. Well, you can say it's
So
a fact.
when Atiku ran
Fact according
under
to you.
under the Tinubu platform, could Tinubu not run as president at the time?
Yeah, it's a fact that it did not run, but you're making that
Okay,
fact.
so what do you say is my why do you say is my
You're kind of
opinion then?
twisting it to suit that narrative. Yeah. Well,
I'm
the
not
thing is this.
twisting it. It's the fact.
Rational, but the progressive just told you the fact right now. You see, Rational, the problem is that you always go on
You see,
to...
you go after me.
Wait.
Can we talk about the issue?
No.
Can we
I'm
talk about the
talking
issue?
after you.
Can we talk about the issue?
I'm not going after you.
Dupe, when you say certain things, I don't go against you. I don't go after you.
No. I'm not going after you. You're not even listening to me. What I wanted to say is that you always listen to the wrong narrative about Bola
Yeah, you see,
Tinubu.
here you go.
You are forever on Layegu's platform. That is why you can't
Can we address the matter rather than go after me now?
That's what I'm saying. And what progressive just told you is the fact. But since
Okay.
you don't listen to the fact, you just go against this man.
Okay,
That's what I want to say. I'm not against you.
Mr. Ruda, Farabale, calm down. The fact there is that it did not run. It's a fact. Now, why did it not run? That's the question. He gave his platform to Nuru Ribadu, to Atiku. It's a fact. But why did he do all of that? That's the question. Because he doesn't want to Muslim ticket. He just gave them because he want to tutor. No, those are things. These are just conjectures. I mean, things that we're just deducing from the situation. Doesn't mean that we know for a fact that was the reason.
What do you know for the fact?
Okay, all right. I mean, I won't tell you this is my own. I won't tell you this is what I know for the facts.
Okay, so you want to give us your own opinion?
What I know is that Tinubu was building a dynasty. He was building an empire.
No, you say what you think. What you think, not what you know. What you think.
Let me say.
What did I say? What did I say?
No,
did I say what I know?
Wait.
I've not even landed. Guys, can you allow me to speak?
Mind and progressive. Wait,
can I say
rational mind. I'm just saying, let the
Ola or Des, can you just let rational man land now? He hasn't even say what he want to say. Yeah, let him land. Then you can come in. Thank you.
So now the point I'm trying to make is that those things we just said is a fact that he gave his platform to Ribadu, to he made other people governors, and yeah, he could have gone for senator, but why didn't he go for senator? Why did he not go there? I think there's a place. There was something he said somewhere, but I can't remember that. Let me not say I want to say I won't use that, but I know I think I heard him say certain things one time that he said he could have gone to Senate, but no, he said he did not. Because he says that was what I think that was what he says when he talks me he said he did not correct Fura, he did not correct anything. He said he did not even look for any political appointment because he doesn't feel from what he said from that conversation, from that comment, if he's saying that I do not want to become a part of the government, I do not want to go into governance, I just want to stay out, silently building my way
yes,
to
rational because it's strategic in his moves.
It's strategic.
That's what we are saying. That's what we're saying to you.
Yeah.
He's so strategic. He knows what he wants at a particular time. That's what the progressive is trying to tell you. That's the way to do politics. He's so strategic at every particular time.
I agree with you. I agree, Dupe. But when he's saying when the progressive is saying that is because I mean, can you remind me of what you said that time again? The progressive.
Okay, Rational, what I'm trying to make you understand is this. It's a Jali Koko there.
I think he's here.
I think you're saying he doesn't force himself.
No. What I'm trying to explain, Ajali Koko, I want you to reason this with me now. Have you ever seen anywhere where somebody lead a team, right, and he continue to impose himself on that same team, and then the team does not break up? Just look at it. Look at people like Amishi in River State. Look at what APC is there today, because they don't give way to others. The fact that Tinubu was able to hold his team together this long and continue to expand it into different states, it tells you that he always give chance to others. He always make sacrifices. Look, you cannot hold it together if it's always your way. People will revolt against you. That is human nature. People will revolt. That is what happened to people like Amishi, people like Oshomole. In different places, it happens. But you haven't heard it with this man because he always know when to give way to others. He always know when to say, okay, you know what, I'm going to step back. You go and do it. He always know when to sacrifice. And that is why he's able to get to the state that he is today.
I understand all that, but this is the argument. If you say this man doesn't force himself, he's not like a superpower in APC or in political space. This is a man that has become, I'll call it a godfather in Lagos, that forced all the Lagos governors into the Lagosians, whether they like it or not. And you're here saying that he doesn't force himself in to wherever. This is a man, if you're saying that a man that was caught on camera saying grab it, whatever, if you're saying that this man doesn't force himself, and in quotes that is because of they were making an argument, people from PDP were making an argument that there shouldn't be a Muslim ticket. That is why he gave way. I'm sorry, this is the same argument they made this time around. They shouldn't have a Muslim ticket, and he still forced it to the APC that he's gonna have a Muslim, whether they like it or not.
You did not listen to what I said.
No. That is what you're
listen to
saying.
what
You're saying that I understand what you're saying, that he gives way. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, he gives way sometimes. Yes, but you can't say he doesn't actually do something within he doesn't have power to get what he wants. He does.
I'm saying it does not misuse that power. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
I mean, if you say he doesn't misuse it, I just gave you examples of so many times he's misused his powers.
When?
You understand what I'm saying?
Oh,
What
Ambo,
do you mean
do you think it was Tinubu that actually stopped Ambode for contesting second term?
Well, there you go again.
No,
Let me tell you.
no, yes, it wasn't Tinubu. You see what Ambode did is he started going against the structure that his predecessor put in place. Party is about people's interest. And once the interests of those people were in jeopardy, they quickly ran to Tinubu to say, look at what this guy is doing. It's either you step in and you remedy the situation, or we lose the Lagos state, because those people, they are ready to move away from the party and go and use the structure to support who is going to serve their own interest. At that point, as a leader, you had no option than to step in and listen to the people. See, You can't be leader and say every time you'll be dictating. Saying Tinubu is forcing himself to people, we may be making mistake here in the sense
No,
that maybe wait, let me just land. See, I think you think Tinubu is forcing himself, which I don't necessarily agree. I don't necessarily believe he's forcing himself. It was strategic in putting people in position, because as he was putting people in position, they already know why he was putting them in that position, which otherwise they wouldn't have got to if they didn't have the backing of Tinubu. Now, he wasn't going for Senate, he wasn't going for anything like a rep. From the beginning, he defined where he was going to, and he was capturing seats for some governors, was capturing some seats for some senators,
May
capturing some
God
seats for
bless
some.
you,
do you
Ola.
know? Do you
May
know
God bless
Just
you.
that word you use
yes,
now?
wait
That
now.
word you
Yes,
used. I'm gonna nail you on
yes,
that
wait.
word you used. Yeah.
Tinubu is not the first person that will do this thing. Lula of Brazil did the same thing. So there are so many leaders in the world that did the same thing, that they build dynasty for them to get to wherever they are going to.
I I
So
understand fully well,
so
but that word you
now wait
use
now,
contradicts whatever you're saying. Yeah.
wait now. When it got to
Yes.
the point of now getting the APC ticket, he already built some people that those people already within themselves, they knew quite well that they stood with, they stand no chance against Tinubu. That's
Okay.
why they started stepping down for him, because as long as Tinubu was there in everything, they could not match him.
Yes.
So
I
that one
know.
is not
I
forcing.
know.
It's for
I
people
know.
recognizing the fact,
I
And
know.
and they just
Let me.
people think Tinubu only have issue with Osinbajo. He had the same problem with Ahmed Lawan. He still feel upset with Ahmed Lawan. So it's not just Osinbajo only. It's
Let
still
me. Let me.
sometimes I still
The
doubt yourself. I still think
the
somehow,
facts. The
but
fact still remains
that's
that if he puts people in there under his power, because he has the power to put people in there, that generally says that he has the power to do what he wants to do.
he
That is
What is
supported
wrong
people
with
to
that?
get there.
listen.
What is
No,
He
wrong
there's
with
supported
that?
people
nothing.
to get
I'm
there.
not. I'm trying to get somewhere. There's nothing wrong with that.
Hmm.
There's nothing wrong with that at all. But we're under a democracy. We're not. We're not under what I don't know what kind of system you guys are practicing. But we're
Hmm.
under what we call democracy. And when a man has this power to put people wherever he wants to put him, it no longer becomes a democracy. He does whatever he feels to do. And when you're making an argument that after he left governor, he didn't want to contest for senator, this is a man that has his ambition was never senatorial position was like a mere he's been there, so it was like going backwards. He don't want it, so he was looking for an upper position. So what's there for becoming a senator? It's nothing to him. He's trying to target for the presidency. That is his main goal. Whether he's
Mind you, his
dropping,
wife, he made his wife a senator.
he made his wife a senator. Whether he's dropping and doing that, that is, he knows what he's doing, because his senatorial position is beneath him, which I understand. Yes, he's an ambitious man. The general saying is that he has the power in APC, and where I'm driving this to, it's not wrong for him to be like saying that he's angry with Osibanjo. He can't be angry with someone that you believe that he can do well, especially when that person has the upper hand in federal governance. You know, you've never been there, and he has been there, and you believe he could do a better job.
how can you
So
say
why not?
Tinubu believe? How can you say
Progressive.
Tinubu
Sorry,
believe that
sorry
Osinbajo
everybody.
will
Good
do
morning.
well? Will do well?
No, I didn't mean it that way. You believe that he's I don't know how to explain it. Like, he's believe that he's good when it comes to governing a state. So why not push him there and try to put people like you have always been doing.
No, Des,
You
it's not
know,
obligated. Forget that. See, it's not obligated.
So
This
he
guy,
wants him to sacrifice his own ambition for his people, for his
oh,
boys, Abi.
is
The
his
progressive.
ambition
The
a long
progressive.
time ambition.
no, Des.
The
See,
progressive.
if Awolowo was
Yeah,
still alive,
Hello,
it
the
was
progressive.
Awolowo
Please,
was
can you
still
hear
alive
me?
in
I
1999,
can hear you.
Awolowo would still not have
Yes,
needed.
yes, yes. Why I even came
Even
in was
Ola,
because of that
sorry. Ola,
this
it's not
guy's
even only,
space.
it's not only
MKO
Awolowo.
Abiola and this guy, what is his
Eze,
name?
wait,
And
Eze, please wait for Simba's. Then after Simba, you can call me,
You
please.
okay? Sorry, you look at even pre-independent. We have Awolowo, we have Tafa Balewa, we have Azikiwe.
Right from that till the point of their death, they were the one contesting under the platform of their party. Awolowo continued to contest until when he died in 1987. Zik was contesting under NNPP till he died. So what are we talking about? These are the people that we're supposed to be saying that they are the one forcing themselves. But this is somebody who's a chieftain of a party and was allowing some other people to contest while he was waiting. And what's still to crucify this guy for doing this? I don't understand.
Simbad, you have a very big good point in this thing you made. You know, like that Azikiwe and Awolo space is something I've really followed, and I saw that they were still contesting and contesting till when they even had to I will I see they became irrelevant in the political space. So like what there was something progressive was saying here about MKO Abiola. I even saw that at a point Tinubu even had to he has made really many sacrifices for for people to use his platform, and not even just use his platform, even like MK, he's a good follower. So you when he reacts to Osinbajo, like me, I don't support Tinubu, but when Tinubu Osinbajo did what he did, anybody who is in his right senses to me would not even support what Osinbajo did, because he won't say because he was never the one that placed himself there. Somebody told you come here and do this thing. So you coming to say that you want to contest and that you feel like you're matured enough. And anyway, the result came out in the primaries. He was disgraced woefully. Like it was proper. He really disgraced. Imagine Amechi that did not even Amechi. Amechi was even the second person, and look at the gap Tinubu gave to him. So the thing there is, some people will say that you are being a slave or you're being an aslika. Why when you say this guy Tinubu Osinbajo was never supposed to, he was never he was never supposed to contest, and truly he was never. Somebody
In
gave you the
fact,
platform
when
to go
you
on
in
that.
fact, it's unfortunate that Baba Jalewoko is not on the platform again. He was the one talking about when there was a time we are talking about what happened between Awolowo and Akintola, and he was talking about loyalty, and he was busy crucifying Akintola that and blaming Akintola. So I don't know. It's not the same thing. I mean, even those people
Yeah,
that are more
You know the
forceful and
forget
more
it.
domineering. And more
Akintola son was
You
domineering.
know,
even
you guys are making a
worse
mistake.
than Akintola son was worse than what Osinbajo did.
You
Osinbajo
guys
own
are
is
making a
even
mistake.
like
You guys are thinking of
is even like something that,
Yes,
how will I
you
even
don't
put it?
understand. We can't
Is
understand because you are not in. You
no. You
didn't know
guys
what
are
happened
thinking
in
of
those
Tinubu's.
places.
I wasn't. You guys weren't born, and I wasn't born there, so I don't even have. You don't have basis for that kind of argument. Sorry. I'm
you
saying,
can
You know
pick
the
up
read
an
book.
article and
You know
read
even
the
if
up,
read
you,
book.
just go and make research
I
about
wasn't
it
born
and
then
read.
too. So what are you talking
Yeah,
about?
so
You know the
you
read
can
book.
you can read.
what? I'm
You
saying,
can read
you
about it,
guys,
like
you
and
guys are thinking of Tinubu's ambition. Don't I mean? You don't think that Osibanjo has an ambition? You guys say loyalty, loyalty. Everybody has an ambition in life. Osibanjo is even an insult for someone that has been a vice president not even think of contesting.
And he has done it.
did
He
you
has
bring
tried
yourself
it,
there? If
and you
it's
see
when
how
assuming
it
you were the
panned
one that
out. So
even brought
what
yourself
is
there,
something
Then,
now?
then what are
we'll
we
talk
saying
about.
now? Yes, he lost. Fine and good. Don't say
Mm-hmm.
that he shouldn't. It's an insult for
No,
him to be
nobody
like,
say it shouldn't. Nobody say it shouldn't. You don't understand when
a
this
lot of people
argument,
are
how this
saying that
we came
he
about this.
shouldn't have run.
No, they are talking. Nobody is his right. He can contest, but whatever you want to do in life, you look at the pros and the cons. So and now he has contested, so he should face it. So where is his political ambition now? He should continue.
Invariably, what you're saying is that if you want to do something, like you said, you have to consider the cost, right? And now,
Yes.
and so if I see because of something, I should just jettison my own ambition because of somebody's ambition, because the
Baba, who
consequence, right?
brought you in? Who gave you? Let's leave this
It's
thing we
not.
are
It's
doing.
not
Like
even. Let
you
me
people
tell
are
you
just being
what we are
hypocritical,
saying here.
saying this thing that
We are talking
that
about being
he has
strategic.
ambition.
Whatever you want to do, you have to be strategic about it. It's not being
Which one?
strategic. I did
This is
me
my own.
on my own. No, I didn't see it as a smart, attempt. He didn't. He made the wrong decision. That's my own
Simba,
below.
it was a spiritual
No, no,
attempt.
Simba.
That's what happened.
One thing I know about Osinbajo that time, if you ask me, did you think Osinbajo would not necessarily believe that he would not lose? I think he just went there to try his own luck too, because we still know that time that money rules in our party primaries. You know, if you remember how they sidetracked article in 2011 when he thought that he would just easily run Jonathan down. You know what happened? All this party PDP, they went and booked all the hotel in Abuja to make sure that Atiku delegate will have no place to stay. So I think Oshibajo would have ordinarily known that in that primary that he was unable to stand Tinubu. But why he still came out is what I don't understand. And
And
I
I've
still don't
explained
really
to you
want to
now,
believe
Ola.
that.
I've explained to you why he came
Okay,
out. I've
okay.
explained.
Let me learn now. So, and I still believe that maybe we think Tinubu cannot easily forgive Oshibajo. I don't want to believe that because I've seen him forgive uh Rotimi Amechi before Rotimi Amechi did the same thing, because Rotimi Amechi towards 2015 was against Tinubu until he realized that, oh, he was going nowhere. And if he didn't make amendment, if he didn't amend his way with Tinubu, that could as well uh, end his political career. And he tried to mend his way. And so as it is, I don't think Tinubu is as terrible as people want to believe, that he's not going to forgive Osibajo
I
based on
think he
what
has
he has done in
forgiven
the
him now. He
past.
has shown it. He has
So,
forgiven
uh,
him.
so, so now, if he can forgive him, I don't think it is right for us to call Oshibajo Judas. No, it is. See, Oshibajo is representing an interest too. Today, people mistaking me now for supporter of Tinubu. No, I'm supporter of the event the way things are going. I used to go against Tinubu, but when I realized the situation like this, choosing among the three candidates, best bet, I think Tinubu has the best credential among them, irrespective of religion. I won't say because of Muslim ticket, and I will fall for the trap of LB, because to me, I could see a lot of lies in what these people are presenting. Lies about Obi. And anybody that is aware here that initially when Tinubu made the attempt to shoot Chetima, I declared my support for obedience immediately. But after some days, when I went through this thing, I went through a lot of the documentation, made research about Tinubu, how they were even using Tinubu as research materials, using that thing to even teach in universities. It's innovation. I could see
Which
concrete thing that
universities?
Tinubu did.
What are you talking about, bro?
Yes, Princeton University, which happened to be an Ivy League university. I brought the document here on innovation. You understand? We go online today, you will see materials on innovation that Tinubu and Fashola was being used as case study. So now, when you look at this, everything Tinubu did, you could point to all those things. They are concrete. You can see what Tinubu did along leadership. You can see what Tinubu did along policy. You can see what Tinubu did along infrastructure, and you can see the long-term benefit. Now, when you see someone that have that credential and someone that comes to you and keep quoting some statistical figures and use some lies and inconsistency fact to back it up, no, people like that just dangerous. Then and I look at his deputy, which vice president, which happened to be this dirty. That guy is just too careless, and the way he talks is just too
I
violent for
think
me.
I think the
So
the thing that just put me off that Obi, like I'm not against Obi, but that dirty. I think a lot of obedient are trying to paint that to be some. That guy is one of the worst. Is one of the worst candidate I've ever seen. Man, I don't know how
I'm telling
people
you,
support to be
oh, 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 oh,
The
kind of.
thing, let me say this. Let me say this. People are just, I don't know. It's kind of funny when people say a lot of things and You say that is this, that is that. It's obvious that if you have this thing that he has done, or he has said, or he he has contradicted himself on, it's quite good to bring it out. But when you see a lot of things, like my friend said, you researched Tinubu and you saw he was this, was that, but you didn't bother to research Obi, or you researched Obi in a different way
Yes,
than others did.
I research
But
Obi
let
We
me
don't
say
have
this:
any
you
political
probably
this
did.
thing,
No, you
antecedent,
probably
so
did in
well, I
a
don't
in a
need to
He said
different
research.
he
way.
refers to be certain island.
And
You
with
you probably did
I'm
in
Don't
a
very
get me
very
different
happy
started.
with
way.
him
But that's
to
fine.
the rubbish he did.
It's
Okay,
kind of
okay,
Look
fun.
at
You
this
you
rational
then.
mind
research
that is
Tinubu
talking to you now.
in a different
Let me
way
tell you
and
something.
research
This rational
Obi in
mind
a
that is talking
different
to
way.
you now. Wait, let me just
But
say something to you. Rational mind that is deceiving you now. He should be from one of these southwestern states here, and they will definitely have relevance in this new administration.
Rational mind
Your
is not
this our
deceiving you.
southeast. Look at how
Ra- Easy, easy,
how
easy,
Obi has taken us
easy.
back.
Just a minute, just a second.
Obi has
Rational
not taken us
mind.
back,
Yes,
not
wait.
even
Rational
close.
mind is not deceiving you. Rational mind just has a contrary opinion to what you are saying. It's a two different things. We don't see things from the same perspective.
At all.
So, so that's the way it is. It's not deceiving you. It's your because how you know it's not deceiving you. It states its own and backs up with its own facts. It's for you to come out and counter whatever rational mind is saying with your own facts. Continue, please.
Yeah, let
So
me
yeah,
say
what I'm
this.
trying to
If
say
you
is wait, wait,
Okay,
wait. Let me just
Solomon, continue.
plan this thing. What I'm trying to say is that like this now he's obedient, and them now they are doing obedient. They are not even looking at. In fact, like I used to tell people here that it's 15% from other places that would support this guy, and even if it's not 15%, most of their elders have taken position to negotiate for them. But our own, which of our own, which people are going to be relevant? Look at the person that would have been relevant in our for us, but because of his antecedent in the state and in the region, now he has even lost it, and because of the thing we did to them too, the voting pattern we used in voting, it has really hurt us. I am not supposed to bring up this issue, but it really hurts me that in an administration that is about to come in, we don't even have any people say, after all, we Igbos have been surviving without political power. Man, we need those powers too. But because of the kind of politics we play, and people are still not trying to learn, people are not still trying to learn. They are still saying that we can survive without it. Well, let us each
But
of by
Eze,
yeah.
I remember. Is it Ekene and what is this other guy name? Oh, came on this platform, and
Is it
some
uptown?
people were actually
Is it uptown?
uptime, yes, and even including to Niger also. Some people here were rooting for Orji Uzo Kalu, and they were the one against even the candidacy of Uzo Kalu as the Senate president. They were busy castigating him. They said he is not a good person, he's corrupt, is that they can do away with Senate president, that they don't want it. No, I don't know. I'm just supporting what you are saying.
Let me say this. It's very simple. You guys have to understand Igbo people. Igbo people has no bias based on whether the
I'm an Igbo
person. Let me.
person. I'm an Igbo person, guy.
Okay,
We
I don't
we
know.
we
I
don't
don't
we
know
don't we
you.
tend not to we
I
tend
don't know.
not
I
to we
don't know
tend
you.
to feel like we
You
know
don't
I
know
too
mean,
him,
much,
so you
anybody,
and
want
that
to
is why
dethrone him
they
now.
can
I
they cannot
don't
be
know Solomon.
politically relevant,
Any
guy.
Igbo person we they speak Igbo, Abulonyi Igbo for me. But let me say this: if
If you are wait, let
Igbo
me tell you something,
people,
Dex. Let me tell you something, Dex. If you are truly an Igbo person,
mm,
you should. There are certain things you should know, and you don't follow the trend of, if you see Igbo people, some Igbo people misbehaving, you will not come and say that because they are misbehaving.
no,
After all, my people, you will support them and they will start
no,
misbehaving.
no,
You
no.
have to stand out
If
different.
I see Igbo people misbehaving, I will say that's why a lot of people that is saying, "Oh, Jesus Okalu is this," they are telling you the truth. Igbos doesn't
See,
say
Audis Okali
because it's
was the
from.
governor of
Let
my
me say.
So
Let
state.
me
I know
finish
how bad
now.
he was. Okay,
Let me
go
thank
on.
you now. Thank you. You know how bad it was. So people saying that he's a bad person, it's not. They're just saying the truth. You can't say because he's from Igbo, you want to paint him green, you know, because
So
he's
there's
from Igbo.
there's hold on 1 second. So if an Igbo man doesn't speak Igbo, you don't count him to be an Igbo man.
I'm joking now. That's just a
I
joke.
even speak Igbo more than he do. If he
That's
was
just
trying
a
to
joke.
checkmate me that day, how will Dex checkmate me for Igbo?
How come?
Even at the
How
other
come?
cannot checkmate
No,
me.
no,
That is
no,
why I
no.
did not
Solomon, I
reply him.
saw Igbo. Let's speak Igbo now.
And
Solomon,
one day
I
I know
saw
my
Igbo.
Igbo. I'm confirm one
You
for
see,
so no
you
be
see,
say I know the why
you
now.
see the accent.
So now
But
now it's the
anyway,
accent now.
anyway, that's when
Leave
you know
these
that
guys.
you know be confirmed Igbo boy. But anyway, I'm just
So,
yabbing
so
Solomon.
Gbadebo is a confirmed Yoruba man, abi?
That one, na your business, not be my business.
You see,
But
you get waiting I go speak for this for here
it's not my
For Igbo
business.
language now. He's from Anambra State and from Abia State. Our Igbo are different Igbos. There's how we speak, there's Igbo I will speak for him. He will not even understand it. And their
I
own people.
understand all Igbo,
See,
whether from
let
Abia
me tell you
or
something.
down to Enugu.
Let me tell you something. Even you people that most of you Anambra people, you are not even real Igbo people. You are Bini people. So all these ones you people are
Okay.
coming to
No, they are
claim.
not
You
Benin
can't
people.
tell me
What's wrong
that
with
the
what are you
many
talking
Igbo
about?
people are from Imo State and Abia State. Let me be honest with
Okay.
you. For
No
real.
wahala. Anyway, let me say this. Igbo people, like I said, a lot of people don't try to say that Igbo are this, Igbo are that. Igbo are just telling their truth. They actually, you know, believe in real democracy of, let's give the person that deserve it the thing. Let's give the person that did well. Eke odike nke ọma omekwa ọzọ. Like a lot of people that did good, that is what Igbo people recognize. If you're a bad governor, trust me, you will know. There's no hiding it from an Igbo person. I mean, if you're a bad governor, an Igbo person will tell you this person is not a good governor. Rochas is not good. We don't want him as a Nigerian president. We don't want him as a Nigerian senator. Ojo Zokalu, you say it, pump and play. It doesn't it doesn't affect us because the person that you're keeping there will not bring us anything. It's better you put a Yoruba person that we know that is actually a decent person than bringing an Igbo person there just because you want to make us belong. No, we don't want that kind of governor. That is why you should always respect an Igbo person. Forget all this. They are saying that Peter Obi has dragged us back. No, Peter Obi didn't drag any Igbo person back. We believe in Peter Obi. Igbo people believe in Peter Obi. That's why we voted for him. It doesn't mean that the Yorubas will lose respect for us. If they lose respect or they don't vote for us, then it doesn't. That's their business. If they want to continue selecting a bad governor,
Des. You see,
yeah,
this narrative of um, that you just said now, it's among the Batified. They're the one who are just
yes,
so voice. They just voice this opinion. This their opinion out there. It's no opinion. Let me not call it opinion. This is their idea, trying to make it look like the reason why, like recently, I'm hearing that one again. Is that if Igbos do not have a role in Tinubu's government, it's because of Peter Obi. I mean, just imagine that kind of that kind of idea that because the reason why Igbos will not have major role in Tinubu's government is because of Peter Obi. I'm like, is it not the same thing that Tinubu did? He ran
Rational mind.
and hold on, please. Let me land. He ran and he expected his Yoruba people to support him, which some of them did. It's not the same thing that Obi is doing. If he's running and his own people is supporting him, has he committed an offense there? So you see, when you see these people, the way they
You
self-project,
just said some people. You said some people.
so people,
Meaning
what are
they
you
did
talking?
not put all the they did not put, assuming Obi won this election now,
Mm.
like they declared Obi now. They have people that would from the Yoruba space that would cover up for the Yoruba people. Let me tell you. They have people from the north that will still cover up for the northerners. The south is
yeah,
already there. Then now, wait. Atiku
yeah,
won.
yeah.
Assuming Atiku won now, they will have people that would still come from, because Yoruba people voted him. Osun State gave him the whole state. Do you understand? Give him their votes.
So what's the point?
Southeast now, how many people now that voted for, how many people that voted for Atiku from the Southeast? That one aside, Tinubu's administration, look, Tinubu's vote. How many votes did that? See, let me even tell you something. Why somebody like Ojus Okalu cannot even get this thing? It's not even because of his personality. It's because of the way the people played the politics, how they carry their eggs and put in one basket. That is
Don't
the
say that.
thing. What don't say
No,
they,
no,
you can't
no,
say
no,
anything
no.
to
They're only just holding on to that as a reason. There's a much more bigger issue
it
than
is a
that.
very tangible
No,
reason.
no,
It
no,
is a
no, it's
very
not. It's
tangible
not. It's
reason,
not. You
because
see, that's what I'm just saying. Now you yourself, you fall into that trap, that book
I
crap.
did not fall
No,
into the trap
no,
too,
yeah.
Baba.
It's a
This
book
because it's
crap.
a space that
No,
I've been following.
it's
So
a book crap sold to you by the Tinubu people. They batified. They want you to believe that.
What is the bigger issue?
Huh? Is that what?
You say you say there's a bigger issue than that.
Yeah,
So what is the bigger issue?
Okay. The bigger issue is that there's bigotry here from the north.
Bigotry.
Hold on. Yeah, from the north and from the Tinubu people from the southwest. When I mean Tinubu people,
see what
an
an elderly person like
you
you,
asked a
sir,
question.
is saying, is trying to portray on this
So,
on this
Solomon,
platform
let
now.
him finish.
Would you allow
I
me?
just want to see where
Speak?
he's going.
Can I say something? I'm not even landed. You people are just. I mean, I just said something and I've not even finished. Now, when we talk about the Tinubu people, the Tinubu Yorubas, these are the rascals that we're talking about. Not people like myself.
What do you mean Tinubu Yorubas?
Yeah, well, yeah, there's Yorubas that voted for Tinubu, which they have the right to vote for Tinubu. Don't get me wrong. And among these people, hold on. And among
the majority of Yorubas voted for Tinubu. Majority of Yorubas.
That's your assumption. I mean, I don't want to believe that the majority did not vote for him. No, it's not true.
Overwhelming majority voted for him.
Not overwhelming. Don't use that word overwhelming.
I can use the word. It's overwhelming.
Listen. The people that came out to vote, as far as the INEC has declared, the people that came to vote, you can say yes. Majority of the people that came to vote the last election, they voted for me. I will agree that. But the majority
No, you're wrong, rational mind. The majority of Yorubas didn't vote for him. You are right to say that.
No. I didn't say majority. I said the majority of the people that came out to vote just note that word, came out, at least by INEC standard. The majority of Yoruba did not vote for him. The majority, because Yorubas are 10 million. I mean,
even the ones that came out to vote, rational mind, even the ones that came out to vote, majority did not even vote for him. If you are considering people, no, I have done the math here.
I understand what you're getting. And what I'm saying is that
what math did you do, this?
Hold on. You see,
if you okay, let me put it here.
You are very funny.
Calm down now. If you say majority voted for him, now we have 5 Yoruba states, right?
No, 6.
Tinubu 6, yeah. Tinubu got I've forgotten the math, about 1 point something. But if you now calculate the votes of other parties that did not vote for Tinubu, is more than that in the Yoruba
that's what I'm
state.
getting at. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, it's not.
Do you know I've done this? That's why I said it's not an argument. I've done it.
Okay,
it is not. He lost Osun State by barely 10,000. The same thing with Lagos. So what are you talking about? And he won the rest state with wider margin. So what math did you do?
You want me to do the math again?
Do the math,
I'm
please.
doing it for you.
No. Do I just did a simple mathematics for you.
Progressive.
I just did a simple mathematics. He lost Osun State by 10,000 votes. And the same thing in Lagos. And he won.
You don't do it like that. Listen, you don't do it like that. If P2B got 500 and something, other parties, PDP got so many. Other parties got amounts.
What are we doing
they
here?
got other
I'm not even finished
numbers.
with my comments. You just take my comment from me.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry. Let's just leave that.
Rational mind, continue.
Let's just leave that part aspect out. So my point is that the Tinubu people are the ones telling us this. We saw it after the election. That we're going to let it be the last time that Igbos will ever put mouth or chook mouth into their problem in their so-called Tinubu Southwest. We saw that how that played out, and even before the election, how they were swearing, they were making incantation and all of that. We saw MC Oloma. So all of these things are the Tinubu rascals we're talking about. Unfortunately, they are Yorubas, but I'm so sorry that they don't represent the generality of the Yoruba, not even Tinubu himself. Now let's go to the point now. These are the people that are selling this idea that we're going to teach you people a lesson for defying Tinubu, for not voting for Tinubu, for not being part of Tinubu, by not joining Tinubu's bandwagon. What kind of democracy is that? That people cannot choose. I mean, after that's what you people did too.
Can you
in
name
Southwest.
one person in National Mind? Can you name one person?
Name what person? What are you talking about?
Yeah, one person that have said such things that you have just putting out now.
Bayo Ononuga is one of them. FFK is one of them.
What did Bayo Ononuga say about the Southeasterners?
Let this be the last time that the Igbos will ever put mouth into their matter.
So what has that got to do with Senate presidency?
Don't give me this. Don't push me. Don't use this. Don't do this.
Baba rational mind.
What do you mean don't do this? You question people's opinion. I'm questioning your opinion.
You're questioning. Okay, fine, good.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that if you ask me, I give you an example. I can give you many other.
Yeah, but I'm saying what does Bayo Ononuga said have to do with Senate presidency?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They are building that. That's what I'm saying. They don't build this case over time. They are building it up. They started with all of this narrative. Even before the election hold in Lagos, we saw it, how they used to play it out with this guy who happens to be partly Yoruba, partly Igbo. That narrative of Chinedu and other kind of stuff. We saw how they even before 2015, even the election that brought in Fashola, we saw how they brought about that when the Oba of Lagos was sorry, Akinwumi.
I want to engage with you, but I think there's too much conspiracy theories in your analysis, man.
Please, let me come here. I want to tell
won't come in. Can I land now? You guys hold on. I'm giving you history. I'm building my case up. How their bigotry how they built it over time. With the Oba of Lagos, we had how that one said that he's going to put all the Igbos into the lagoon, all of that. And we saw these people, they kept mute. They didn't even nip it in the bud and say, no, we cannot go this way. No, but he rode on that to get all these political stooges within Lagos brought into power. And finally, when he also clenched the ticket to run as president, we saw how he used that against you in Lagos and other parts of the Southwest. That was why you could tell me that in Ondo State, when Tinubu could get Ekiti State and Ondo State and your state, Tinubu could get massive support from the so-called Yorubas that came out to vote that very day, which I don't dispute that. Maybe it did, or they've manufactured that result. Time will tell. But as far as we know, that is what happened. So my point is this: that if the Yorubas from Hondo, Yorubas from what's it called, even the Osun State where he lost, maybe by just a small margin, or your state, Ogun State, they could vote massively for Tinubu. What happened if the Southeasterners also voted for their own person? Are they committed any crime in that? No. They've not committed any, but if Tinubu wants us to believe that they committed crime, and so that for that reason they have to be punished. The same thing that Bubu did when he said 5%. I only got 5%. How do you expect you to give ministerial position to people that give me 5%? What kind of
rational mind? Rational, you're not factoring politics into your analysis. That is the problem. You're not factoring politics into your analysis.
Tell me, maybe I don't go school. Tell me.
No, so what you are looking at is that power play. The party is strategically putting positions in the areas where they are getting vote from. I don't agree with it personally. I thought Senate presidency should go to the Southeast. But when they make decisions, I look at it objectively and I say, okay, for their own interest as a political party, they don't want to marginalize the area that given them huge number of votes. So they will look at it and say, okay, in the southern part of the country, they got more vote from the south than they did from the southeast. And in their own calculation, they want to reward the people, the area that give them more votes. So that is how I see them doing it. Do I agree with it? No, I don't agree with it. As a Nigerian, I want to see that the southeast in this government is well represented in the area of government. That's all.
The progressive. Sorry, to crown this thing you just said now, is and giving it to the south. There are people that, as they've given it to them now, they know that they are carried along, and they will not want to let their person down, especially when their person works well for them. They are should I use the word convertible? We know that most of them were championing Obi, but because of this thing now that is going on, you will see the way the South is going to support this administration, and I believe in the next election they will or turn out more for 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 Tinubu in the next election. But with the kind of things now that they've seen already from South, whether they give it to Odus or Kalu, and way your people are not even backing you. If they give you this thing now, waste of office. So that is why they have to still carry this thing and give it to Godswill Akpabio. So, Mr. Rational Mind, all these ones that are here saying this one, politics is not something that the understanding I have for politics is not something they just give you platter of gold. You have to work for it, strategize for it, and negotiate for it. It hurts me that
But do you understand what I'm telling you?
I get what you're trying to say.
Yeah,
I get what you're trying to
I don't
say,
think you
but
understand. You don't understand.
No,
But
what
I
you
understand you. And
personal, like,
okay.
there's too much conspiracy theories in your analysis. That is the difference.
Oh, well, how would you say conspiracy? And
I
then
like you say the
and your own
Yoruba
does
that
not have
use Yoruba. Let me
conspiracy.
tell you something. Mr.
Hmm?
Rational Mind. If you watched an interview, there was, I think APC had a meeting yesterday. Even Ganduje himself on his own, he was making certain utterances. Ganduje, is he from the southwest? It's from the northwest, and some other people from the north too, because they've watched how everything played out, and it's not, to be
No,
honest with you,
it's
that is not happening
positive.
since
When
at all.
Obasanjo was the president, the Senate presidency never left Southeast all through Obasanjo regime. He never left Southeast because the Southeasterners support
We're with
Obasanjo
him.
massively.
Yes.
Supported him massively. So he could not take it and go and give it to you. They could. So it makes sense for him to say, okay, you know what, that is it. You guys keep that one that side. So sometimes you need to
Hold
factor
on.
politics. You need to factor politics into your analysis and say, I don't agree with that position,
The
but
progressive.
I can see why they do it.
The progressive. You need to understand the Nigerian political calculus. It's quite different. The thing about the Nigerian political landscape is that there must always be alignment and realignment. If I'm allowed to use that word or those words. Now, if you look at the antecedent, let me start with Jonathan. A lot of people were saying, oh, Jonathan, especially Yorubas, will say, oh, Jonathan, you marginalized Yorubas. You gave the Igbos more position in your governments. Because why? He got massive votes from the East that brought him into power. The Yorubas were busy playing their regional politics with Tinubu because he knew what he was planning then.
So why is it now different from this?
That's what I'm saying. Why is it now different? Yeah. Why is it now different?
What I'm saying, why is it different now? Because your analysis was saying it was because it's a bigotry. That's why the Igbos are not getting anything.
That's what I'm saying. It's the bigotry they are selling. Yeah, I will tell you why I said that.
Politics into Jonathan's.
Hold on. I was the one who brought the example, right? And I'll tell you why I'm bringing up the example. Back then, we were talking about, we were marginalized, right? You guys were saying that, you would not give us many key position in your position because it was a ploy by Tinubu. Because Tinubu was holding Southwest back because he had his own game, he has his own joker he wanted to play. He was looking for that right time to launch all so-called Yoruba Southwest agenda so that he could be able to take them to a party whereby they will not come into the national limelight for how many years? For almost two successive administration.
He did well in doing that kind of thing.
So what?
I said he did well. That is to show that
so
he really means well for
which I'm not saying Obi did, but if Obi done this same thing, why are you not criticizing him? That you people
Obi did not do it like that, because why am I saying he did not do it like that? I feel like he even came to deceive, to whine the people, saying that he don't vote for me because I'm an Igbo man. Okay, that one is a good talk.
I know you're an Igbo.
No, Rational Mind. Let me just counter your statement, please.
Go on, please.
No, Rational Mind, please let me counter your statement.
Go on.
You said you were trying to insinuate that Yoruba didn't vote for Jonathan, and that's why he was given an appointment to the Southeasterner, right? But reverse was the case. Yoruba actually supported Jonathan heavily in 2018 level. You know, people were even accusing Tinubu for betraying his party's candidate, which happened to be Nuri
Yeah,
Ribadu.
they said
So
they said they made a deal with Jonathan.
exactly, because it won seriously. Because do you know what it means to be winning like almost 80% in Ondo State and close to 60% in Ogun State, Lagos State, even over 60% Lagos State, all those states. I think the only place where he lost was Osun State. You know, Osun State has always been funny, right? See the way even Tinubu himself lost Osun State in this particular case too. But other than that, Jonathan won aggressively in Yoruba land in 2011. So he had no reason to sidetrack Yoruba. So if they were going against Jonathan for striking there, then you can't really blame you can't really blame Yoruba for that because they supported him. So that's what I just wanted to counter there.
Is it
National man, let me come in this way.
okay?
If you guys can carry the conversation on, my battery is like 10, what do you call it, 10 percentage. But I'll be home in the next 20 minutes. So then we can continue. But if you don't want to carry the conversation, I have to shut down now. So it
We,
depends
we,
on
we
you
are on.
guys.
We are on. Don't worry. We are on.
You are on, yes,
I,
yes. So I will
I
come back
wait
in
for
the
you
next.
to come. I wait for you to come
Yes,
back
yeah.
in 20 minutes. Yeah.
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
20 minutes. Yes, I'll be. Thank you so much. Yeah. Go
So,
on. Yeah.
Ola, I get your point. You need to understand certain historical context to what you just said. It is true that the election that brought in Goodluck Jonathan in 2011, Yorubas, they voted. But you need to understand in what context. The context back then was that ACN, Tinubu's party, was reigning supreme. They were playing more of a what we accuse, let me say what we and not me, what the Tinubu, the 35 people, they accused the Southeasterners of doing, that they are playing regional politics. They were banking, sticking all their cards on Obi. It's not the same thing that they were doing because they were following Tinubu's direction then. And then when New Rubadu got the ticket in 2011, is it 2011? And at the last minute was when Tinubu turned back from New Rubadu. He stabbed him in the back. I was in Lagos that time. I went to Lagos. When he had to say that, okay, fine. On the day of election, I know of that, not as if they told me. I know of because I have people who are in ACN party then. The eve of the election, the evening of that election, went out all through ACN political people that we should switch, we should vote for Jonathan. It was last minute that direction came from Tinubu that they should all just jettison what's his name? Jettison what's it called? New Rubadu and vote Jonathan. But the point is this, that the political where the Yorubas are put, let me not say Yorubas, the Tinubu Yorubas, because they controlled LCN back then. Where they pitched their tent back then was they pitched their tent wherever Tinubu wants to go. And they were playing more of a regional politics. That was why you will see that back then PDP were reigning supreme. They just Tinubu people were all confined to Southwest. Now, why I'm bringing all these instances with what's recently happened with Obi is that I don't see Obi playing regional politics. No, he's playing because he got votes from Southwest, he got from South North Central, he got from Southeast and South. But then my point is this, that let us quit this narrative of Igbos are playing regional politics, they're not playing national politics. Is it not the same thing that Tinubu once played until he had the opportunity of coming to power through Buhari, when he had to use Buhari to launch his path and to launch himself into limelight through when they formed this APC, these are satanic APC 2014 or 13. It's not the same thing he did. So it's gradually, everybody will have to build their political empire gradually, like himself built it over time. So whatever.
Yeah.
So
like you said, okay.
So my point is this, in conclusion, let me conclude that now. Let us stop this narrative, because in the Nigerian political calculus, Southeast or South-South or Southwest must align to win power. Because you see, the Northerners, they play on that card of, oh, we are one person, we are one people. Get it? One people, they are not really one people. We know how their political elites, they hold that place to ransom. So it is we from the South that will now bargain with them, like Jonathan did, like Obasanjo did, bargain with them. He bargained with the North using South-South and Southeast, and they voted massively for Yar'Adua and brought Yar'Adua, because Southwest did not vote for Yar'Adua. They did not, because Tinubu was the one telling them what to do back then. For the most part, he was telling the whole AC and then, or AC, APC, or AC, whatever, AC then, telling them what to do then. So they voted. So that was why when Yar'Adua came in, it seems like the whole bulk of people that were in Yar'Adua's cabinet were mostly unquote, they're mostly South-South, Northerners, and Southeasterners. And that was what they continued.
I think rational mind, again, this is where you are getting it wrong.
What is getting it wrong? Let me get what is getting it wrong there?
No, you're making the same case for the reason you're making the same case for Yar'Adua, but making the same case, but making it now against Tinubu. Whereas they are both
against Tinubu. But what I'm saying is, do not stoke that ethnic issues. It is how it is. That is how it has always. My point is this. This is how it has always been. Whoever gives you votes, like you said, I agree with you. Whoever gives you votes is where you will pitch your tent, right?
Exactly.
It's not supposed to be that way. It's not supposed to be that
way. It's not supposed to be. I don't agree with it. I don't support it.
I don't agree with it too.
But I'm telling you that whenever you make that criticism,
my point is this.
I also look at the political part, the politics of it. These are politicians. They will play politics.
But my point is this: Tinubu and his people should say, okay, fine, we're not giving you this juicy positions, or you're not going to have big role in our government because this is politics. We're going to give those regions that gives us more votes. We'll give them preference. I mean, I can understand that if that's what it is. But you're saying that, oh, because the Igbos, they are always voting in one way. They don't vote this. I mean, didn't you people also do the same thing back in 2019? I mean, 1999.
You are listening to people on social media.
God, dude.
I'm telling you to people on social media and using it as a representation of the party or the.
Dude, don't give me this. I mean, don't tell me that it's listen. Okay, you and I that are here, we're here. We're on social media, right? On one man's platform. Yeah. Most of the news that we get, where do we get it from? It's not from the news. It's not from the social media space.
I get my news from reliable sources, from accreditable media. From accreditable media sources, media houses.
And these media houses, where are they? Where are they? I don't know.
They can be anywhere. They can be anywhere.
No, don't tell me they're anywhere.
I don't just listen to somebody on a TikTok. I don't listen to somebody on YouTube and then take the same information and then go and say it's
Hold on. You're progressive. Arise, channels, all those TV stations. You and I were not on ground in Nigeria. I know. As you said, you were in Ireland. So there are YouTube channels. We go there, right? We listen to what they have to say, right?
Yeah.
And we go online. I read the Punch online. I read the Guardian online. I'm not in Nigeria to have an actual copy, a hard copy of the Guardian or the Nation. So these are the social media I'm talking about here. Doesn't mean I go to one of these fake Insta, what they call them, Linda Ikeji or whatever. I don't go there. This is where I get and some of the things I say here were the things I saw when I was on ground in Nigeria. I use them and I bring them together. I reconcile everything together from what I know. So my point is this: that say that yes, we give these things to you guys because based on people that give us vote. That is okay. I can understand that. Which for me, I'm not okay with that. I'm not really okay with that. But just for sake of, let us move on.
No, rational mind. I don't even understand. Rational mind. Wait. See, look at it this way. There are some positions that whether you like it or not, you are mandated, you are obligated by the constitution to give to some states. The ministerial position, the ministerial appointments. So whether some people give you vote or not, that one you don't have any excuse. But the thing is this, as long as the same APC still have party within that state, I don't think they will necessarily bypass the region. Because when we say, oh, we give position to some people based on the vote we receive from there, I know that Buhari was the one that created that such situation. Before Buhari, there was nothing like that, apart from even the Jonathan who were even accusing still spread this same appointment. But there are some kind of appointment that were not mandated by the constitution that I think he gave out to south or southeast or whatever I want to claim. But there are some certain positions that whether you like it or not, based on the constitution, the ministerial position, we have to be distributed
Let me
across all the states of the
Even Buhari,
federation.
Ola,
let me say this.
Ola, even
Exactly.
Buhari, it does not have any authority not to. This one, every state contributed.
Yeah,
It's like a
Exactly.
it's
quota.
Let me say
constitutionally,
this. The
it's
kind of
Uh-huh.
mandated by the constitution.
let me make a final comment because I want to leave. The kind of politics that we play in Nigeria, if I'm being honest, is never gonna get us anywhere. It's always gonna be the same, and we're never gonna progress. A lot of us wants to be progressive, but the kind of politics we play is more like a greedy, self-centered politics. You know, I mean, almost the greedy, self-centered politics will never get us anywhere. We always want to champion ourselves, and the cause of all this is mostly from our constitution, which is the most useless constitution I've ever seen in this world. I mean, so many things in the constitution has never been defined properly. If you're saying federal character and you cannot actually define, people would actually assume what they want to assume
It's
without
not.
you
There's
defining.
what are you talking about now?
No,
No, we're talking about sharing posts, right? We're talking
Yeah,
about senatorial position being wherever
just
it's
a
supposed to
minute.
be.
Just a
yeah.
minute. See,
Yes.
there is
Federal
an
character is
institution
federal character.
called Federal
There's
Character
nothing shady
Commission.
about it.
Its federal
So
character is says that every state must have a sort of sense of belonging kind of stuff.
Yes,
no,
Do you
that's
understand?
ministerial. That's ministerial.
there
I
exactly.
mean, it doesn't really define it. That's what I'm saying. If you read that
No,
No, it is
constitution,
ministerial.
it doesn't say ministerial. I can read it to you. It
there's
doesn't say anything about ministerial position. It
Desmond.
says
There is a commission
what was the
set up
word
for
he
this thing.
used? What's the word he used? Public service, something like that. That's what he used. So he never mentioned ministerial. He never specified anything about it. That's why I said
Look,
is very useless.
there's
It,
nothing to
it,
share. There's nothing to share in the federal government apart from ministers. Every other
exactly.
one is just as
I don't
secretary to
I
the
don't
government and chief of staff. What
I,
else is there again?
I don't believe that because when you read that constitution, it basically says public service. You know, I mean,
Yes, that's what I'm
vice
saying.
president and presidency. That's why we have rotation of from north to south, right? That is still federal character. So when you say it's just ministerial, then we shouldn't be. The north
What I'm
can
trying to
remain
explain
in
to you is
power
that there's
forever.
nothing to share there apart from the ministerial position. There's nothing to share as a under the federal character because what does the president have in his cabinet that can go around 36 states apart from
Yeah,
ministers?
yeah. But still, they can influence who gets into senate president, right? They can influence that and make that
Yeah,
happen.
Okay. There's. I understand what you are saying.
Actually,
Now you,
sorry,
Yeah.
sorry, Mr. Ola, to cut you short. Sorry. This Senate presidency, Dex, like you watch, assuming I believe you watched the video of Godswill Akpabio trying to, or when he was making his speech in that banquet, and you saw even your Labour Party senators were with him. So in this one, I don't think it's not really. This one is not really something the
Let me
president or somebody would
my
is the
yes,
senate
yes, I'm going to tell you
senators that
so
something
would.
now.
my
Yes,
my
I'm going to
point
tell you something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand what you mean, what you're saying about the constitution, and I think every of us now, our energy, everything that we have, should be focused on continuous and aggressive restructuring of that country. This is why I'm sometimes angry with some of us as Nigerians, is that I feel like we always pick the wrong fight, we pick the wrong battle. And I think our aggression, our fight should be towards restructuring, towards rearrangement of that constitution. Look, 80-90% of the things that affect us are directly from the states which we live in. And I don't see the reason why federal government should be in control of some of these things. Let's decentralize the power. If the government, look, the federal government should be in charge of custom, immigration, and the soldier. Finish.
Yeah. I
International
mean,
affairs.
you're right. You're
Every
right.
other
My
thing,
my point
it should be at state level. So we should
my
then know
point
that.
is that, yeah, even when they are trying to restructure, there are so many things in that constitution that needs to be accurately defined in such a way that a layman has to basically understand this. Understand, okay, this is what it says. If I'm a criminal, I'm reliable to 10 years imprisonment, 20 years imprisonment. There's no definition in that. Then court can decide how many years it wants to give me. If not, basically making it ambiguous and you don't understand. I'll give you an example. A constitution that says um someone should not be elected if he made such an ambiguous statement, if he's an unsound mind, if he has an unsound mind. What does that even mean? How would we know who has an unsound mind? So it's one of that example. Like, you make this statement, okay,
Des,
someone
let
is
me tell you
coming
something,
out
Des.
to let me
Sorry, Des.
finish
Let me.
let me
Okay.
finish. Someone is coming out as a president, and you have this rule that is supposed to disqualify him, but you don't know how to find out if he has an unsound mind. Instead of you to create a section that says, okay, they have to present some sort of document that says, okay, their mind is sound.
So
Nothing like that.
what will you regard as unsound mind?
On sound mind, okay, you say someone that forgets, someone that speaks something that doesn't make sense, right?
Des, let me tell you something. Let me
Right?
tell you
It's an
something.
unsound
You are
mind.
fighting the wrong fight. Wait.
No,
You are
no, no,
fighting the
I'm
wrong fight.
not.
Things you're
It's still
supposed
the
to
same
even be
fight.
talking about to be eradicated from that constitution is like quota system. What is quota system? Why are we setting region because of we want us to be equal in administration or in education? You say these people who scored jump should score like this certain a score in they should have a certain score in jump and this one that those are the kind of things you jump. This is
No,
what you're
no,
saying state of mind.
that goes down to restructuring.
Yeah.
Because the truth is that everybody we remember what happened before the war. There are certain people that are not inclined to education. They are not very inclined to education because of their religion. They just don't want to go to school. Do you understand? So if you say that everything should be fair amongst everybody, then
Des. No, sorry, don't. There are some things that you say that is not actually. How can you say some people don't want to go to school because of their religion? People learn. It's not only in English that people learn whatever they want. There are so
I
many type of
know.
education. Don't say no. It's not good.
No, no,
Don't
listen,
say don't
listen.
say such a thing again.
When I say this, is
Mm.
I'm talking about, if you check the statistics, yeah,
What you
majority
say
of
Western education,
that's
not
what I'm
because
saying. Western education, that is what we are talking about, right? If you want to get a job, a professional job, you have to have a Western education. You don't just go to a Muslim school and want to be an engineer. No, you have to have that,
That's
that
what I'm
profession.
saying. You match watch your word. Watch your
O-
word. You
Okay.
understand? People in Muslim world don't use Muslim. Muslim are educated. Muslim
Yes,
world. So
No, I didn't
you
say
don't choose
okay,
the
okay,
way.
maybe
No,
okay.
you are just
I
making
understand
it
where you're
worse.
going.
You are
I
making
understand
each
where you're
time you are
going.
trying to correct yourself, you
Yes,
are
I
making it
understand where you're
worse.
going. I understand where you're
A
going.
Muslim world, they are educated. You cannot tell
Yeah,
me. So don't say
okay.
religion is not about education.
No, no. I meant it like this. I don't know if it's because of their religion or if it's because of where they come from. Why I made that statement is the only thing that differentiates this point A to point B is that religion. That is why I made that statement. There is nothing else that differentiates the northerners from the south,
Let me tell you this. There's one thing that you don't
except
know.
that.
Let me say this. You know that even the southwestern people, the Yorubas, the first mosque in Nigeria was actually in Yoruba land, if you don't know. Even
Yeah.
Islam came to Nigeria through the West.
But it doesn't change the fact that there are a lot
Where,
of
where
No,
are
no,
you
no.
Christians
where,
So
in the
what
where,
is
West.
what I'm saying
where
that
are you getting this?
you cannot link.
Hold on. Where are you getting this your history from? Islam came
Go and
to
check the first mosque in Nigeria is in Ewo. Go and Google
I
it.
won't believe that. I won't believe that.
Is in Ewo. I'm telling
Islam
you.
did not
Go and
come to
Google it. Go and Google it.
forget that thing that you go and
Then
prove
there
it.
is you cannot relate education with religion. Religion has nothing to do with
I
education.
agree with you on what you're saying.
So let's move on. Let's move on.
I
Let's
I
move on.
agree.
Let's move
I
on.
agree. I agree. I agree. But I'm saying that what Solomon is saying that quota system. I mean, if you make everything equal, they're gonna be in a disadvantage. I would say. Do you understand? Because that is exactly what basically caused the war. You know, a lot of people felt that the Southerners were taking over their jobs because they weren't educated and all that. The Southerners were taking, all the good jobs. So they started protesting and started, doing all sorts of stuff. So because of that, you basically have to, consider that and try to make it fair to them, you know. So I don't know why it's like that. That's why I don't want to say it's because of their religion. I don't know why it's like that for them. Do you understand? Because they have the same brain, the same IQ as the people in the south. I don't know why it's like that for them, but it's like that. So the quota system, I think it's okay. I don't have a problem with that. In order to be fair. Um, I don't. I forgot where I
No,
was
no,
going
no.
before
I
Solomon
don't
Wait,
know.
wait,
talked.
wait,
Quota,
wait,
quota
wait.
system is not okay.
Mr. Ola and Mr. Progressive. So are we trying to say me? I'm okay with the way the quota system is, but in a fair, like if we really want, like we really want this country to move forward more than the way it is now. Are we supposed to have anything like in the US? Any of you in US or in Canada or Ireland? There, do you have anything like quota system there in that country?
No, those are
These are
different
Mm,
educated people now. This
apart from
is
that,
what's
those
No,
going
are
on
no,
different.
now.
no.
It's different
Oh,
scenario.
I'm heading to somewhere because one thing, let me tell you the truth. Our founding
no, no,
fathers,
no. Easy.
You're
They
talking
have
about people that
unwritten.
that still believe in having five wives. So it's different. Like
Easy. They have unwritten quota system. I will give you an example. You know where I did my MBA and I did my graduate in computer science. You see, one thing is this: all those schools they have their own autonomy. They look for people so that they want to have representation across the world. You know, there are some people that we apply from Nigeria. Maybe they've taken some people from America already, but you see some people from Nigeria too, they want to bring them in. But what they will not do is this: if their standard is to take 3.8 as the person they want to take. Now, even if they are not going to consider an American with 3.8, you understand? They won't necessarily go and be looking for Nigeria that make 2.5. They will look for Nigeria that make 3.8 to have fair representation, you know. So that's what I know they do. But in case of Nigeria now, you can see someone that scored 318 in JAM, maybe in Anambra, and you see someone that scored 120 somewhere, and you say, okay, that person is because of quota system. You want to, it's unfair because how do you explain normally? Because you have a situation whereby 3.8 versus 3.8. You have a situation where, okay, it's fair representation. Okay, this 3. Okay, you just go. But you see a kid from primary school that is going to secondary school now score 380, and someone somewhere score 20, and say in the name of quota system, and you just, how do we explain to such kids? That's the type of things we are fighting against. And what brought this our own fraudulent quota system in Nigeria is this: the federal government has no business with education. That's the problem. All the system I've seen, I've not seen where the federal government is the one responsible. In America, the university, they will say regionally accredited. You know, it's a regional accreditation. Even those schools that carry regional accreditation, they are stronger than those the one that carries federal accreditation, because the one that carries federal accreditation will be like distant learning, you know. So, but like, go and look at Harvard, as strong as Harvard is now, you will see it's a regional accreditation. That is, so it simply means that the education is handled by the states and the cities. You understand? That's the way they run it. Here in Canada too, education is handled by the cities and the province, not Ottawa. So it's so far, based on my experience so far, it's only in Nigeria that I see that federal government is in everything. Agriculture is handled by the province. I don't know how it is done in America.
But Ola, all these things are handled by both. Is only we can say maybe they mixed it, because most, in fact, there is no state in Nigeria now that doesn't have a state university. Some of them even have two state
Oh, no, no,
university.
no, no. What we are saying, Simba, you see, when we have regional government there, you understand, it was a matter for the regional government. You know, when Awolowo built UI, then later built Obafemi Awolowo University. The next thing, the premier in the south in the
In the
southeastern region
southeast,
there,
they beat
where
UNN,
exactly, yeah, exactly, the Tafawa Bal
and
Satamodu
then beat
Bello,
OBU.
Satamodu B2B. So that was how it was going now. It was after
Mm.
this coup that the federal government started hijacking the resources of the regions. That's where the problem started. If you've allowed such structure to go, all this history story of quota system
It's
won't
not
come
the
in play,
federal
because
government, it's the military. It's the military that did that. The military did all of this. No
yeah,
civilian.
the military in the name of the federal government, right? Maybe I will call it unitary in the name of the unitary government. So they just hijack all the resources. That's where the problem started. And to force this kind force unity that they are forcing on us now, they're saying, okay, it doesn't matter. You can score 400, but don't worry, we have to make space for someone that scored 10 somewhere. It's unfair. It's unfair to those people that really work very hard to make that jump. So those are the little things. You know, I was joking here the other time that I don't like OAU because they didn't give me admission. You know, many people tried OAU. Their offense was because it was in Ondo State. Now Ekiti State was not in existence that time. The offense was because they came from Ondo State. Whereas when you look at the name of these people, you will find the name on the first list. But now, someone that make a very high scores, because you have to allow for federal for quota system, someone that is even that score 40, that is like 40 below him, 40 marks below him, we still get into the same university that you are not able to get to. Then, to make it worse, you go and write jam again. Before you know, these people will wait like 2-3 years out of your time in the name of this fraudulent structure. Let
I mean,
everybody.
it still boils down to, I think it still boils down to, sorry to say this, religion. Do you understand?
That has nothing to
Because
do with religion.
let me, I'm getting somewhere. Because if you have a system that a lot of people believe, and it's actually two things, religion and education. Believe they are not educated enough to manage their lifestyle based on
No, no, you don't come in
family.
that way, Dex. Let me
I've
wait.
not
Sorry,
even
Dex.
landed
You don't come.
now.
No, but no, that I want to just make point out something to you. You don't come in that way in that terms of education. I feel like, to me, to be honest, I feel like the workload for an Islamic or a Islamic child growing up is more than the workload of maybe of a Christian child. That is
We have
what I
not
feel.
landed. No, it's not. It's not this. Everybody, listen. This is This is a country. Let me tell you, whether we want to believe it or not, they might say I'm a religious bigot or whatever. Education that the North doesn't have, a lot of statistics shows that there are more non-educated people there. Drags Nigeria as a whole backwards. I'll tell you a reason. Because the more educated a country is, the more um, the more productive and more, you know, more credible. I don't know how to explain it, but the more the country
The
is
more
better,
productive. The more
the
productive.
more productive and better the country is, the more educated it is. And the North right now has a belief system that they can marry as much as they want, produce as much as they want, and which causes them, because of uneducation, I mean, they're not very educated, you know, so they can still do this without caring about the consequences. And the more they do this, the more it multiplies and multiplies and multiplies. And
No,
let me even go somewhere.
there's
Do
no.
you
Let me
think
just interject you there. No, there's you are getting it wrong. See, before the military intervened, the northern region was catered for its own people, irrespective of the level of education, whether you finish from primary school or whatever. You see, in this environment now, let me give you, let me just to tell you something that happened to someone recently. Now, someone with just high school diploma, equivalent of our SSC, could get a job of close to 140K, and someone that was applying for a bachelor degree were ruled to be overqualified. Even when the same person will apply for IT jobs somewhere, I will not even get more than 65K a year. What am I saying here? Within the system that time, Sat Ahmadu Bello was managing the economy of the North very well. They had the North Pyramid, the Granite Pyramid, they had their cotton, they had their skins, that they were able to train the people within the system and were able to be productive within their own. See, the idea of this education is not until you go to university and finish a bachelor degree before you are considered educated. Even there was a time that it was even
yeah, I
standard
know.
6. So you see,
But now
holistically,
there's professional jobs, you know that, right?
I,
All
I I
you're saying is
know
a normal job
holistically, if you
that
allow the region to manage themselves, they will have find a way for themselves to move. So don't let's see. I don't believe that you
i-
may say, okay, it's not an it's their culture to have Arabic
if
education
you
or Islamic education, but still they
progressive,
still manage to provide for their people.
if you're saying that, then it's not basically a one Nigeria in a sense, because you can have people that wants to travel to that country, and because you're trying to manage your people, you're now disenfranchising others that came to basically, you know, have the same equal right that, a person that you're trying to manage should have. Do you understand where I'm going? So I don't know how it's going to. Well, like I said, we have a very big religious issue in Nigeria. That's the truth. We have a very big one in Nigeria. I believe there's a point in time that, a country can be overpopulated, and that's the truth. A point in time that it will come and Nigeria can be overpopulated. Do you think if they make a law that the Muslims, with the whole system they have right now, or if the uneducated people keep increasing according to how many kids they keep having, and they say um they are limited to marry one wife and have 2 kids, it's not gonna work. They're not gonna buy into that. Do you understand? That's why I said we need to start facing the problem, which is a religious issue and educational issue. We need to start telling them, okay, this is becoming the amount of kids you guys are producing is too much to be educated.
This. I'm still telling you. Let me tell you. You kept
I
on
know
saying the
you
same
think I'm
thing.
saying the bad thing, but it's the I don't know, the truth can
Let me
actually
tell
always
you, let me
hurt.
tell you,
I don't know how
having
to
many
put it, my
children
brother.
in Nigeria, let me tell you, and I know you are a
Go
Hugo
to
man.
Saudi Arabia. No, I mean you can hardly see someone that has how many kids. You know, but they are because they're educated. They're still Muslim countries. Because they're educated, it's not because of the religion. It's
And
the
so what's the
education.
let me tell you,
Listen,
whatever people having many children is a cultural thing. It's not about religion. So you should don't
the world
don't be mixing things up.
the
Here,
world is
here, here in Saudi
can I say
Arabia,
something?
you hardly see a man that will have two wives.
Simba,
the,
Simba. Let me say something. I think Des is right in what he said. In the northern context, it's not just tradition. I don't think it's tradition for the most part. When you hear anybody in the north who is a Muslim and has more than one wife, and you ask him, he will say he will not come from the angle of tradition. He will say, Quran permits me to marry more than one wife. That's tell you that they're predicating it on religion. That the reason why they are having more than one wife is because their
That
religion.
somebody is using religion to hide under certain things does not make it that yes,
Hold
Islam,
on. Yeah. No, no,
excuse me,
hold on. It does.
Islam.
It does.
Let me
It does.
wait,
Would you allow me land?
rational man.
You interject. You quibble me now. Let me. Okay, go on, please. Okay, go on.
Yes, Islam allows people to marry more than one wife. There's no doubt about that. And there is no religion that is saying that you cannot marry more than one wife. That's what I know that one for fact.
No,
So what we are saying here,
there is
there is no,
actually there
there is
is. What are
none,
you talking
there is
about?
none, there is none, there is
Christianity. Should
none.
I quote it for you?
Quote it, quote it.
Oh my God, let me bring it out.
I want to believe. Hold on, Des. While you're doing that, I want to believe that Simba, you're not a Christian, perhaps. You're not, or maybe you're an atheist. All right. So, yeah. Hold on. When I mean, it's not. I'm not being derogatory when I say you're being an atheist or not. I'm just trying to.
No, whatever you say, there's no problem.
Yeah. So, I just want us to understand that.
Whatever you are discussing, I just don't want you to base it on those things that are
I understand.
sensitive issues.
I know it's very
They
sensitive.
are sensitive
They
issues.
are very sensitive. But the more we refrain from saying the truth, the more we continue in this quagmire, this rigmarole. I mean, going round and round and round in circle. Our generation will soon go out. Our kids, our grandkids, my grandkids are coming up, and then they'll come and meet up this crap that my parents and all of that they left behind for us. So how long are we going to do that? I mean, talking about, I mean, my own kids they're okay here, but I want them to be able to go back to Nigeria and be free to walk the streets of if Nigeria remains one, any street of Nigeria, anytime, any day. But
National
then
mind.
if we continue like this,
Give
you
me a
say what?
moment. Give me a
Yeah.
moment. First Corinthians chapter 7. But since there is so much immortality, each man should have his own wife, and each woman her own husband. Do you understand it?
So what does that
So
one
it's
mean?
basically
You are talking
telling
about
you that
constitution now. You said it's so bad. So what is
no,
it? Is
you're saying
vague.
there is no religion that says man should have a.
What does that one mean to you? What does it mean to you?
What do you mean?
Does
What
it
does it
say
mean to
that if
me?
you marry more than one wife, it's
Do
a
you want me
sin?
to bring out another one?
Hold on.
You cannot. You
I
cannot.
can bring
Forget
out.
about it. I know more about Bible than what you know.
No,
There's
you
no
don't. You
place in the
don't.
Bible that
No,
say
you
you
don't.
should not marry more
No.
than one wife.
Simba, you don't. Simba, you don't.
You are just making your own interpretation from this. Give me
Timothy
another one.
chapter 3 verse 2 literally meant a man to be married to one wife.
There's no. You
Let
don't
me.
put one wife there. There's no one wife there.
Oh God.
Continue your statement. Continue. Don't let us believe it. Continue what.
So yeah. The good book talks about. It's true. Like I mean, Simba, you might say it's true that at some point polygamy was allowed at some point, but when you talk about the Christians, we're not talking about Judaism that was practiced at some point, but then talking about Christianity, it's allowed. It's only required that a man should be an husband of one wife. Yeah, there's a script I can give you, but I don't want to sound preachy tonight. I don't want to go into preaching mode. But then if you do not know that, yes, Christianity only encourages you to marry one wife. Yeah. So let's just leave that. So, well, the issue
But
we're
so
talking about, here is hold
Christianity
on.
is religion,
Go on.
and
What did you say?
it's more man-made. I would say it's man-made religion. So, and to me, polygamy is not bad at all. At all, it's not. I don't think
I've not. Well,
anybody.
listen. It's not in my place to condemn as a human. But I'm telling you what the good book says. Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. It's up to you if you want to take it or not. But my point is that we need to start making people realize that there are certain things that will continue making us to remain in this stagnation. We never see growth. We're talking about quota system in the north, especially in the north. That's where it's practiced. And the reason why initially why it was practiced was because so that they could catch up. But we see that there's no catching up. They've never quite catch up for over 60 something years now. They still remain in the same way. So what is the underlying issue behind this? What is really behind it? Why are they dragging us behind? Why are they dragging us back? Because this whole quota system in the north is dragging the whole country down, educationally, and because when you talk about education, when you talk about the amount of skilled people that we churn out to work in a labor force, in a labor market. So when you don't have people who are skilled, you get the kind of unproductivity we get in that country, and it will drag us back. And the resources that we should be using to move forward, we're deploying into these areas. And because of the so-called backwardness, there's still no progress will be made. So for me, we need to start tackling, because when one man read that, I slept off actually. I was so tired. I came back from work. When one man was reading it, I wanted to, but I slept. I don't know what happened. But I know I heard him when he was talking about the bill that was being passed in the National Assembly. For me, I think that bill should not be one-sided. See, this is what I'm trying to say. And I hate to say this, and I've often maintained that position. We're treating this other religion with kid glove, which is Islam. If we have to move forward, I'm of the opinion that both religion, the two major religions, should be put on the same pedestal. The same treatment should be given to both of them. And in fact, I've said it, I've always championed it. I said, one of those champions of those thought that Nigeria should be secular. Take religion out of both Islam, both Christianity. Take it out of state functions. Take it out of our military. Practice your religion in your own house before you come to barracks. Scrap barracks, all of those. So these are the things I've said. But I know it's going to be. But then if this bill is going to pass, this is their bill that they already said it's already passed a second reading, and it's only geared towards one religion. And Tinubu is coming. You see, that's what I'm saying. See, I don't want to go into certain things. I just want to see how things unfold before I start something like.
That's what I might, Tinubu again.
Yeah. I'll bring him in. I'm saying what I'm saying is because this is happening at the time when he'll be coming in. If he ever gets in there, I just hope. I just see how he gets in there. If he gets
What
in
will
there,
make you not to get in? Sorry, Sister Mike.
hold on. We don't know. So many things can happen before then. Anything can happen. I don't get. Well, of course, he's declared president by INEC, but don't worry. I don't want to go there. But I'm saying that he's coming in on a Muslim ticket, and there's a suspicion that this thing is going to cause problem, and that they are passing this law that is only geared towards the Christians. What happened to Islam? Why are you not telling them that if you want to marry two wives, then you can do that? But look, you have to bear the brunt. You have to be taxed, or you have to put some kind of burden on them, whereby they have to pay for it. So when they realize that they have to pay for extra child, if I have more than two child, you're allowed to have three child, but if you anything extra that you have to pay for each of every one of them. If you go to send it to public schools, you have to pay extra. So many of them will sit up, even if they marry two wives or three wives, maybe they will just give each one wife, one child. That maybe that would be it. Rather than from one woman, they produce like five child. Then you're having 15 children from three women. So you see, we need to start putting laws in place that will regulate this. So we should not be one-sided, because if you're making it look like Christianity is the only one being targeted now, and you're singling out in Islam because you don't want to offend them, because that is what we've often treated this religion with kid glove in that country. We're not moving forward. And as somebody was trying to bring it up now, Simba was trying to shut him down, which I understand, Simba, I get it. It's a very sensitive issue, but sometimes we have to speak truth. Does not mean we hate that religion. Does not mean we want the progress. Because we just talk about this, the country where this Islam is even brought from. They are progressing. Go to Dubai. Go to Qatar. Go to Saudi Arabia. Go to some of those Islamic countries. Go to Jordan. They are progressing. Go to Bahrain. Go to even to Malaysia. They're progressing. Why are they progressing? Because they understood that religion has to have its own place, separate. Even though we know some of them are also Islamic countries, but they know where to draw that line between religion and the state and the state government, I mean, state management of the state. But in Nigeria, we don't know where to draw that line. So you see, there's a lot of things to unpack. But then let me just say this: that we need to start. If that bill is to pass and not to be one-sided, I think both religion has to be regulated. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, for me, what I have to say is that the people that negotiated for this country, the independence and all that, they came in with they said they want a regional system, and that was the best. I will still want Nigeria. I want Nigeria to remain the same, but I feel like we really need to go back to that. If there is a way we can, it might sound abnormal, it might sound something like that is not reasonable, but I think we should go back to that. Look for a way and go back to that way, because the founding fathers, that was the foundation they laid. That was the foundation they laid. We can't keep deceiving ourselves here and saying that this one system, one federal, we're having one federal government. Like the way we are now, I don't think the federal system is not working for us. We have to go back to the regional system and have one body, one center body that would be regulating every region, and not this one we're just doing here, because this one I feel
Federal
we're
can
really
work.
for real.
Federal can work, but it's just the way they are practicing it. I don't know if you were here yesterday. We were practicing the British system and trying to infuse it with the American system, or we're practicing American system trying to infuse it with British system. It won't work. That kind of hybrid will not work. So it's either we just scrap federal system entirely and go back to the parliamentary system, or we just go straight full blown federal system in the real sense of it, the way it is practiced, like here in America or in Canada. If that's the regional system, or to go federal regional system. But you see, our
Yeah,
politicians don't know.
I think the that of America is even better, where each state will control their
But they
resources
will
and
not
all
allow it.
that.
They will not allow it. They will not allow it because they feel like if they do that, they will lose power. So-called people feel that they are threatened. They feel like their power will be threatened. Like especially those people from the north, they say, okay, everybody's controlling their system. So if we say like Jigawa that doesn't have anything, not as if they don't have anything, but
But rational mind,
yeah,
this problem that we are talking about, we are the Satanás are the one that caused it.
I know.
Of
We are
course.
too. We're part of the problem too. Yeah.
Yes, it was 1966 coup that caused all this problem.
Yes.
So we can't blame them for this.
But we've seen the
And
problem.
if for somebody like me, why do you not even support to be in this thing? Is saying that I want to come and say what they call it, like that we should, like the way he was just championing this his movement is because of what Agui did, even if they meant well, but the country has not really gotten that matured to that level of doing carrying out that kind of mindset they are trying to carry out, and they are not no, it hasn't matured to that level. So that's why I do not really support that his movement. I know that Nigeria is somewhere like, especially like these south people, I know they like free money, they like free things, because they already have their resources is booming. That is the oil. So they will always want their share from everything. And once there is this sharing formula of a thing, that is it spoils things, it makes things not to work. Like in a way, it makes things not to work. But I agree with Rossi coming out to say, let's that introducing the unitary system is really bad. I think that was even what not I think I know that is what really brought this country to this level that it is, to be honest with you.
Oh, thank you. Much, yeah.
You are still there, Thomas.
Thomas is there.
Can you hear me?
Thank you
We
for
can hear
allowing me
you.
in.
We can hear you now. We can
Yeah,
hear you
yeah.
now.
Before we go on, guys, I have a audio for you. I will not premiere to the audio. Let's just listen to the audio carefully. Then we have discussion around it. Where's my one man is the only one that can upload videos, but I have it here. Just listen to it. Can you please mute yourself if you are on mute, please? Yeah.
About what was it that one for the doors? Now the yacht at the talk. Yes. I'm not saying why poison now. I'm not saying you don't see. Old man cannot lead us. Old man cannot lead us. Old man cannot. Wait. How wait? So what did your minister to whom I just put small, slow poison? The man take and join this condition. Right now. If I don't even see primary. But the woman said they prepare better food for the man. When the man feel strong, the contest. But there is no defend them. Nothing to take this woman one day. Use pillow press in nose. When the young they talk so. But if the woman touch her, he go say, run, straight to France. France, you want die, so go take treatment. Women have the power in this country. All these wicked politicians, God can just touch their wife. Yes, sir. All these evil politicians are looting our money. Just one night, may God just minister to them. Say, my daughter. Say, how much is poison? You say 150. You say, put it on your husband's food. You just drop for throughout that month. You go see clearance. Late governor, former governor, ex-governor, former president, governor, all of them. Don't just sleep. When they get poison, you will see we will mock their wife as an hero. As I talk now, maybe not God, they not 10 days.
I hope you guys hear the audio.
I only heard who is the person that is talking? I only heard that the wife should poison the husband and they should be hero or something like that.
He said, why did Tinubu's wife don't poison? You should poison him. This is a pastor from Edo talking this. I don't know. Maybe you guys listen very well. Maybe you want me to play it again. Just hold on.
No. Okay.
Can you share the link in the private chat too?
No, Ola, one man, he can only upload video, so I'm just playing it from my phone.
No, I mean share the link in the private chat.
The link. Oh yeah, the link is already there. The link is there. I just shared it some minutes ago.
Okay, it's a YouTube.
Yes, on the YouTube. Yes.
Okay.
So I don't know if everybody have any anything concerning this audio. They call this pastor Kasi.
For me, this
from Edo.
That's the problem, that if this pastor now that is vomiting this rubbish is not arrested, then some people will be saying freedom. Is this one freedom of speech? Because you can still categorize this one as freedom of speech. Why is he being arrested? Is he only talking? No, there are some things that we are not supposed to be saying in the public. How can he be so bitter to the extent that he's vomiting and he's talking to his congregation, saying this kind of rubbish, and they are still listening to him? I don't understand.
Yeah, you see, these are some of the things why bills like what they said they're trying to pass should regulate. You see, I'm for religion. I mean, I'm for silencing of religion. Don't get me wrong, but silencing of religion in the sense that take it out of politics. And I think somebody was it this is our friend from Maiduguri, from Borno State. This guy, what's his name, that comes here? Thomas, you remember that
Hassan,
guy?
Hassan,
Hassan.
Hassan.
Hassan,
So
yeah.
Hassan says something once. Sometimes says in Maiduguri, which I think is really helping them there. I think even in the UK too they do that, whereby they regulate. Even in France, they do that in France, whereby they regulate. I mean, I think even Rwanda too is doing the same thing too, whereby before you can become a cleric, a Muslim cleric, or a Christian clergy, to teach or to preach or teach from the pulpit, you need to go to theological school. You must not preach extremism and well, I know this is going to the realms of stifling religion and these are one of the reasons this kind of video you just play. If the video is true, I'm not saying it's not. Don't get me wrong, Thomas. I'm not saying it's you, whoever posted it. If it is true, if it's not something that was faked, because these days we don't even know what is true, what is fake anymore online. But if it is true, these are some of the reasons why bills like what they are trying to pass in the National Assembly, I want to pass, will pass, because they've made a total nonsense of religion in Nigeria, especially Christianity in Nigeria. You know, and not just only in Nigeria.
But rational man, the guy said the wives of the politicians should continue killing. They should start killing their husband. He said,
well,
why did Tinubu's wife not just poison him? If can't poison him, you should just use pillow to strangle him in the middle of the night.
You see,
he said how much is poison. That is just ordinary 150.
Wait, is that how much
Can I
is poison?
can I also come in here?
I'm not even
Yes,
landed.
you can come in here.
I'm not even
This guy is the pastor from Edo. Oh my God.
Can I say something? Thomas, please, let us refer. I know you. It could be an Edo person. I know you.
That word with.
Yeah. So please let
with
us
all.
let us refrain from.
No. Hold on, please. Hold on, please.
No, wait.
Hold on, please. It's from Yoruba. We say it's from Yoruba. He's an Edo pastor. His name is Dr. Kasi.
Hold on. I get you.
No. Don't say that. I'm not stereotyping. If it's from Igbo, I will say it. If it's from Yoruba, I will say it.
Wait.
So don't go there. Don't let us go there.
Okay, Thomas. See, you can say he's a pastor or a claim pastor without attracting the tribe, because if you
but Ola, what is the crime of saying he's from Edo?
Don't profiling. That is profiling. You are profiling.
No. I'm not profiling the old Edo region. I will not do that.
Wait. Thomas, but let me put something there. For me, there is no way. Is there any way you can describe?
Midwest, just a minute, just a second. Are you a football fan? There are some statements, not even 1/20 of what we just said in terms of weight, that will cause serious problem on social media. You can see once you mention a particular ethnic group, it has become ethnic profiling. So you may not see it that way. Wait, no,
hold on. Don't paint me. That's no. I'm not. No.
That's exactly what I'm telling you.
We play a video of a pastor from Yoruba land saying there will not be election, that Tinubu will die before the election. It's from Yoruba land. We play it here. They won't speak Yoruba.
Forget about where they are coming from.
Where it comes from doesn't matter. It can even be from the north.
It can even be
doesn't matter.
It can even be Igbo. It doesn't matter. So just he's supposed to be a pastor. Even calling him a pastor,
who is just talking?
Is the message that we are talking about?
Okay, let me ask you a question. When we say Fulani bandit, what are we saying?
No, Midwest. Totally different.
God bless you. God bless you.
It's a totally different thing.
No.
Different. What is the difference?
The thing is that if the government want to help us, they don't supposed to use that word Fulani bandit from the day one. It's a very wrong something. Though we are not from North.
It's
I know
not
many
government
people.
It's
that
not
say
the
Fulani
government that
bandit.
is
It's
it
the
now. It
media.
is
It's the
the
media. It's
it's
the media. Not
Well, no,
government
the
did not
government,
say they are
it's not the
Fulani bandit.
government.
wait, my dear, where I live
Mm.
here, there are common statements you make, you have serious problem. There are statements you make against gay, and they had it, and somebody testify. Your problem not going to be small, ordinary gay. So you see, this country, Nigeria, the way they govern us for the past 15 years, all those so-called democracy, they have destroyed a lot of things. We're not supposed to be profiling things, which is very wrong. We agree.
Midwest.
We
That's
agree
all.
that. Wait, now I'm coming. Let me quickly land. What is your name? I always call you Ajadeko. Ola, wait. May I just put this one? See, we have allowed things to go into wrong direction for many years, and people now see it as a normal thing. It is easy for we to say Fulani bandit in Nigeria. Everybody can say it. Police can say it. The media can say it. Like this one, you want to describe a pastor that went ahead to say this. The pastor resides in Benin. You understand me? It does not represent the Benin people. So that is one thing. And again, we have some pastors in Yoruba land who said this will happen. It's not representing Yoruba. It's a pastor.
Thank you,
Midwest.
You understand me?
Midwest. Let me counter you from that Fulani bandit you are talking about. See, look at it this way. You want to resolve a problem. You see a problem.
Is Nigeria solving problem? Nigeria doesn't solve problem. That's the something.
Listen to me first now. You see a recurring problem with a pattern, with a mission, and you try to dig. Okay, what is common among these people? What exactly are they looking for? You'll be able to trace it to a particular historical background. You'll be able to trace it back to an ideology. And these people too, they are even not stopping at that. They are even coming online. They are calling themselves Fulani National something movement. They were even writing governor of what they are going to do. They were even laying claim to that particular thing they are doing. And you are saying we should not call them name. When you call yourself a Fulani National movement, and you are telling you that they are telling them that Nigeria belongs to your forefathers, that you are going to take over Nigeria, and you are even threatening a governor. These people, they attach their name to it, and you are saying we should not mention their name. It's a totally different thing. And this is a well-known fact to the international organization, to the point that
Ola, thank you. I agree with you, but let us not go into that topic because he's talking about this one.
Can we just stay with the video we just played? Let's analyze the video.
So let me quickly talk about the video. We
I
have to
even thought
condemn.
Midwest will be against it. Midwest is an Edo man now, so what are you doing?
Wait now, let me quickly put something there. Wait, my brother. We have to condemn it with all manner totalitarianism. We have to condemn it and say, with all totality, let us condemn that action and that statement is very bad. And he is not representing Christ; he's only representing himself. But the problem is, we don't just have people of this type attached to only Christianity. We have them also in Islam. Some people will wake up in the name of their religion there. They say some certain things with boldness that relate to we are going to do this with confidence, and nobody has them. So if the government want to regulate it, they have to regulate both sides. Like what the other guy was saying, if they just because of this guy stepping into Christianity when they are Muslims, my dear, they are calling for, the country is burning. People have pain. People are hungry. People are hungry. And to push them into some certain tight corner where people can exploit them is so easy. So we need to be careful. They cannot step in when they don't want to work even with the same Christian association that they don't even believe upon. If they kick them aside and start passing law for Christianity and they are Muslims, and Tinubu is coming in, is a Muslim, and the deputy is a Muslim, my dear brother, everybody should prepare for something else. Because we thank God today, the power, they did not announce that the power went to naught. They understand that would have been so tense. So, and it might have even lead to different something. I don't think we would have been here talking about how they're going to swear in Tinubu, how this man is going to go to court. People would have said like, oh, we have to do something different. You understand me? So this is my whole point. We have to condemn all these bad behaviors and bad statements that people always make with confidence. It's not good for us. It's not helping us. So the only thing I know about he's not representing us.
Midwest,
and the guy, his name is also Chukwu something. He live in Benin.
Midwest. You know this guy now, Kasi.
I know him.
Dr.
I know him
Kasi.
Kasi Chuku, and he have a do name, he have Igbo name. Either his father is
I
from
know him
Benin.
very well. I know him very well. He's been with Maureen Badejo fighting all those on internet fracas.
So,
and you
yeah.
can see the audience are even sharing him. I don't know. Is Nigerian brains working? I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it.
The thing is that we have to condemn it. That is one thing. And again, we also have to pray for our country. And it doesn't mean because they want to, the INEC have announced Tinubu as a winner, and the government is planning to swear in him. We have to open our eyes and see things beyond that. Look at the kind of money they want to spend again, or they want to loan, and they have already signed it. Few days to leave office. Whether they are preparing for something different, we don't know. Even the Tinubu ticket and everything, the way they arrange it, only God knows what is in their mind. Yoruba have to, so that they don't bring shame. You know, we need to be careful. This is something that people need to be very, very wise about. It's not like power is with me, everything I want. It's just 8 years, because they know they are living. That's why they are signing so many laws, so that the next man will find it difficult to change society.
Midwest, let me even ask you a question, because sometimes we need to put this in a right perspective. I'm not judging, I'm just putting what is in the Bible. What type of Christian will be encouraging another Christian to commit a murder? When you have 10 commandments, and it's clearly written there, thou shalt not murder.
Ola,
and
these people don't.
The Bible
Ola,
says,
let me tell you something. Sorry. Go to their church. They don't read Bible. If you watch them very well,
so you don't.
They don't read Bible.
You don't talk everything finished with that.
They don't read Bible. Everybody just sit down. The pastor prophesy. Do some go. They sing. Maybe manage in a whole month or 1 week. They read one verse. Finish. These are the kind of pastors we have now, and people are following them. You don't know what is behind it.
You see some pastors. Some pastors these days, they are just a professional, a professional businessman, using clergy as their own competence. Some are sweet talkers, some are good orator. Some.
I am in support of government regulating them, but they have to be careful. You cannot be doing the right thing the wrong way, the wrong time, and at the end create another problem. This is what I'm pointing to. All this one coming out.
I could be wrong. I think they should find a way to be licensing the pastors and anyone that goes extreme. I think there should be a way to withdraw the license immediately and try that person appropriately, because we find one thing that some people now these days, they just come from nowhere. They call themselves pastor. They call themselves holy. We have some, just for some people to just give them name and title, and just to be able to talk very well, and maybe you can back up whatever you are doing with juju. If you are a juju person, you just only change your garment and call yourself a pastor or holy, and the next thing, people will believe you. But by the thing you are speaking out, we now say, people will start asking you, did you even attend Bible college? Now, if God calls you, so what's the difference between you and MC Oluo? MC Oluo might say more better, because I don't think MC Oluo will have someone to go and do things like that, So to me, I don't just want us to. It's difficult for me to believe. It's not everybody that called himself a pastor or call herself a pastor is a pastor. That's just the way I see it. So some are just pure entrepreneur, so
it's very sad that they have reduced our country to this level, my brother.
Ola, this same guy, Cassie, was caught on video drinking beer in a beer parlor. This same man.
I know Thomas. Wow.
But Thomas,
no. The video is real.
Say you should not drink. Did Bible say you should not drink?
No. The manner he was doing it, my brother. You can't even believe it.
And with side chick, and with Olosho beside him.
Thomas.
No,
I know what I'm saying now.
Thomas,
am I lying?
No, Thomas, if that really
I saw a video when he was doing it, and some women were with him, the way he was dancing flexing with them.
Okay, Midwest and Thomas.
But I don't know if it's original video.
No, forget it's real.
No.
Hold on.
No,
Ola,
Thomas
hold on.
Midwest. I'm asking.
Ola, hold on. Midwest, he came out to apologize for that video.
Yeah, he did. He did. But
He
something,
came
he
out
said something of the past.
he says something. I follow this man very well now. He's the same man, pastor, and he has a congregation, and people are just sharing him. Ah, yes, Papa. Yes. In Nigeria, is our brain black? Our skin is black, then our brain is
They're
supposed to be
going too
black.
far. They're going too far.
Who told you that Oyibo don't fall victim of fake prophets?
I don't. That is my opinion.
No,
Because we should be thinking. If our brain is working, somebody is bringing that thing, and
I think
people
the
are.
Oyibo that is falling, there's an American Oyibo now, or Europe here, my brother. I never
Oyibo
see
too
them.
fall victim of.
Oyibo there everywhere now, but Europeans not to get time for all those kind of things. They just they look. They go even be suspect you from beginning because they don't get Pentecostal church.
Oyibo even get mumu pass Nigeria the way you are looking at. Otherwise, they no go they fall for Yahoo boys now. Oyibo said get mumu. So the thing is this: if you call yourself a Christian, the first thing is this: there are basic principles for you to know whether your party, whether this one is telling you the right thing. Maybe you are supposed to leave the old ways, right? If you were following Olosho before, and you were even fighting the beer parlor, and your pastor now is now living the same life. Though, what has changed about you? Nothing. So why do you want to become a Christian? What has changed
all
about
these BBGO, they have their own beer parlor inside their house where all of them meet and drink.
Midwest.
Some of them, forget.
To me, see, Midwest. Let me tell you something today. Assuming I'm a pastor today, you understand? You won't stop me from drinking beer, and I will tell you because I don't see anything wrong in drinking beer. You understand? Me, that I'm not drinking beer as I am now. I don't drink beer. I don't drink alcohol. It's not because of religion. It's just because of my personal health. I'm learned enough to know that the amount of sugar in a beer and the amount of sugar in all those cognac or rum, all those things, that if you don't take care of those things, you become diabetic. And when you become diabetic, you become a wahala. You understand? So a person like me that will do all the running, make sure I keep my tummy flat even at my age, all those stuff. So you can't give me beer and wonder because I have a personal. But if someone is drinking it, I don't complain about it because I cannot establish it somewhere that you cannot drink it. Because I know that people keep bringing.
Ola, let me ask: I heard that the government want to regulate these things. How are they going to do it? What is their plan? How do they plan to do it?
Let them start giving these people. The thing is this, you understand? Organize it. Maybe you can go through CAN, you can go through Pentecostal Fellowship. I don't know the association. Now, find a way. It's just like when you say you have a judicial council, for example. Find a way to start licensing pastors and form a database for them. And those groups, because what I don't want to do is I don't want government to be the one that will be regulating, because once government start regulating, they will politicize everything and it may not be very good. But within the Christian body or the Islamic body, they should have some kind of institution that when you even say God calls you, you can't just go and carry the bell and start ringing along the street and start deceiving people.
Ola.
You must have a license.
Religion in Nigeria now is like political parties. Now they have all sort of association where each and every one of them belongs to. CAN is different from Pentecostal Association of Nigeria. They have so many bodies. CAN is not even in control of the Christian bodies in Nigeria.
I know.
And the same thing goes to, the whole thing has gone haywire.
What I'm saying is that government should find a way.
There was a thing that in Lagos before, Lagos State banned this open call for prayer. And it worked.
Open crusade.
No, not only open crusade and open call for prayer. In Muslim,
call for Muslim in the morning.
that they will wake you up around 5 a.m. and they will be using loudspeaker. No, Your loudspeaker, everything has to be inside your church or inside your mosque. You can't be using your own to be
I
disturbing
don't know. I
others.
don't know how. I don't know how old some of us here were during the Diagmon time. You know they regulated that thing. You cannot be.
You
You
know,
cannot be
a
used.
military man, let me tell you, is a,
You cannot be
rational
using.
man. It will be anything is easy for military to do. But let me tell you now, with this all these their shenanigans, both Islam and Christianity in Nigeria now, and Tinubu now say, okay, oh, immediately he's wanted to pass that bill to the National Assembly. You see pastors like Oyedepo and all of them, they start saying, hey, this is what we are saying. He has started. You understand? They won't look at it as if he's going to cause across all board. They will just be looking at it,
Wait.
targeting them.
Let me put this one in. Why must it be him passing when he's a Muslim? This is a very complex issue. There are Muslims who are also as bad as these pastors who preach hatred.
That's what, Midwest. That's what we are saying. That they want,
with confidence.
if they want,
So
they
can
will
he be so
make
bold
it
enough?
universal.
Wait now. Can he be so bold enough and start regulating those people because he belongs to them? He's going to have a backlash even when he belongs to them. So when he switched to Christianity, he should also expect a backlash. So in order to avoid it, he has
We
to
are
work.
saying universal, that he should make it a law. We are not saying that he should make it to target people. What we are saying is that any religion extremism should be regulated. There are some countries that are doing that.
Yeah, you need to go and find out how they're doing it because Nigeria, as a country,
because let me tell you, we have so many powerful pastors in Nigeria now, and our people are so gullible. Even if they ask them, I sent a video to one man 2 or 3 days ago. I thought he would play it here. A pastor in his church, this member of congregation will come to him. He will put his leg and wash his leg on their head, and they were doing that, and they are using that water they use it to wash their body. You can see, I don't understand how people are so daft.
Yeah, because people are just religious. They don't want to read the scripture themselves. You see, midway. That's why I'm saying that when you want to regulate, right? Government can coordinate. You can have a Muslim body totally recognized by the government. You have a Christian body too, totally recognized by the government. Those should be the body to regulate, to clamp down on erring past those people that are deviating from the standards. That's exactly what I'm saying. For example, now, if you can say, okay, let's say Roman Catholic. Now, there's a way Roman Catholic, there's a way they regulate their reverend fathers and reverend sisters. When you go to Anglican church,
there's a structure.
Exactly. You can't just do anyhow in Anglican or Catholic. So if Anglican, Baptist, and Catholic can work, why can't others work? So they just need to, whatever they are doing in all those Orthodox churches, they need to cascade it. They need to be escalated to others so that you see people today, they just wake up in the morning and they say, oh, God send them, when God is not even sending anybody.
To stop that is not by law. I think to do it, for me, if I want to make a recommendation, is to consult all these pastors. They say they are big pastors.
No. If there's no law behind them, it's not going to be.
No, it's just to wait. Let me learn. It's to call the entire association, irrespective of the name they bear, put them together and point this problem to them that we want to regulate it. They should come out with a plan because everything is based on plan and platform. If they agree and they can see that problem, let me tell you, if you really want to solve that problem of Pentecostal Nigeria, all pastors should define their salary, irrespective of position, and the rest money must be known to the state. Under normal circumstances, that's why some of these pastors, like Pastor Chris, they started having problems in the United Kingdom. The way they moved their money violated their laws, so they went after them. And I think with time, many countries will follow here. This Nigeria, African, blah blah church in every corner, they will follow. It's a matter of time. Go and mark my word. And you place them on that salary because they are doing the work of God. They cannot be collecting money from the citizens. They don't account. They go and buy private jet. No. All of them, no matter the position they occupy, that's where we start from. Then you will see them. All of them will tell you, I don't want God to call me again.
There was even a story. There was even a story that I heard. I don't know if it is true. So don't hold me to that. They said there was a time that Pastor Adeboye said, when God called you, okay, I've forgotten the entire story. That okay, no problem. Maybe they say suggested something like, okay, you have to be ready to go to all those troubled area or thereabout. I can't remember the story clearly. I think just to caution some people. There are some churches now you can't say God calls you. You understand? You must have your job. You can't. In some churches, there are some churches that they won't allow you to be a full-time pastor. You have your job before you can become a pastor. If you don't have your job, you can't head a church. So there are some like that. So the thing is this, like I said, okay, if the Nollywood people, if they have different group that regulate, if one of them just go against the association rules and regulation, they won't allow them to produce any movie. They will clamp down on those. So I expect the same thing within the Christian body. That's why I say, you see, okay, as you are in the Midwest now, tomorrow you can just go and open a church and nobody will even criticize you for opening it. It shouldn't
Ola,
be happening
let
that
me
way.
say I'm a Christian. Let me put this one in. Christianity now is already a problem to our country. Even the Catholic you have just
I'm a
mentioned,
Christian
the Catholic
too.
the Catholic you have just mentioned. Let me tell you something. I was discussing with one of our Igbo friend here. I think they had a burial. He lost his in-laws and they were doing better. And they asked for goat in church, Catholic church. They asked them almost 2, 3, 4 goats. You know, goat, the one they used to give to native daughter, our goat. They have to ask for goat before they do burial inside Catholic. Or is your boy doing that? So if you look the way we do things in Nigeria, and everything has been tampered with. When I heard it, I couldn't believe. For them to even gather to come and bury your person, you have to pay money. It was so shocking to me. Catholic. So when you look at the entire church as a whole,
I don't know that thing though, but look at it this way, like
my brother, this is a research. Go and find out. It will be shocking to you. And what is
I'm
going
just
on?
going to make an example. When my mom died, that we even wanted to bury her at home, the church said, no, you can't bury her at home because this is one of the lady that in the church. No way. You have to bury her in the background of church. But there are some people when they die like that, they will go and look at whether when they are alive, whether they were contributing. If they were not contributing to the development of that church, there's tendency that churches will tag them that no, this person was not associating himself when he was alive. So before you can do this, you have to he's showing this, he's showing that. Okay, that's the only way they can respond. Probably there are
Okay, you have to pay.
Exactly, because it's just like because you know there are some
according to what I
levels.
heard. Yeah, according to what I heard, these days in part of
you
Nigeria,
know
no
when I
matter
was
your
in
position.
those days, during the December when they are looking, because I was attending Anglican church, right? So you'll be looking at the contribution by all those group by group in the church, because you know all those contribution is they use to maintain the church, build the church, paint, do windows, those shares. So there's no way you can be in the church that you cannot contribute. But the issue of that goat, I don't know the story. I'm just telling you what I know, because goats, I don't know how. But because I attended Catholic school, and to be honest, I cherish Catholic. I'm an Anglican by birth, and I cherish my Anglican. So I cherish both those schools that because those two organizations, they play very critical.
But I don't know of Anglican. Catholic now, before they do burial, they ask of goats. That's what somebody told me. So and
maybe the parish.
So if anybody is a member, they should not be shy to come out and start condemning it. These are things people need to work upon. I've even seen it. Somebody was making a video. I think this woman, what is that lady that used to criticize pastor? Can't remember her name now. I'm so tired.
The lady they brought here the other time. What's the name, sir?
That woman that
I remember the
her
person
name.
I'm talking about. I can't even remember.
Yeah, she's on social media. I think they made some video about these very particular issues and trying to tell people like, look, I even tried to bury someone. No. This is an Igbo woman. Something Aku or something like that. I tried to remember her name, but I can't get it now. So she's an Igbo lady. So they've made so many videos about this issue. Like for me, the federal government need to be careful. I don't see any reason why Buhari should go and loan that money. Why the Senate should approve that kind of bill, that kind of huge amount of money, and at the same time passing bill. For the past 8 years, he didn't pass all these bills. It's like they are all meant to touch Tinubu's hand, and I don't know, because I'm worried about the country, because the way they are pushing that country, My brother, may God help us. So that's all I have to say.
Meanwhile, the truth is that Nigeria is broke. And it's broke because whatever we are getting, we are consuming it too. Look at it this way now. It's as good as we are getting almost nothing from our oil revenue, because when we are saying they should remove subsidy, people are saying, oh, people will suffer. But the truth is this: you sell in dollars, you use the same dollars at the end of the day to pay for a subsidy. Who are you subsidizing? You are subsidizing those people that are doing a very easy business. You know, the easy business in Nigeria today is to do is to work with the government, because every Dick and Harry can become an overnight entrepreneur once you have government backing. So we should stop that, and we should allow people that really want to use their brain and people that really want to put infrastructure in place.
Even the main problem with that subsidy is one, the people that are even bringing the fuel, they are not bringing. Some of them they will bring and still go and sell it somewhere else. Then even Nigeria themselves. Let me tell you, this is not something that they say. I know about it. You know, now they have some truck in Nigeria that can carry 66,000 liters. They carry this truck as far as Sudan. Believe me, to go and sell those petrol, because Nigeria happen to be the petrol has to be Nigeria have the cheapest petrol. Even across Cameroon, they will use Okada to ferry petrol to go and sell. Benin Republic and all those things. So it's like you are subsidizing not only for Nigeria, we are subsidizing for the whole of West Africa and even to North Africa.
We are not even subsidizing for those people.
Let me even tell you how lucrative that thing is. Somebody told one of my friends said, if they go to Sudan, and if that truck just offloaded in Sudan, and that truck could not make it back to Nigeria, that they have made their money, the profits to even buy another truck, and they will still make profit.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying we are subsidizing the crooks that are around the corridor of power.
Ola, for me, whether they remove or it remain, it's still going to be the same thing.
No,
I will
it's
tell
not
you
going
why.
to be the same thing Midwest. I can tell
Let
you
me
that.
tell you why. It will be why I said it may even be the same thing. All these things we are talking about, removing it or it remain, is not a problem. It's poor regulation.
No, it's the problem.
Now,
it's the problem.
Yeah, let me tell you where the problem lies.
It's the problem.
I want to quickly round up. I will allow you to put this one, please. Let me just round up. Here, where you live now in abroad, do you know how they regulate petrol? See, my dear brother, even before you qualify to drive a petrol in Europe, I don't know if America elsewhere, it's a different cost of its own entirely. You can be a trailer driver, but to drive, say, is a premier, all these explosive, highly inflammable goods, you need a different cost again. Now, if you go to
we call it CDL here.
Okay, we call it ADR here, ADR in Europe.
Hazmat, hazmat.
Okay, now
hazmat material. You have to
when you don't have this qualification, police stop you on the way. You can't even enter the terminal to load in the first case. There's no terminal in Europe you will enter to load as a driver. That is where the accountability begins. When you load, you have a computer inside that very trailer. There are paperwork that follow. That liter you loaded, wherever places you offloaded, every filling station in that country. Wait, I want to tell you a system that make it difficult. It is the system that encourage people to do whatever they do in Nigeria, because we don't have a system to regulate anything. So now when you offload in any filling station, that same filling station will go to their computer and put exactly the liter they receive from you. And every vehicle that pass by, that fill their vehicle, that same day in the evening must be recorded to the Ministry of Petroleum, Ministry of Finance. There's an accountability. They will know the total liter you sold. Nigeria, this filling station cannot account to anybody, so you don't know where they said those things.
See, Midwest, the best way to
so the benefit we don't know whether they remove it, they don't remove it. Nigerians don't know the benefit.
Midwest, the best way to regulate products that is tradable is to make sure that there is no interborder margin benefits. Look at it this way. Even in Canada, as we speak today, some goods that are cheaper in America, people still smuggle them to Canada. Those that are cheaper in Canada, they will still smuggle them to America, despite the fact that they have the right mechanism to manage. Because it's not all the borders are not that easy to man.
Ajale Koko, if you understand what I'm talking about, here in Europe,
wait now.
Border is open. Border is open. Wait, petroleum product with tanker. There is no way. See, for example, if the filling station, if the entire filling station in Nigeria, wait, let me tell you, if they are to account to the Minister of Finance, their sales daily, the quantity of product they sold, when the government ask the Petroleum Management Board, where do they supply that petrol to?
Midwest, wait. You drop 33,000 liters of gasoline somewhere.
Yeah.
And they now carry small tanker that won't even take more than 1,000 liters.
Uh-huh.
And someone now you pass through the bush inside the bush route.
Wait, no, you are kicking me. You're going too far.
Wait now.
Okay.
Now you've already dropped that thing in a gas station, right? And now some scrupulous element now.
No. You're missing me. Wait, let me tell you how it works. I'm still trying to put something. Maybe you don't understand me. If I supply 1,000 liters to any filling station, the filling station must report the sales of that 1,000 liters. This is the law here.
They are selling it now.
Wait now. And reporting it is even from your pumping machine. That machine is connected automatically to the Ministry of Finance. All those pumping machines you see, those electronics ones.
Okay.
They are connected.
From that pump that's connected to Ministry of Finance or whatever.
And everything. So now,
if you now empty into a tanker from that place, all those 1,000 liters, not big one, no, or you enter into jerry can. How do you account for that?
See another law. If somebody want to buy like farmer, because these are the people that use tank to buy, you must identify yourself. There are codes, there are numbers that are given to you.
You are not getting a
wait now.
So for you to pass the but wait in our Midwest, it's like you undermine Nigerian problem. How many people get better pass neighbor? Except you are saying they are not
Ola, hold on, please. Guys, we have to shut down. If Ola can make 2 minutes, Midwest 2 minutes. I have to shut down. I have to catch up with a meeting. We are already going to 9 hours. Okay, I'm very sorry, guys.
No problem.
Yeah, just 2 minutes each for everybody. Then we can go and rest.
Okay, Midwest, let me go. What I'm saying is this: you want to regulate, good. You want to connect to those people that we account for that, good, no problem. If you see the gasoline smuggling in the north, they use jerrycans to smuggle gasoline. So you are now saying, except you want to deny those people that have generator that they want to buy gasoline to their generator. So if I come with 50 liters, another person come with 50 liters, before you know, I arrange for about 100 people that come with 50 liters to just pack all those petrol. And they're telling you that they want to use it for their petrol, for their generator. Except you are saying all generators in Nigeria must be licensed, and whatever gas you are selling, you attach it to those generators.
Well, I agree with you. I can see your point. You also make a lot of sense. But one thing I want to put here is this: if the government is serious, they can solve a problem. But it's very unfortunate. We live in a country that has never solved any problems since independence. They only allow the citizen to adapt to that problem.
Midwest. What I'm saying, interborder.
So if the government is serious, they can point to where this fuel is going and how Nigerians consume it.
There is a reason that parity exists between nation currency. That in such a way that you think you want to use American dollars to make profit from a Canadian dollar, you'll be shocked because at the end of the day, it amounts to almost the same thing. So you won't have that advantage of that benefit, because this thing happened in the past, and they know that the best way you can solve this thing is that don't create any interborder marginal profit for anybody. So if you really want to tackle that situation, if you are selling the petroleum product at at the international price, because that's why you see that it's some like Abata now we produce oil, but yes, oil the gasoline is expensive. That's why you produce, because if you give subsidy, there'll be smuggling. So the best thing is to sell at the prevailing rate. So if you sell that in at the prevailing rate in Nigeria, smuggling across the border will be discouraged immediately, because you will see no reason, because you won't be making easy money. It's the same thing that is happening to currency trade, the forex round tripping. It's the same thing that is happening to all those guys, all those things you are seeing. If you have a single rate, that you don't have a government rate or this, if you have a single price rate, that okay, dollar is this, whether black market or the government avenue, you understand? All those dollars round tripping will no longer happen. So if you remove subsidy and you are selling at the market rate, when was the last time you heard that people smuggle diesel from Nigeria to the neighboring country? When was the last time they have the diesel crisis in Nigeria? If you introduce the same thing within the gasoline this thing, you understand? If you solve the problem immediately. So that's just that's all I want to say there. So thank you, everyone.
Thank
Call
you.
it a day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, you guys are. Yeah, rational mind. Thank you so much. Rational mind. Your brother is fighting you.
Who's that?
You know your brother now. Enigmatic.
Oh, where is he?
Is it? Oh, you don't see it? Nah, I'm even happy you don't see it.
I'm on my phone here, so I can't see it.
Yeah, I'm happy you don't see it. That's fine. Let's just close it there. That's all right. That's all right. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thanks.
Midwest, thank you. Yeah. Ola, thank you. Ashana Mai, thank you. Fatai, thank you so much. We've come to the end of this program. There, it has been a long hours. We just say Nigeria, we are here to make our country better. If not for that, we will not be staying here every time. But thank you so much. We have a good session, interactive, educative, and more so. Thank you so much. See you at the other side. I will see you later. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you. Bye. Yeah, we go there now. Thank you. We know where we are going. We can't miss it. Thank you so much.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Africa.